we go. Okay, we've changed that. We've changed the fade. Hello. My gentle and, of course, very modern names. Welcome to SkepTalk. Today is September the 16th, and I'm your gentle and, of course, very modern host, Erika, Guts of Gibbon here on YouTube. And I'm here with a close pal of mine. I'm here with Forrest Valkai. Forrest, welcome. What you been up to?
Greetings. Working like crazy. I spent the summer in the Galapagos and then got back up here to make more ridiculous things and do a bunch of conventions. And now about to start the penultimate semester of the second masters and do a bunch more dumb shit because I'm very stupid and I can't be stopped. How are you?
Isn't there something so wonderful about being an adult where you can just put so much stuff on your plate and no one will stop you and you have to reap what you sow? I personally love it.
God is punishing me for my hubris.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, my past several months have been very similar, right? Like I spent most of the summer in Kenya, and then I came back. I had to submit my leak in my NSF grant while I was over there, which sucked. And then it was like I came back, school started. I'm teaching biological anthropology honors, like the lecture instead of the lab this semester, which is simultaneously super fun and also like kind of stressful. The students know that I have a YouTube channel as well, so some of them might be watching. If you are, stop watching and study for your exam tomorrow. We'll see how they do. I hope it goes over well. But I mean, the nice thing about you and I, Forrest, is that we've got this wonderful ability to simultaneously have so much on our plate that it's borderline criminal and abusive to ourselves. But then we can come on to SkepTalk and blow several hours talking to callers about why they should change their mind about science topics.
Professional goofing off.
It's professional goofing off. It truly is, right? I mean, we're doing a public service. I like to believe that.
Yeah, we're helping people. Yesterday, I did 2 shows last month, or sometime. I did 2 back-to-back shows recently, and we had this guy named Kyle who called in. And just a super sweet, genuine dude who like was asking these very basic questions about like, well, how do you not believe a thing? Like, what's going on? Second time he called in was very honest about like, well, I've got this head tattoo that's got scripture on it, and I can't turn around. I can't do it. I think he called us 2 or 3 times, and called yesterday while I was on as an atheist now to say that like our discussions had completely changed his mind. And now he's trying to figure out his new morality and trying to understand his life. Like little things like that, man, that if that one dude's life is made better by this, it was all worth it. And we get a ton of those. We get a ton of people like that. And it makes me so happy.
I'm very jealous of your experience getting to see your line of argumentation lead to a changed mind that you can then like have a conversation with. Because normally when my stuff, because mine's mostly, I don't do as much of like the non-strictly scientific line of reasoning on my channel. So mostly I just get the emails and it's like, ooh, I'm down with evolution now. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you. You're validating all this, the hundreds of hours that I'm putting into this. How wonderful.
Yeah.
But, we do it because we like it and because it's necessary.
It is genuinely cool. Sorry, go ahead.
I kind of need to put you on blast for something that you did that I would like to kind of tattle on you to like the rest of the audience for. Forrest was asking me where I was prior to the show today, and I was like, I'm getting ready. I had to get my White Claw, but really I meant truly. I've got them both in the fridge. And I was also drying my hair using my space heater, so like it was like a little twofer. But then I was like, I'm going to be in soon, and Forrest replied with sweet chicken, which I've never heard as an expression before. And I want to know, was that an original concoction or are you pulling from something else?
It's sweet chicken, man. It's awesome. It's just a cool thing to say.
It's a you thing. Okay, wonderful.
It's just a thing. I don't know. I thought there was going to be a legitimate issue. I just say I don't know why I am the way I am. But the way that I speak is very strange. I think my vernacular is most influenced by like Adventure Time, and so like and I noticed like years of being, especially in my early 20s, trying to just embrace the strange and let the freak flags fly, and not trying to stop being so weird to try to fit into a box. has really done a number on me and made me just a genuinely odd man. So yeah, it's just one of my favorite expressions whenever something's cool. Sweet chicken.
No, I'm totally into it. I was curious because I'd not heard it before, and it's like, when you coin okay, I'll speak for myself. When I coin a term, I want credit for it. When people start picking up my slang in my personal circle, I'm like, I know where you got that from. It was me. You stole that term from me. So I wanted to just like let people know that this is a Forrest original, and that way, if I start hearing it elsewhere, I know precisely where it came from.
Sweet chicken is one, and then also like one of the things that's kept me extremely busy over the course of the year. You might have heard me talking about this cool thing that we did called Roll for Initiative, where my friend Jesse and I, we did this massive charity event, Raise Money for Doctors Without Borders. By the way, we've raised over $25,000 so far. So everybody watching this,
that is awesome.
Go fucking watch that series. And even if you don't want to watch that series, fucking donate. And if you do want to watch that series, just know the audio is a little bit echoey in the first 2 episodes. It's not our fault. The rest of it's good. Doesn't matter. The point is, we during that series, I forgot how we got there, but we started the term hot waz to refer to urination. If you gotta bust a hot waz, and I believe that's something that I've said on this show or something like that. But it became a running theme, and that is now a thing that is in my comment sections on many videos of like, this was so funny, I busted a hot waz all over this channel, and that's like now a thing that's unfortunately creeped into the common comment sections of all of my work, and I love it. I love it so much.
That's quite an aggressive way to urinate, right? Like that's because you're busting it. That's violent.
You gotta go bust a waz. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
it's
like you're popping a seal on a White Claw. I'm with you. Okay,
popping a seal. Yeah. I don't know why you would punch a seal, little aquatic animal. You're just popping them one. Hell yeah. Fuck that guy.
A little pinniped. Actually, pinnipeds are like assholes a lot of the time. So to be fair, that's one of those things where like I'm not very fond of many seals. Otters as well, I'm very suspicious of, right? Like I see these animals and I'm like, what, you couldn't commit to terrestriality? What, you had to go back in the water? Yeah. That's really weird. It's kind of
odd. Fuck you, dude. Right? I gotta get. I haven't started editing the video yet, but I got a ton of footage from the Galapagos, and there's these goddamn sea lions that are just everywhere, and the whole like archipelago, the whole chain of islands is a national park, and you're not allowed to touch any animals. You're supposed to stay 6 feet away from them at all times, if possible. Sometimes it's not possible, and like a couple generations of that being the case, the animals have learned that they're just not to be flexed with. And so these sea lions are just a menace, and they're litter everywhere. You have to like get around them in the streets. They're just everywhere. And we had several occasions where like someone would be just sitting on like a bench out like on the street, and the sea lion would come over and roar at them, and they'd have to get up and run. And then the sea lion would hop up and take the seat on the bench and just relax. Just it's the future liberals want. It's terrible. And like it's like I've got to show you these fucking videos. These goddamn sea lions, dude, they're so good.
It's the woke mob, right? It's like their little pod of ne'er-do-wells that come in and move you from your spot. I mean, it's like years of humans being like, oh my God, what a cute mammal, I should feed it, has just led to disastrous results just across the board, I think. In Kenya, it's that way with the monkeys, right? Vervets, baboons, Sykes monkeys, like every single kind. With this year, we had a vervet get into our Land Rover and start stealing wrappers from the front seat, which like the primatologist in me was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. And then our guide was like, he's like trying to attack, like beat this monkey, and I was like, no, don't beat the monkey. We like the monkeys. And, he's always trying to speed off when I want to watch the baboons. It's like, but this case in point, right? People being nice to sea lions, people being nice to monkeys. Then they realize how squishy and fragile we truly are and how excitable we are. And then eventually we will be usurped by them. This is the only conclusion that I've been able to reach. The sea lion,
they'll learn our terrible ways.
Alliance, their coalition.
Exactly. Yes. When the vervets and the sea lions learn to make nukes, it's all over.
Yeah. It has never been more over at that point. But I feel like if we get to that point, we've got bigger problems on our hands. Are you ready to start taking some of these calls? What do you think?
I guess we do have a job to do.
We are here technically to take callers. And Forrest and
Right.
I both come from a biology background. I think that's fair. That's a wide enough net for the two of us. So if you're
cool
out
thing to
there
say.
and you're like, yeah, exactly. It's if you're one of Forrest's followers on Instagram or elsewhere, or you're one of my followers here on Twitter or elsewhere, right? Like, and you've been wanting to pick a fight. I know you're out there. I've seen you on my Twitter account. I know that you
Yep.
are hearing me now and you're like, God, that got to give him that Forrest. I want to come in and throw down. Call.
I've got
in.
so many hate followers. They're great.
So do I, and they never call in. I'm like, now's your chance.
Dude, I've got so many people that will literally they've been following me for years just so they can comment on every single thing that I post about how terrible and stupid and evil and uneducated and everything that I am, and how evolution's this big lie, and how I'm this terrible liberal monster and all day. Fucking today's the day. Here it is.
Today?
72061. What? I forgot the number. What is it? Hold on.
There's a 288 in there.
619-228. That's it. 720-619-2288. I had to move the thing that was covering it. That's it.
Don't be a big baby. If you want to fight with me and Forrest, call in and we can politely, because, we can duke it out in a civil manner here in front of the internet for all to see. So call in if you got an issue on evolution, if you want to talk about flat Earth, if you want to talk about Bigfoot, if you want to talk about ghosts. These are the types of conversations that I want to have, right? So call in, please. Theists and individual. When I say theists, I should specify. I'm in charge here. I'm giving preference to callers that want to debate evolution tonight. So call in.
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's duke it out. First, do you have any thoughts on that? Would you like to throw some smack into the ether here before we get started to sort of chum the waters while I see what we've got leading?
I'll jump into the ethereal smackdown. Absolutely. I can't tell you how many people. I just said that I've got so many people that on every single video comment, and I've got a couple of them that like do it multiple times a day, and it's the same crap about like random chance can't make this or that. If there were this many atoms in the universe and every atom was an individual strand of DNA, you'd never come up with human DNA and something else. That evolution is pseudoscience, and that I'm pushing some liberal propaganda, that I need to turn to God because God's the king, and I'm trying to lead people astray, that I'm harming children by lying to them and teaching them about that they're monkeys and things. There's one dude who literally just gets so mad, and I'm not gonna say his name. I can tell you I know his name because I see him so much. Who pops up and is like, "Face me!" Like he challenged me to a debate, and he's just some guy, and I'm not gonna do it. And like, just debate me, God, face me. And other people will talk to him in his comment section and be like, "Hey, this is fucking dumb, dude." And he's like, "Get your science teacher to tell me this." And the more I ignore him, the funnier it is to me. This is your chance. It's an open line. I don't control who calls in. We have a call screener who does that. This is your chance to say words directly to my stupid face. I have one dude on TikTok who apparently is beefing with me. I'm not participating too much, but like that hates me because I say religion is bad, and he can't define what the word religion means. And that means that I shouldn't be allowed to say this. This is your chance to have a serious adult conversation. I promise I'm silly, but I'm nice, and we'll talk it out. But like, can't do it. Can't do it because you don't call in.
I think this is like a potent mix for exactly that kind of conversation too, because neither of us can shut the hell up. So it's like, if you call in and you actually want to have a conversation about this, we will take it to its termination. I promise. Right?
We will be here all
we're
night.
Gonna finish it. We're going to be here all night. I already know that that's going to happen. I've got a sandwich on the way at some point. It's like, we're going to be here. So call in. Let's fight, but kindly.
But kindly. The lines are already full, and they have been this whole time. But like, I hope the people are now waiting in the comment section for their turn. Just keep hitting redial until it's your turn.
Yeah. You know what? Okay, how about this? Let's start taking some of these calls, and we'll free up the space. Sure. So those of you out there who are like, I'm the hater in Forrest comment section. I wanted to call in, but there was no room. We're gonna make room for you, buddy. friend of mine.
We're nice.
We're
like
about to
that.
make the room.
We're cool.
So
like that.
we got our first caller here. First, this is a theist caller. His name's Dondi,
Okay.
pronouns he, him, from the Philippines. He's a theist,
Mm-hmm.
and he's coming in with a question: can science debunk the evidence of God? Now, I personally feel like there's quite a bit to unpack there just in that sentence.
That's a lot.
But let's hear it from the source. Dondi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys clearly. Good afternoon.
Wonderful.
It's morning here in the
good
Philippines.
evening. Yeah, I'd love to hear from you. I know Forrest would as well. I'm going to stop talking here in a second because I'm sure there's a delay. Tell us a little bit more about your question.
Oh yeah. Before anything else, would just like to say that my partner is an atheist. I'm a theist. He's a big fan of the show. Wanted to drop on here. But my question would be, can science debunk the evidence of God? So that's my question. I can expound more, but I began to realize that the evidence of God, although not proof, is certainly interesting to me. I'll zero in the Big Bang Theory, wherein the universe began about 13.17 billion years ago. It did expand, but there's something that none of the research that I did, scientists can go past the point, or science itself can't go past the point of, or beyond the point before the singularity. So when the Big Bang Theory started, there's precise tuning of physical constants in the universe. Like, for example, law of gravity, speed of light. Now, if gravity was tweaked a little weaker, we would just be an infinitely expanding sterile universe. If it was a little more stronger, right after the Big Bang, it would be a big crunch. So that led me to go into three theories. First is maybe this theory will tell us that the constants are there because of a prior reason, which is debunked by most physicians. Second is perhaps we're in one of an infinite series of universe where in our universe our constants are made just perfect. But the third is I think it could be intentional, that there must have been a force behind, and he might have been a good mathematician or a good physicist to make sure that life, prospered in this universe. Now, if I take those three possibilities and apply the, Occam's razor, which takes the simplest explanation is the more correct, I would probably lean to it being intentional, and there could be a force behind why life is here. What are your views on that?
Can I start really quickly? Just I'll be very brief.
By all means.
I think I was going to go piece by piece through a lot of that, but I just want to throw out that, like, I think the very last thing you said, Morgan, you can hear me. Don't do that yet, please. I was just typing it, unless you already have. I was typing a thing into the crew chat here while you were speaking, and I just wanted to. Cool. Sorry. So what I was saying is, I think the very last thing that you said really elucidates the reasoning for a lot of the other things you said. You were talking about Occam's razor, and you said it is the simplest explanation, I believe, is most likely to be true, but that's not accurate. Occam's razor is the one that makes the least assumptions is most likely to be true. That's what it actually is. And so when we talk about anything about a god, anything about anything supernatural about life, that is the most possible assumptions. A naturalistic explanation is going to fall upon, like, I don't know what this is, maybe, but it's something to do with nature. It has the same background as every other thing that I've ever seen ever. Uniformitarianism, physics doesn't change depending on where you are in the universe. It's just the same stuff doing the same stuff. That's a very minor assumption to make. Whereas any supernatural assumption is pretty freaking big. There's this whole other realm of existence, and there's a guy that lives there that has really detailed like interest in like how and when and why and where and with what holes I have sex, and like that's a whole other thing that you are now making big assumptions on. So it may be a simpler explanation. A guy did it, and a guy's in charge, and this guy use magic. That is a much simpler explanation, but it is not actually adherent to Occam's razor. And I think that is a good place to start, because everything else you said about the Big Bang, about the universe and all these things, there's a lot of assumptions you're making, and that goes against the logical principle that you're trying to espouse here. Does that make sense?
It does. And I think that's just proof to me that, it can be a very satisfying intellectual conversation. So thanks for your answer. I appreciate it.
So to Forrest's point, right, like simple doesn't necessarily mean correct. It's a simpler explanation to say that when we walk outside and see the horizon expand on out in the distance, that means that the earth is flat. It appears to be flat. But it isn't, right? There's a lot about the world that we live in, the reality that we live in, that we would like a simple answer to, but the simplicity of it all just isn't reflective of reality. Now, to me, it sounds like your overall argument is a combination of an argument from incredulity, that it's like, I can't conceive of what could be, quote unquote, before the Big Bang, or what could have instigated the Big Bang if it was, in fact, in something that required an instigation, and an argument from fine tuning, right? That it's like, oh, well, things are incredibly seemingly built for us, right? And the common response to that is like a puddle analogy, right? Like a puddle feels as though the hole that it is in was made perfectly for it, right? But the hole wasn't made for the puddle. The puddle formed because of the constraints of the hole, which very frequently is I think a decent answer for the fine tuning problem, right? It's like we wouldn't be here to appreciate the fine tuning if it didn't appear to be fine tuned. If life couldn't emerge here, it wouldn't, and there would be nothing to appreciate it. So to me, right off the bat, those are the three really kind of issues that I have with what you have to say. I also think that not having an answer for things like what came before, quote unquote, the Big Bang, because that seems to be an idea that I don't know about you, Forrest, but I've seen that one making the rounds quite a bit recently, that it's like, oh, well, if you can't explain this ultimate cause, then you can't explain anything that comes from it. And the answer that I frequently give to that is that it's like, well, that's not true. In forensic science, we can investigate murders all the time without knowing where the murder weapon was manufactured, right? Like we do this constantly in our lives. There's a way to kind of reduce this to like a solipsistic, how can you know anything? But I find that that's kind of a waste of time, to be honest, because the difference between the atheist or the agnostic position and the theist position, I think is a matter of one additional assumption. From a theist perspective, it's like, well, the world around us, we can trust our senses. We can, trust that nature is consistent through time, and we can trust the laws of the world around us because God put them into place. And from an atheistic or an agnostic perspective, we might look at the same thing and say, we can in fact trust all of those, but the reason we can trust all of those isn't clear yet. We're working on it. And it doesn't end up in that same turtles all the way down situation that I think the theist position frequently falls into, because then it's like you can just ask, okay, well, if God instituted all of these laws, what institutes God, right? And then, so on and so forth ad nauseum, ad infinitum, right? So to me, both of these, any explanation for the origin of all is going to be circular because we don't have all of the answers. That's okay, right? But what's not okay is to take...
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. Actually, I feel like I've said my piece.
Yeah, I think you worded that very beautifully. And it really stems from my question that, it seems that something came out of nothing. Like, to me, nature is not supposed to allow that. If nature can't create itself, then what did? I can't postulate that it was created by some natural force. To me, the only plausible explanation is there must be some force which is not limited by space and time. And it might sound magical, but that's where the belief comes in. So, but you worded it very beautifully. I agree. There's some things we just can't answer, and I am very content with that.
So I do take issue. I appreciate what you're saying, and I feel like I understand where you're coming from. But I would take issue with the way that you're saying it. Saying something created nothing, or sorry, nothing. Something came from nothing. I don't know that that's true. When we talk about the Big Bang isn't just the beginning of the universe. It's the effects that we see from that. It's the expansion of the whole universe, and it's not just one singular uniform event. There's this cosmic inflation period. And there's all this other shit going on in there. That's real weird. And there's a point where our math kind of breaks down, but like we don't know what the very, very, very beginning really was. And there's a few really good models and theories that help out, but like we're just not 100% sure yet. There's kind of this limitation to our math and to our models that this just kind of falls apart, and we're not sure yet. And we certainly don't know what was before any of that, because you're asking what happened before time started, and that question doesn't even make any sense. And so to say something came from nothing, I feel like is a gross oversimplification of all the things we don't know. I don't even know what nothing is. I don't know if nothing has ever existed because I've never seen a nothing. I don't know what a nothing would look like. I have no samples of nothing upon which to run tests. I don't know what nothing is capable of. What I do know is that the total net energy of the universe is zero. The total sum of all positive and all negative energy in the cosmos is zero. So if you're asking how did the total energy go from 0 to 0, that's not a big stretch of the imagination, and it certainly doesn't violate the first law of thermodynamics for me to say that 0 equals 0. All I know is that there's something out there that I don't know. And I don't think that it's necessary to invent this specter that can exist outside of space and time and then pretend like we know what that even means in order to explain away a little pocket of ignorance that you should be excited about. You should be wanting to know more about that rather than concocting this magical guy that can fill in the void.
Okay. Yep. I agree with everything that you said. But yeah, it has, I just can't understand how, everything is precisely tuned with all these constants in the universe, and that we are here just because of, there wasn't someone orchestrating behind it. I might be a little vague, but but I do like what you both said, that it's, there's a question to the unknown, and I am good with that. I guess that's it for me today. Thank you so much, Forrest and Erika. Take your time for me today.
I appreciate
Thank
you
you,
listening,
Dondi.
Dondi.
Yeah, we
All right.
appreciate that. I mean, sometimes it's okay to say, we agreed to disagree on where the line should be drawn. But I like a little pushback, a little bit of sparring before we say, all right, maybe we take a break until next time. So thank you for calling in, Dondi. Take care.
Thank you. You guys have a great evening. Bye.
Don't tell me what to do. Take care.
And man, you can hear my dogs going nuts in the background too.
I was gonna say,
wanted to make that clear. And I was
son
going to mute
is very
myself, but
upset.
then it's like it's a period of time when I have to talk, so it's I'm a little bit between a rock and a hard place. All right, so that
Right.
has opened up one of our lines, folks. Call in if you are a theist, please, because right now we've got mostly atheist callers. We do have a pagan caller that I'm going to sort of prioritize here. If you're an atheist caller, please stick around. I've seen some wonderful questions here that I'm sure Forrest and I could discuss for a very long time. So
we'll try to crank through them as
will,
briefly as we can. Only an hour apiece.
We will try. We will make a solid effort to do that. For now, we're going to take a call from Rex, pronounce he, him, from Illinois. He's pagan. He asks, was the development of homosexuality in early creatures related to population pressure? And I'm really eager to find out what population pressure, what lifting population pressure is doing there. So, Rex, welcome to SkepTalk. Hope you can hear us. Tell us a little bit more about your question.
Salutations, Mrs. Gibbon and Mr. Valkai. Nice to see your play button looking very shiny behind you there, Erika. And glad that you made a safe journey back from the Galapagos. But in the vein of questioning everything, how do we know you're not a sea lion wearing a latex mask that is trying to push the woke sea lion agenda?
I guess you can't now.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue is that, right? She's pushing things like LGBT rights and not things like more fish, please, and that's the difference in agenda. You know what I mean?
That makes perfect sense.
It's not that sea lions are anti-LGBT; they just already have that shit figured out. That's not their priority. You know what I mean? But the fish thing, they need more fish.
Absolutely.
Pinnipeds can be pretty gay if memory serves. So,
oh yeah,
just say. That's a perfect kind of segue into this question, Rex, isn't it? Tell us a little bit more about what you're thinking here.
It is
I have been waiting a long
genuinely
time
funny
for you
how it
two
actually is a
specifically.
perfect segue into this.
No, you couldn't have concocted a better one, with an infant amount of time. So
Pinnipeds are pretty gay. Anyway, go on.
Because I wanted to ask a biologist and a primatologist about it. When I was in the Navy, doing this quickly. When I was in the Navy, when you're underway for a long period of time, you run out of normal conversations. And back in the 80s, we didn't have the internet to bring in more information. So we would talk about homosexuality and how it developed. And I and some of my other shipmates were of the mind that homosexuality in species evolved from population pressure, where the population would get too high for the available resources. And so since a pregnant female can control their hormones no more than I can control how my kidneys are filtering out fluids, maybe it was a development that if there were some members that could contribute to the security and development of the tribe without adding to the population pressures, that was an advantage, and that's where that came from. Am I way off base, or am I somewhere in the ballpark?
Gosh, there's a lot of places to go with that. First, do you mind if I start?
I've got a
with
few
this?
things. Please, by all means,
Yeah,
I've got some notes for later.
Yeah, perfect. So I think you're in the ballpark. There are a lot of hypotheses out there for homosexuality in general, like across mammals, in other species. And my personal opinion is that it's probably convergent in a lot of different lineages, but within mammals and within social species in particular, I think that you're not that far off base with this idea that if you've got like a homosexual couple, they're able to effectively increase the fitness of their group's offspring, right? Like you don't have to directly reproduce in order to increase your sort of siblings' fitness, and in a way, specific genes of your own's fitness. So there's a hypothesis out there that is kind of interesting, specifically that women who have like gay brothers actually have a higher fitness than women who don't. And the idea essentially comes from A, you have the social aid in like child rearing, right? But B, it's also a signal to other females that you in and of yourself are like a fit individual, and that you have a social system that can help take care of potential offspring. And they did this interesting study on this where they looked at the fitness of women who had like gay brothers, and according to this study, you can take it how you will, their individual fitness was higher than their conspecifics who didn't have gay brothers, and that in and of itself kind of increases the fitness of the brother, right? Because they share a lot of genes in between the two of them. So in that way, the gay brother, even though he's not biologically reproducing himself, he is pushing and ensuring the proliferation of some of his genes through his sister. So if you want to take like a social gene perspective, or a selfish gene perspective, that might be the reason why these kinds of things can persist. I think the real reason, at least in primates, and I'm going to speak from a primate-centric perspective here, is a lot simpler. I think that primates are horny, and I think that they don't really care a lot about sort of which sex they're getting it from, right? Like a lot of primates exhibit bisexuality, and will just kind of have sex whenever they want with whoever they want, even if it is typically heterosexual. A lot of them will behave in homosexual ways. Macaca fuscata and the bonobos, of course, come to mind. And in those two species in particular, homosexual sex plays a very particular role, and that's that it increases social cohesion, right? It chills everybody out. Bonobos classically are a hypersexual sister group to chimpanzees. They're matriarchal. They fight less intensely than their chimpanzee companions, even if they do fight as frequently. They don't want to kill each other as much. A lot of spats as compared to like, genuine war and bloodlust that you tend to see in common chimps and their, related subspecies. But Forrest Valkai used to say that you could throw a cardboard box into an enclosure of bonobos and they would all have sex prior to investigating the box, because they just get so excited that it's like, they've got to put this energy somewhere. And so they just copulate. And then they're like, okay, now that we're all satisfied, we'll investigate the box. So in both of those sort of avenues, you have, one, a reason why homosexuality exists kind of in the first place, which is that it increases social cohesion in social mammals. And then secondarily, you have a reason why it persists, genetically speaking, which is that individuals who are capable of increasing the fitness of their siblings see their genes sort of live on through them. The second one I don't buy as much as I buy the first one. I think social cohesion is enough, if I'm being quite honest. And I think that very few primates in general are going to be like strictly heterosexual. So I think that that's a lot of the time where we get homosexual behavior. It's just a natural part of human variation, and it's good when everybody's feeling satiated. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think Erika touched on a lot there that's really good. And like the first thing you brought up is either exactly or very similar, very, very close to what I've always heard is the gay uncle hypothesis, that you have this extra guy around who can help take care of kids, who can help fight off predators, that can help protect and keep the group together, that can help with social cohesion, that also isn't a competition for mate selection. That's just like the dark matter of the galaxy holding things together without actually, having to be a problem. And there's also some really cool ideas about homosexuality, not specifically homosexuality, but non-specific sexuality. Just having sex to do it, and you're not actually deliberately going across sexual lines for it, being an ancestral state. That deliberate heterosexual behavior is actually the new aberrant weird thing that is more productive sometimes in a sexually reproducing species. But the fact that we've seen homosexual behavior in over 1,500 animal species, the fact that we see stochastic sexual behavior in a lot of species as well, things that do like broadcast spawning and whatnot, pretty hard to call that heterosexual when you're literally spewing your jizz all over the entire population. And that kind of thing being the ancestral state, and only later on did things start trying to be sometimes deliberately heterosexual. That's a lot more of a parsimonious model than saying that homosexuality is this strange aberration beyond the norm that just happens to show up all the fucking time. And so there's that as well. As for me, I think I know you aren't arguing for this, but I think it's always funny to look at when we talk about sexuality as if it's this deliberate action, as if it's a choice or something like that. I think the greatest argument against sexuality being a choice is straight women, because nobody would choose this if they didn't have to. And that to me tells us a lot about evolution. Anyway, that I could go on, but I feel like we've been talking to you for a little while. What do you think about the things we've said?
I believe that you guys have just hit it on the nail. I absolutely appreciate that. There's a machinist mate chief petty officer that I can now tell that I'm right and he's wrong. And since you do have so many callers and you want to get some more in, I will let you two go. Here's looking forward to the day when I can call in to Dr. Gibbon and perhaps even Dr. Valkai at some point. And if you two would do me a great favor and let Jimmy know that with great respect, he can go fuck himself, I would appreciate it. You, everybody there, have a wonderful day.
We can pass that information on for sure. Thank you, Rex.
For sure.
Yeah, gosh, there's a lot of really interesting hypotheses. Like, and I've not focused, I hadn't even considered like broadcast spawning, like considering like, fish and like, arthropods and things of that nature. Like I'm so like monkey brained that I focus so specifically on like primates and then sometimes other social mammals, like if I feel like dipping my toe in. But it's like, gosh, we see so many different types of relationships in some of our closest relatives. And one of my favorites that I like to bring up too when people talk about sexuality is that it's like, so there's this really interesting thing where in a lot of baboons, because they're matrilineal, females are the ones that stick around in their natal group and males are the ones that get booted. So it's like a male grows up, he reaches sexual maturity, and then the males who are already resident in the group are like, get out, get the hell out. Like, we don't want to see you. We don't want to see your face around here. Leave. So he leaves and he has to find his way into a new troop. So his best in to get accepted into a new troop is to befriend a local female. And so he schmoozes this local female, and the female, the hypothesis for a long time was that it's like, the brilliant primatologists were thinking to themselves, clearly all dudes, of course, the reason why is because he's schmoozing to her so he can get into this troop, and then also they're gonna reproduce later. He's got a friend that he can easily go and reproduce with. Oh, that makes sense, except for the fact that doesn't always happen. In fact, a lot of the time they just stay pals. They're just buddies, and like that male will protect that female's offspring from other, potentially infanticidal males. But then he's just like big chilling. Like he's just fine being pals with her, whatever. They don't necessarily have to reproduce. It's like males and females have all sorts of different complicated relationships, just like females and females and males in non-human species. And so it's like, I don't see why that doesn't seem to compute when we're talking about things like homosexuality. Like sometimes, especially in bonobos, they're just horny. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Like, they're just like, we're both psyched up. Like, I guess it's time to, let's de-stress here for a minute. And it's like, we don't feel the need to assign a label necessarily to individual bonobos because they're all it's a free-for-all. And the same is true for a lot of different primates.
Fellas, is it gay to de-stress a bro? You know what I mean? And like that, the whole thing, what I think is really interesting to think about, and of course, this is coming from me, the super woke leftist scientist and all this shit. But like, I we're gonna get comments about it, but like, I think it's really interesting to point out the fact that like what we are doing is we are applying our concepts of sexuality as like a concept in Western thought, and the fact that we look at homosexual behavior or bisexual behavior, the fact that we are applying those labels in the first place, rather than just saying they're just having sex, and sometimes they do it in a way that can have children, sometimes they don't. And we see all sorts of different sexual behaviors. We see anal sex, we see oral sex, we see non-procreative genital stimulation, aka masturbation, or even mutual masturbation. We see all these different things in nature, and we don't feel the need.
They fence with their penises. The bonobos do. I mean, that's innovative. Truly,
we could solve a lot of problems. Bring that shit to Congress. We see a lot of very, for lack of a better word, very human sexual behaviors across taxa. And it's just when we happen to see it being homosexuality that we're like, oh, that's weird. We should talk about that. We should discuss this. Rather than they don't have that concept to worry about. They don't have that if we're being honest, Eurocentric and concept that they're applying this weird moral framework into a scientific one, and this outdated morality becoming a labeling system in science. And I think that kind of thinking hinders both social and scientific progress. And I'm really happy to see that kind of being done away with a little bit nowadays as we talk about sexuality and sex and nature. But we still see the remnants of that, especially looking through, conversations like this one. I think it's interesting, and I'm really glad that guy called, but the fact that it was interesting enough to talk about kind of shows where our biases lie as a culture looking at other species, if that makes any sense.
No, for sure. I mean, I saw a talk at the AABAs this year, like this past March, and my dog is going to start barking in a second. I'm going to have to yell. But it was a talk about reporting of homosexuality, as a meta study on the reporting of homosexuality in primates specifically. And what they found was an enormous bias against the reporting of homosexual behavior in primates, not because they weren't writing it down, but because they were writing it down being like, all right, like it's an aberrant sexual behavior. And then it's just like kind of a part of the notes section, right? It's not reported. And so it's not published. And so it's not jotted down in like sometimes, Papua Nubis can be gay or whatever. Like it just ends up being lost to the dustbin of that, field season or whatever. And like lions don't have to worry about the sort of masculine culture where it's like, if lions start doing gay stuff, the other lions aren't going to pick on them for it, right? They're just like, these two lions are doing gay stuff, right? Or like American bison, another classic example. It's like, they're not going to, socially, this isn't seen as aberrant for them. It's just, they're blowing off steam, if you will. And in humans, I want to touch on this too, because I know The hater, yeah, exactly. The haters out there will say, but what about pair bonding? Like, why do we see heterosexual pair bonding so frequently? And what I'll say is that it's like, well, procreative sex is obviously a pretty cornerstone part of like reproducing for your group. And it's pretty easy to form emotional relationships with people you have sex with. I think people across the world know this. It's a pretty common. Hopefully I don't have to explain that to all those virgins out there, not getting any. But it's kind of like a natural step. Yeah, the people watching the show, exactly. Clearly, everybody who's watching the show is getting plenty. I don't have to worry about them. But it's like we see this pair bonding as like a natural step along that path, and we do see pair bonding between same-sex individuals in many species across the board, as well. And so it's like I don't see. I do see why this concept and this appreciation for this type of data has taken so long to reach the forefront. But it's like, honestly, I want it to be not a big deal. Like you're right. The fact that we have this conversation is troublesome because it's just like, dude, it's just not. It's not that serious. Like I'm really sorry. It's like social animals have sex. Like they do it, and social animals also form meaningful pair bonded relationships that last a super long time. Like those two things don't have to clash. And then also there's an additional layer on top of that where it's like clearly the pair bonded nature is an emotional one because we see pair bonded organisms cheat like crazy too. So it's like there are all of these different layers of relationships in social organisms, whether we're talking about sex, whether we're talking about, like, for lack of a better term, personality, like how they get along with one another. How do they defend a territory? How do they raise their young, right? And then there's the relationships between that couple and those individuals and their immediate surrounding family. It's like, it's complicated, but it's cool.
Yeah, so, I love I do love whenever we see sexual behavior and we're trying to quantify it and categorize it and all these things. There's also this desire, even with heterosexual sex, there's always this very utilitarian way that we go about it, because especially especially from an evolutionary standpoint, we want to find the reason for everything. Why are you doing that thing? And I remember that was a big thing during when I was doing anthropology. Like there was this kind of like shocking revelation that sometimes people just do stuff for fun. And like, and so when you're doing archaeology and you're digging up and you're like, what was going on here? Why was this pot broken? What does this pictograph mean? What is this thing? It's like somebody was fucking bored, and it was maybe a kid was fucking around and being stupid. And like, I think about that a lot when I look at like the way that we talk about sexual behavior in the literature and the way that we talk about it in like academia in general, when we're trying to like parse these things out. And it gets it even when we're willing to throw off the shackles of that Eurocentric thinking and think like, okay, well, this is just the way it is. But like, surely, there's pair bonding and there's social cohesion and there's this and this. Also, it feels good, And there's that old, I think it was Robert Sapolsky told this thing in a lecture he was doing where he's like, the Martians come to Earth and all the Martian scientists and the human scientists are sharing details about their species and talking to each other and everything. And they finally get to the concepts of reproduction. And the Martians are like, okay, we're going to show you how we reproduce. And two Martians come next to each other and they rub their ears together. And one sits on the other one's shoulders and they vibrate. And there's some steam that's produced. And then it pops out another Martian. And they're like, okay, now you show us. And they're like, okay. And a male and a female human go out together and they all have sex. And then they walk out. And the Martian scientists are like, where's the new human? What happened? Like, what's going to, and they say, well, that's going to happen in 9 months. We'll get a new human in 9 months. And they say, well, then why were they in such a hurry? And it's like, well, yeah, it's not, there's a reason. It's because it was just fun to do. They were enjoying it. And like that story to think about it. It's just they were having fun. And I look out in nature and I'm like, okay, I'm seeing two hedgehogs going at it, two female hedgehogs. And I'm like, okay, they're having fun. Do I need to dig into this further than that? Do I need to find a social utility? Do I need to find an adaptive thing? Or can things with brains enjoy stimulating those brains in all sorts of ways, No.
What you say is so true. And you see it outside of the discussion about like sexual behavior as well. Like, it's like, I see so much brutalistic language to describe like, oh, the chimpanzee makes forward reverse chuffing sounds when stimulated by a friend
Yes.
or conspecific or whatever. It's like, no, it's laughing. I know what you want to call it, and I know you don't want to risk the anthropomorphization, and there is the risk of anthropomorphization for sure. That's a risk that exists, but at the same time, we are also apes. We are also social mammals. So it's like, how do you draw the line between it's like, okay, we're imposing what we do on them versus we do the thing that they've been also doing for tens of millions of years. Can we just call a spade sometimes? Like, can we just say, okay, they're laughing, or they're playing pranks, or they're politicking, or they're having sex for fun, right? Like, this is just something that's a part of being a social animal, which we are. We need to take a step off the pedestal every now and again, and like own that. I think so. I agree.
I wonder if there's room for that in the future of literature, to like just have that as an alternative hypothesis. That's like, even if that isn't the way that we want to go all the time, at least just having it as a footnote, as a thing. It's just like, it could be this, and it could have all these reasons, or also maybe they just did it to do it. And like, whether you have the difference in the paper, either they're blowing off steam or they're just blowing off Steve, and it could be either one. And here's the evidence for both, and like, it's whatevs. And then here's the data that I've collected, and here's why it matters to me. And like, just treat it like any other scientific paper, where you just include that in the discussion of like, here's what this could be. You know what I mean?
There's such a good paper that I want to recommend everybody who's listening, who's like, oh, I want to learn more about this. It's reassessing the adaptationist paradigm. And I believe it was published in the JHE, but it's about how we do exactly this. Like, we try to find purpose for absolutely everything that humans do, when sometimes the purpose is we're goofy little guys. Sometimes we do stuff that's weird, and sometimes we do it because we enjoy it, and sometimes we do it because we're mad and we want to blow off, steam, or sometimes we want to blow off Steve, like Forrest said, right? Like, it's like there's a million different reasons why individuals do things, and what evolutionary biology's job is to try to identify trends in populations. And I think that we sometimes do so at our peril, and I think Forrest would agree with that. Like, I think we need to be a little bit careful, and sometimes it's okay to say it might be A, it might be B. We're going to operate under that it's A, but it's always the possibility that this is not adaptationist and that the critters are just being critters, which is cool.
I'm looking up, there's a really good paper, and I'm trying to find a free version of it. It's Monk et al. 2019. I have it on my phone because I just texted it to a friend a little bit ago. Here it is. I got a good link for it. This is an alternative hypothesis for the evolution of same-sex sexual behavior in animals. Monk et al. From 2019. I'm putting in the chat right now. And this was one of my favorites, published in Nature, Ecology, and Evolution. And it's talking about what I mentioned during the call about like how this is the ancestral state, non-specific, non-discriminatory sexual behavior. And their last line in their concluding remarks, their whole concluding remarks is only 2 paragraphs long, but the last couple of lines, like, they go fucking hard on like the fact that we are treating this as a weird thing and that we're spending so much time on this. It just shows where our biases are, and it's not good science, and it's just heteronormative. It's heteronormative Eurocentric bullshit, like leading us down a dark path of ignorance. And it hinders social progress and scientific progress. And I love what they say in that paper. So check that out, everybody, if you want to read a really cool thing.
Do it. Let's switch gears. We have another theist caller, and I'm excited about this question. So we actually have 2 other theist callers, and we have a whole horde of wonderful atheist and agnostic callers on the line. So
before we go, I do want to point out we are an hour in, and we've taken, I think, 2 calls. We're doing really good.
No,
we're doing really good.
We're having good conversations. I think we're killing it. I think that we have been so expedient so far. Like, we're doing a really good job.
That wasn't a complaint. I'm pointing like we're doing awesome. We're killing it.
We're making great time. So our next caller, this caller is Dylan, pronouns he, him. He's from the UK. He's a theist. He asks a question: if consciousness evolved through natural selection, and if it's not a gradual process, you either have it or you don't, then how does evolution account for consciousness? I immediately have a thought on this, so I'm going to try to keep my mouth shut. Dylan, can you hear us? And would you like to expound on that a little bit?
Yeah, hi guys. Forrest might know who I am already. I called in yesterday.
Yep.
I just want to apologize for the abrupt ending last night. I just didn't have time to continue that conversation, but yeah, thank you for having me on again. All right, yeah. So, which part of the question didn't make sense? I guess I don't know how to expand on it, to be honest.
No, it totally makes sense. I like to give callers sometimes a chance to like elaborate a little bit on like where they're coming from, just because sometimes it's hard with the screener to like get your entire position out in a single sentence.
Yeah.
But if you want to just get into it, we can do that too, because I have an immediate thought, and I imagine Forrest will sort of concur on this. So I'm going to get this out there.
I've got some.
I don't agree with the premise that consciousness is either you have it or you don't. I don't think of it
Yep.
as binomial or binary, rather. I think of it as a gradient. I think I can support that with a host of literature, that consciousness is something that is present in some really basal organisms, and it's certainly not the same type of consciousness that we see in humans, but it's something that's familiar. And I think we can track that almost in the same way that we track eye spots into the evolution of eyes as we move up through organisms.
It's literally what I'm taking notes and writing down right now. By the way, Erika, can you see the Discord?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Can do. Yep.
Yeah. You know what? I'll just quickly like explain the question really quick. I don't know, just as a like, because I don't know how to reply to what you said. So maybe we'll see what happens after I explain this. So I think that evolution basically tells us that traits or properties of certain species, they are gradually evolved. So for example, you know, creatures don't just gain flight. They have to like slowly evolve wings to kind of be efficient flyers, or we could talk about like hearing or sight, right? Like an eye in its most primitive form was not very well developed, but yes, some sight is better than none, and so that trait
So
was
Dylan,
selected for and
if I
then
may,
eventually developed.
yeah, so if I may, I would propose that that's precisely what we see with consciousness, right? Is that consciousness is selected for because the ability to assess your surroundings and react to it is like hugely beneficial to an organism. That's something that is immediately going to see heavy directional selection for. And I would propose that consciousness, as we understand it, doesn't exist as like this singular type. Like, I don't think anybody out there would look at their dog and say that your dog isn't conscious at all. Like, it has no ability to assess its surroundings. And yet, there's also no one out there who would say that a dog is on the human level of like reasoning and consideration. Like, I don't think, I love my dogs. Some of my dogs are brilliant. Some of my dogs are idiots. I do not think that any of my dogs are like, as they're dreaming at night, like trying to ponder the meaning of life. Does that mean that they're not conscious? Hell no. I don't think that's defensible, right? Like my dogs think they plan to some degree, right? They experience the whole suite of emotions. They politic amongst one another. They play tricks on me and they play tricks on one another. And they're living organisms that respond in dynamic ways to the world around them. To say that they're not conscious, I think, is to grossly underestimate other organisms on this planet. And that's not even that's talking about canids, right? Like, let alone including primates and cetaceans and proboscideans and corvids and all of these other animals that are capable of basically, I would propose everything that humans are capable of, but to a different degree, right? Like, to echo Darwin, I don't think that there exists a categorical difference between humans and any other organism and the rest of tree of life, I guess I should say.
I agree with that, by the way.
Although people push back on that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I completely agree with basically everything you said there. I guess where we disagree probably is that it's a binary. So maybe we could talk about that. So the way I define consciousness is that there is awareness happening, like there is something it is like to be that creature that has consciousness. If there's like an experience, then there's consciousness. And so I don't see how it can't be a binary, because you can't be half conscious, because if there is any like awareness at all, then you're conscious. But
So,
well, if
yeah.
that's
Dylan,
how you want
are
to
you?
define consciousness, then almost everything is, would be my
Yeah, I was
thought.
I was
Sorry,
going to
Could
go
you
say
ahead.
that.
repeat
Like,
that?
are you familiar with the fact that there are different types of memory, different like levels and layers to how like memory works?
I don't think so. I think you're gonna have to explain that to me.
So memory is not the same thing as consciousness, but I think it's a pretty damn big part of it, especially like how you're going to use your consciousness. If you didn't have
Yeah,
any kind of memory whatsoever, if you didn't have any memory whatsoever, you could be as conscious as you want, but you would just be taking in raw data all the time with no context whatsoever. Consciousness would be largely meaningless in that case. However, if you have some sort of a storage module where you can like use that data to then do things with your life on purpose, that's a little bit more in line of what I would call consciousness, or what I would ascribe as conscious behaviors. Um, However, there are different types of memory. There's working memory, which is just using the knowledge of what's around you to do stuff. It doesn't actually have the same kind of behaviors associated with it as short term memory does, which is like remembering names and phone numbers and dates and people and things like that. You just know that this is where the food is, and so you go there. And we've seen that in spiders and shit. Like arthropods have shown working memory, which you could train them with. And so, like, trainability is probably a good indication of consciousness. There's also episodic memory, episodic being events that happen to you, and keeping those events in order and remembering positive and negative events, and what kind of consequence you want out of a certain action. Semantic memory being like just general knowledge of the world that you can then use to build new knowledge of new situations. I know that fire is hot, and I know that it's warm, and and light comes out of it. Therefore, when I'm in this novel situation of being cold and dark, I can go to my semantic memory. I can take this data that I have from elsewhere and know, okay, I can build fire this way, and that's going to make me warm and add light and things like that. And that's a survival thing. So there's these different types of memory, these different layers of what memory is. And we see these different types of memory in different values across different taxa. So like, for example, I said spiders, for example, have working memory. I don't think they have a semantic memory to go off. I don't know of any data about that. And I certainly don't think there's any data about them remembering names, faces, and phone numbers. But then also, like, we know that they have dreams. There's some where we have pretty damn good evidence that they have dreams. There was this really cool study showing that spiders, they have rapid eye movement stage of sleep. And so, like, what are they dreaming about? If working memory, I don't know how working memory produces a dream. I only know how semantic memory would produce a dream. But maybe I'm oversimplifying. I'm not a psychologist, you know? And so, like, what I'm saying is there's consciousness isn't just an on-off switch. If you want to boil it down to its super duper most basic level and say that either exists or it doesn't, therefore it's binary, then as Erika just said, you can apply that to damn near any living thing. Meanwhile, if you want to actually dig into what consciousness is and what it does and how it operates and the effects that it has on the world around it, then yeah, it's pretty hard to get away from the argument that it's a gradient and that it's something that you either have more of, less of, that you can use in this way or that way. And while that certainly doesn't take away from the consciousness of something like an ant, it certainly doesn't put the ant's consciousness as the same on the same level as human consciousness, because we both have consciousness. Therefore, it's the same kind of consciousness doing the same thing. Does that make sense?
I think I followed what you said, and just correct me if I make any mistakes here. I do feel like, so just to clarify, I do think insects and lower life forms, I even think plants are conscious. So we don't need to.
You
we
also
don't need to refer to,
you also
like,
think the whole
life
universe is
forms,
consciousness, if I remember from yesterday.
yeah, yeah.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, so
Well,
Dylan and I
we don't have
spoke
to go into
yesterday, and
that
if I remember, Dylan and I spoke yesterday, and if I remember, you also believe that the entire universe is conscious, and that you are also an idealist, and you believe that consciousness is what creates physical reality around us. So, like, we're gonna have to be careful when we're talking about this, because Erika and I are going to stick to what we have, a scientific explanation for and evidence for, and like it's very easy to slip off of that.
Yeah, and I don't want to go into that because we exhausted that yesterday. There's no point in it. I think we have an interesting conversation going right now, and I'd rather just not go back into that because I don't think the viewers would find that interesting, and it's just a tiresome
that's probably it's a smart idea. We'll stick to not going back to that. Dylan,
I'm
give
good
us
with
some
that.
thoughts on what we've said so far.
I'd like to reply to. Sorry. Continue. I cut you off there.
No, it's go ahead.
I'd like to reply to what Forrest said. So it seems to me like you were listing. So when you were talking through the types of memory, it seemed to me like what you're describing is instances where consciousness is useful for survival. Would you disagree or agree with that assessment of
that wasn't what I was describing
memory
necessarily, but that is, I guess, the inevitability of it is that it is a survival tool. But like, that wasn't what I was getting at. But you could take it that way without having to split too many hairs. So I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I guess like I feel like you were talking about the types of memory and how they are useful to certain situations. But we don't have to get into the weeds there. So the distinction I would like to draw is between how consciousness, yes, it's undoubtedly useful to an organism, but it doesn't address the fact that evolved traits don't switch on instantaneously. So, for example, like we could talk about, there's a very famous video of Richard Dawkins explaining to like a creationist like how the eyeball evolved. I don't know if you guys are aware of this video.
So
I don't know about the video, but I know how eyes evolved.
Yeah, I know Richard Dawkins' argument. He makes the same argument in I believe it's The Greatest Show on Earth. But some evolutionary traits are immediate and offer an immediate, like, complete benefit. Some of them aren't, but some of them are. I had a conversation on someone else's channel just the other day about the de novo antifreeze protein that exists in cold water cods. Right? This is a duplication of an existing gene that then experienced a series of point mutations that gave its blood the quality of antifreeze. At no point was it a little bit antifreeze-like or, kind of like a half antifreeze protein, right? It was no antifreeze protein, antifreeze protein. That's a massive physiological change that happened in a population of fish that gave it an enormous fitness benefit, so it now can exploit all sorts of resources in an environment it previously couldn't survive in. So to kind of cut you off at the pass here, there are absolutely characteristics that are immediate and confer an immediate benefit.
I also just want to point out that if you are going to die on the hill of saying that evolutionary traits don't just switch on, that they have a gradual thing, that goes against your earlier point saying that consciousness is a strict binary and that there isn't a gradient to it. There would necessarily be a gradient if that's how you're going to view evolution.
That's a good point.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean, Forrest, but I think that was an interesting point said earlier. Wait one sec. I think so. With the antifreeze, was it antifreeze? What was the terminology there? I don't want to embarrass myself.
Yes. It's a type of glycoprotein, but it gives the blood an antifreeze-like quality.
Love glycoproteins.
And that was just that was the result of a random mutation that just happened to do well.
Yes, not a random mutation that happened to do well, but a random mutation, and I will be careful on my words here, a probabilistic mutation that occurred in a population that could then exploit that type of variation. Right? Like if that antifreeze protein had showed up in tropical wrasses, it might have drifted to fixation, it might have drifted to extinction, who knows? But it wouldn't be conferring any kind of fitness benefit to an organism that's never exposed to cold water conditions.
Okay, so let's accept everything you said, just for the sake of.
Dylan, if
Is-
you don't buy what I'm saying, I can provide the literature for you for
No,
sure.
no,
But so I do
buy-
appreciate the acceptance, but I wouldn't be peddling you, nonsense here.
No, I understand. I don't think you're lying to me. I completely believe you. I would just say that, like, okay, so would we say that, is it like, what's a word for when you think something is believable? Is there a word for that?
Like if it's
Like,
plausible or if it's reasonable.
Yeah, plausible.
Yeah.
Plausible, thank you. So would it be
Thank you,
plausible to
Forrest.
think that consciousness, like, just randomly, or not randomly, but probabilistically evolve, just kind of like in a single mutation?
Well, to me, consciousness isn't that far a cry from like basic response stimulus, which, single cellular organisms are capable of doing. I mean, I would argue from my personal opinion and my personal perspective that humans and everything with consciousness, that consciousness, maybe even itself as an emergent property, is a super complicated response stimulus machine.
Right.
So yeah,
but wouldn't that,
absolutely
like,
could, with a
wouldn't-
single mutation, confer. I mean, assuming that you're going from something that is not conscious at all, like you agree that plants have some degree of consciousness. So I can't even conceive of an organism, if we're including plants, with their level of response stimulus that has no level of consciousness, of awareness of its situation, just because awareness of your situation is kind of critical for maintaining homeostasis, which is like one of the principles of life. So
but
actually,
the
like
thing is,
that's actually
like,
kind of I'm going to be honest, that's kind of a sticking point with me. What isn't conscious? If maintaining homeostasis counts as a type of consciousness, which I would propose that since we're counting a lot of response stimulus machines as a type of consciousness to the degree that we see in plants, what wouldn't be conscious?
yeah, so I don't think consciousness is defined by some response to your environment. I think when you talk about like response to stimulus, we can give a mechanistic account of that kind of behavior. So, like, for example, with plants, or like we can talk about auxin and like this movement of hormones, and it kind of like mechanistically implies that like light will, or that the plants will move towards light, I guess. But like that's a mechanistic account that doesn't require consciousness within the explanation. So we can deal with
So in
all of
that
the
case,
behavior
though,
of these kind of biological creatures, and we don't have to invoke
Dylan,
consciousness at all. We don't have to.
where does consciousness emerge? So if that's mechanistic, but you ascribe plants some degree of consciousness, what do plants do that you would consider to be conscious?
Right. So I would draw a distinction between. So I don't think consciousness is linked to behavior towards the environment. So
But that's not an
I
answer
don't
to my
think you
question. What
need.
do plants do that you think is conscious? Like what makes you think plants have a degree of consciousness? I'm not disagreeing. I'm asking what's convinced you.
Okay. I just I just want to quickly note we're straying away from the original topic because this will lead us down a rabbit hole if I answer. But okay, really quickly,
Well,
I think
but
all
Dylan, kind
metabolites.
of, but also not really, because we have to be able to know what we're talking about when we say consciousness, if we're having a conversation about consciousness. And it's difficult for me to understand what your definition of consciousness is if you're grouping plants into the organisms that are capable of it.
Yeah, so my definition of consciousness is just if there is anything it is like to be some creature or something, then it is conscious. If they have some kind of experience, then it's conscious. That's how I would define it. Would
How
you
is
have
a
a problem with
response to
that?
a stimulus not fitting that definition?
Well, because you can respond to stimuli without being conscious. Like I don't think consciousness is like a necessary.
What was the definition of consciousness that you just gave a minute ago, though? Being aware
It's
of your environment. So awareness for plants, given their sensory organs, given the types of sensory organs that they have, is pretty limited to when they are responding to a stimulus. So if plants are capable of consciousness, then responding to a stimulus is a type of consciousness. Like, we wouldn't be down this rabbit hole if you hadn't alluded to thinking plants are conscious earlier. And that kind of threw me through a loop because I don't know what we're talking about when we're talking about consciousness anymore.
You've also said a couple of times that experience, like the ability to have an experience, is consciousness. Like you equated that to consciousness. You said that's like the fundamental groundwork of that. And so I went ahead and I just wrote up like a model. I'm not saying this is right, but just like a theoretical model of how in 4 simple steps you would then evolve consciousness based on that framework. And it also does include plants. And it also shows that consciousness would be a gradualistic thing. I'm happy to go over it with you, but I prefer you to answer Erica's question first, but then we can get to this if you'd like.
I mean, I'd love to hear it. I'm not sure.
Why don't you answer Erica first, and then I'll get to my thing.
Let's Dylan. Do you think that you can answer the question, what makes plants conscious, for me? And then if you can't, then we'll move on to Forrest.
Okay. So this is how I'll answer your question, Erica. Sorry. I don't think anything makes consciousness, right? So I think matter is a representation of consciousness, and that plants are a specific type of representation of conscious
activity.
So Dylan,
I'm with you. Like I'm actually not really with you, but like I can kind of see where this is going. Let me rephrase this. What is an observation you can make of plants that makes you think that they are like representing consciousness? What is an observation you can physically make or measure or whatever that leads you to that conclusion? Again, I'm not arguing that plants are conscious. I'm asking what's convinced you that they are.
Wow, this is okay. So it starts from looking at what I am. I am matter. I am metabolizing, and I have my own specific type of consciousness. And the rest of the arguments will depend on thinking about things like the hard problem of consciousness and why materialism is an inefficient or insufficient account of reality. And so I have to like posit consciousness as some kind of fundamental property. And because I'm made of matter, and my matter represents my conscious experiences. You touch my arm, I feel it. If you touch I don't.
I'm sorry. No, I'm interrupting you, and I know that's not cool, and I don't like being interrupted. So I apologize for doing this to you. And my light just fell. My light's got consciousness, and it got sick of hearing us go back and forth. So I'm going to answer this. I'm going to say this really quick. Then I'm going to fix my light, and I'm going to fix this. Punt this to Forrest. I think we're at an impasse here because to me this sounds very similar to presuppositional apologetics. This sounds like if you presume that consciousness is this foundational ethereal thing, then you can ascribe it to a lot of different critters and organisms that you cannot empirically say do or do not have it. And so for me, that's when I check out. Like once we're dipping our toes into this, like kind of, for lack of a better term, like woo territory where we can't actually do any empirical work or hypothesis testing or whatever. That ceases to be a place where I like to operate. I don't think I can add anything to that conversation. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, thank you for our brief rapport, and I'm going to give it to Forrest. Forrest, go ahead.
How do I empirically show that anyone else other than myself is conscious? How do I empirically show that?
Yeah, so yesterday you told me you weren't a solipsist, and now you're dipping your toes into solipsism, which is weird. And funny enough, dipping your toes goes back to our differences in sexuality conversation a little while ago. So I'm just going to go through a different thing entirely because, frankly, like hearing you talk about this as if we have to start with the assumption that you're making that materialism is insufficient and all this stuff, I'm not here for it because that's an entirely different conversation. My model is entirely materialistic, and I will now break down. Again, I'm going to stress this. I'm not saying this is true. I'm not saying this is how this works, but this is an idea. This is just one potential model for how consciousness could evolve in 4 easy stages, similar to the eye evolution thing you talked about earlier, how we know that light is just a resource, and you start with photosensitive cells, and then you bend them into a cup, and then you get a lens, and blah, blah, blah. Similar thing here. So you start with the fact that one of the hallmarks of life is response to stimuli. That's actually one of the 7 things that we use to qualify whether or not something is alive. So response stimuli being there, we can now even apply that to plants. We have photonastic movement in flowers, which you alluded to, plants that turn to face the sun. That's called photonastic movement. We see sunflowers turn to face the sun. They're certainly not thinking about that. That is just a response to stimuli out there. We then have stage 2, which is implicit consciousness, which is, implicit unconscious responses that involve more detailed motor responses than just turning and face the sun. For example, there's a lot of protists out there that respond to suction. When they feel suction, they swim in the opposite direction so they don't get eaten. And you can see that with a pipette. You can create suction in a little a bit of pond water and see the protist swimming away from your pipette. Protists certainly don't have brains, anything even close to a brain that you could relate to or could talk about. But they are responding to stimuli in a very active, animalistic way. So that's stage 2. You have implicit unconscious responses. Number 3, you then bring that a little bit further and bring it into hunting and resource gathering behavior, movement to or away from chemical signals. So you have hunting behavior, you have life preservation behavior. You see this in bacteria and single cell organisms all the time. Certainly things that are not conscious, certainly things that do not have anything close to a brain, single-celled organisms, just like protists, that are moving to or away from chemical signals, even sometimes sacrificing their life in response to those chemical signals in order to protect their group. We see this a lot in certain bacteria that will produce cytotoxins at the expense of their own lives in response to chemical signals from other species of bacteria in order to create new living space for the rest of their population. Its population is group selection. It's altruism at a microscopic level. And then finally, we get to the 4th stage, which is if you do that enough and on a big enough scale, you now have explicit conscious decision making, which involves the episodic and semantic memory that I talked about earlier. That explicit consciousness would require more than simple working memory, and it would require a general knowledge of the world that you can then use to build new knowledge in novel situations, which is totally based on that same response to chemical signals. That's the 4 stages of conscious development. Again, I don't think that's how it happened, but that is just a model of gradualistic evolution being applied to consciousness in a total materialistic way that does not require brains on almost any level. I just did the thing that you said was impossible a little while ago.
Well, I definitely disagree with your account, but I appreciate it.
Which part?
Well,
So
hold on.
do you think that-
Yeah, Dylan. Which
Wait,
part?
could I-
We got to
could I
dissect that
reply?
because I hold on just a sec, Dylan. Hold on just a sec. Because this is important, right? Like Forrest went to the work to come up with this nice flow chart of like how you could theoretically do the thing that you said you
And I
couldn't
appreciate
create
it.
steps for. So my question for you, hold on, Dylan. I'm almost done. What part do you disagree with?
I don't see why, why any of those processes can't be done in a purely mechanistic way. Like, why would there have to be something that is like to be a system to complete any of the tasks Forrest mentioned? That would be my objection.
They can be done. The whole point is that they can be done in a completely mechanistic way.
Yeah.
Every single
was
one
the
of those
point.
is entirely
Right.
mechanistic, materialistic, and guided by the laws of chemistry and physics.
Right. So then, so my question is like, so how does consciousness, phenomenality, how does that kind of fit into that picture?
You jump back to phenomenology and like we discussed yesterday, that's not so. Even in this model, that would then just be the next stage. Everything that I just described here, you could apply phenomenology to and make a good argument for it, or you could make a stage 5. I gave you 4 stages. Stage 5 could be pondering the universe and calling into the line, and it would
that's
still
what I
be
mean
the
by
same thing.
Phenomenology. Like you could imagine like some system, some like I don't know, like a rock. Like imagine being a rock. Like there's nothing it is like to be a rock. It would have no perspective, right? So my question is,
I disagree.
so in that 5, four-step system. You disagree with that?
You said there's nothing
With
like
the
being
rock.
a rock. I think that there's no significant difference between what it's like to be a rock and what it's like to be a piece of metal and what it's like to be an entire planet. There's no difference in if
I
you have
agree.
something that isn't conscious and another thing that isn't conscious.
No, but there
Also-
is a difference between being a rock or a planet and a cat or a human, right?
Yes, but that's not what you said.
There's a difference.
So, Dylan,
Sorry?
the thing that Forrest said earlier, though, is apt, right? Like, you could add a fifth step to that, the phenomenological, to, I think, therefore, I wonder about the world around me, right? I look for explanations for why the things that happen to me and to, my friends and family happen, or natural phenomena I try to seek an explanation for. Like, humans have been doing that since the inception of our species. Other organisms do seem to appear to do that. So, to that point, what about that precludes a mechanistic explanation?
I think that there's probably a mechanistic explanation for all animal behavior. So I agree
Including
that
humans?
yes, you can mechanistically explain pretty much everything.
Cool.
I would say. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, is that a mechanistic explanation will only tell you about the behavior of a system. It'll tell you what it will do. It doesn't tell you anything about the phenomenality. It won't tell you, oh, and by the way, with this behavior, this velocity, and the positions of all these particles, this particle has momentum x and so on. That you're not gonna get consciousness out of that. You're only gonna get behavior of a system. But I hate that we're talking about this, because I kind of went into this yesterday, and I know people hate me for this.
I worry though that you're sort of blending where we can apply a naturalistic explanation and where we can't. Like, most of what you said, like whether we're talking about whatever particles and momentum and things of that nature, like we can talk about those kinds of things mechanistically, naturalistically. You say that we can explain all of animal behavior, including humans, mechanistically. I tend to agree, right? Now, we can ask these questions about, like, okay, is there anything more than just that? I don't know the answer to that question, but I can't answer it using science. I can't apply the scientific method to it. And so, to be perfectly frank, I don't feel comfortable speculating in any meaningful way about it. Like, we can't know. We don't know, and we can't know. And if it is, in fact, sort of imposing an effect on the system in which we live in, I can't puzzle about what that might even be, right? Like, there's no hole in our naturalistic understanding that it's like, oh, well, that's the spot that we simply have to appeal to something more, something that is unseen, something that is unexplainable and inexplicable and unable to be put under the scrutiny of the scientific method, which is why I take the perspective that I do, which is like, if I can't investigate it using the scientific method, that's like above my pay grade. Like, I can't say shit about that, and I'm not going to try. Forrest?
Yeah, I think it's bizarre that you would say that consciousness is not simply the behavior of a system, and that you would try to draw a distinction between saying, like, yeah, we can explain all the particles doing this and that and the other thing, and we can make a completely deterministic model of, like, what brains are going to do, which I'm not sure I'm 100% sold on that, but even if that was the case, then that's just describing a system, and that isn't telling us what it feels like, what it means to be that thing, as if that has any bearing on reality or any bearing on like, if it has any meaning at all. Like, that's just describing the difference between objectivity and subjectivity. It's not really a scientific frontier that I am really concerned about at this moment. I'm curious to know what's the point of what you're saying, because it's very clear, given the fact that this is now the second time that I've spent more than 30 minutes talking to you about this, it's very clear that, like, we're gonna butt up against. I am also sorry about that. It's very clear that we're gonna butt up against this problem there's this hard problem of consciousness, and there's this phenomenological side, but it's not really a phenomenological side. And quite frankly, it seems like every time we address a point you make, you just move the goalposts somewhere else and then put them immediately back on. But also, you don't know what it means to feel like, to be a thing, to think about being a what. And it's just, I want to know what's the point of the argument? What are you trying to drive at? If you had a thesis statement here, what would it be? So we don't have to continue tap dancing around this.
Yeah, so, well, I originally called in because I wanted to talk about the evolutionary thing, but we got sidetracked. So, but I will say, because, look, I'm a recurring caller now, I probably should explain my whole goal here. No, I think materialism or physicalism is just absurd. It doesn't make any sense. It's nonsense, actually. And my argumentation is designed to try and show that actually materialism can't account for reality. But you guys made so many points that it's like I don't want to just reply to that. Like Erika made so many. She made a long statement there, and I'd like to reply to it, but I guess
go for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's the one in the driver's seat today, so she can decide if she wants to run the show. But like, I just want to point out, your original call was about natural selection and consciousness. Both Erika and I have addressed that thoroughly, so we didn't get sidetracked. We answered your question quite well, I think. At least she did. I was kind of pedantic, but like she really knocked it out of the park. And now we're on this other thing.
I don't think you were, Forrest. Like, I think I honestly, like, if I'm going to punt it to somebody for doing a better job of explaining how you get consciousness naturalistically, I'm going to punt it to you, Forrest, because you came up with a flow chart. You made a flow chart to explain it. So, Dylan, I don't think I was going to jump on the same exact thing. Hold on. I don't think that we got sidetracked. I think that we touched on precisely everything that needed to be touched on. We discussed the mechanistic nature of animal behavior, how it can all be explained by response stimulus. This is something that you agreed to. Then when we turned and asked, okay, well, what actually is consciousness? You couldn't give an answer. When I asked what makes a plant conscious, you couldn't give an answer. I can give a one-word answer as to why, or a one-sentence answer as to why I think which organisms are conscious and which ones aren't. Forrest gave, a series of sentences to explain that it's rooted in memory, right? Like, we can have this conversation, but over and over and over again, I asked, what makes a plant conscious? What makes that something that you would consider conscious? And we couldn't get an answer, which is why we pivoted to talking about a separate subject. Now, I can appreciate that you got this position and that you feel very strongly about it. But to be perfectly honest, I don't think that there's any more ground that we can tread here.
Okay, Erika and Forrest, you guys, I just want you guys to realize when you reply to me, you give me multiple points at a time, and then I reply to one, and then, I don't get a chance to respond to the other one.
There's a reason for that.
What do you think? Yeah, but let me just make this point, Erika. What do you want from me as a reason for why plants would be conscious? Are you expecting a mechanistic explanation, or what are you expecting from me when you ask that question? Because you probably don't know this. Forrest knows this. I'm an idealist. I think consciousness is fundamental, and so I don't think it requires explanation that certain things have consciousness. I think that certain things are just a representation of conscious state. So when you ask me for an explanation for why plants have consciousness, I need a better.
There is nowhere that I can take that. There's nowhere that Forrest can take that, right? Like, if you want to, like, again, I spend a lot of time arguing with creationists, so it's like I encounter presuppositionalists all the time. This is a presuppositionalist argument. You're saying if I presuppose that consciousness is something that is ethereal and cannot be measured and is intrinsic to everything that I feel like it's intrinsic to, what can I say to that? Nuh-uh, right? Like, I don't think that's worth your time or mine or Forrest or the audience's, because at that point it's just like, well, you're saying you're starting with you're correct and you're ending there, frankly.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm asking, what would you require as an explanation?
I would require an
Dylan-
example that isn't rooted in presupposition. That isn't because, like,
Yeah,
you're right. Erika did ask you what criterion would you expect to what are you measuring when you're saying that plants are conscious? What is the phenomenon that you were observing that allows you to make the claim that plants are conscious? Fucking burrito out of nowhere. But like she asked you a really good question that could have led down a really interesting discussion that we really could have parsed something out. And your answer essentially was, well, it's because I think they are. And I think everything is, and therefore they are too. And it's like, okay, that doesn't give us anything. If for example, we talk about like cell theory, right? It's cell theory. The first tenet of it is that all living things are made out of at least one or more cells. So one or more cells is required for any living thing. I have not measured every single living thing under a microscope to make sure that every single living thing is made out of one or more cells. But it just so happens that every damn time we put something under a microscope that's alive or was alive at one point, it's got some fucking cells in there. And so, like, that's just it's a model, and it's not a perfect situation, but like it stands up to reason. It wouldn't be reasonable for you to say, "How do you know that things are made of cells?" And I were just to respond to you. Hold on. It wouldn't be reasonable for you to ask me, "How do you know living things are made of cells?" And I just say, well, I'm pretty sure that cells are necessary for life. That's my worldview. Therefore, I know things are made of cells. That wouldn't be acceptable. I would have to give you some sort of data, even if that data is incomplete, necessarily incomplete. You can't measure every single conscious thing in the whole universe. You can't measure consciousness in a meaningful way in the beginning. That's the reason why it's a big problem in neuroscience. But you could give us some sort of data. You could give us some sort of data. And instead, what you continue to give us is, well, materialism is silly. And I believe this way. Therefore, it's that. And that is presuppositionalism. It doesn't work.
Oh, but it's not presuppositionalism. It's realizing that a certain account of reality just doesn't account for reality. Like there's certain facts, and materialism just doesn't. It doesn't.
You are also.
Of them.
And this is why a second ago you complained that we bring up several points and then we only let you get one out. What you just did is why that keeps happening. We are bringing up several points about what we're trying to parse out from you and what kind of answers we're looking for and how reality works as we as scientists understand it and the evidence that we have for what we understand. And when we pass the mic back to you, the first thing you say is something that is wholly unscientific and unprovable and rooted in your opinion, not in evidence or facts. And then we have to interrupt you and address that. So we're not just trying to cut you off here. We're trying to make sure that you don't take us down a 20-minute rabbit trail of Deepak Chopra level nonsense in order to get to your eventual point, which is just ideas are reality because I think so. It doesn't do any good, and it's a waste of everybody's time. I'm dying real soon, and I don't want to waste any more time listening to your beliefs. I want to listen to what evidence you have for what you're telling me. Do you have any evidence for this claim beyond I don't like materialism? Because X equals 0 isn't the same thing as Y equals 1. Even if we dismiss materialism, we don't get then to just assume de facto that plants are conscious.
Man, yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't know. I can't. There's nothing for me to say. There's just so many points. Yeah.
Dylan,
sorry,
come
guys.
on. That's not true. There's one point, and that is, please tell us what counts as conscious and how you get to that conclusion. But the problem is, as we've gone over, we're going to beat this horse to death a little bit more, turn it into a little puree right on my living room floor. But it's like, we keep having to come back to this concept that it's like, if you presuppose that consciousness is ethereal, then anything and everything that you feel like can be conscious, right? And it's like, and Forrest and I can't argue with that. There's nothing we can say that's going to be any kind of argument, because where you're coming from isn't a place of empiricism. And Forrest and I make empirical arguments. That's the kind of thing that we like to do around here. So while I appreciate the call, and I'm sorry you felt talked over, I truly do, but I think we're going to call it on this one, because I don't think that there's a place for us to go here. So Forrest, go
Also-
ahead.
Give
You
me
gotta.
10 seconds.
No, I also
reply,
just
and
want to
then-
point out an observation that I've made over the course of this call, and this is nothing to do with anything we're talking about, but it is something that Dylan should really think about. One observation that I've made is that Dylan lets me finish a point a whole fuck of a lot more than he lets Erika finish a point. He interrupts her quite a bit more than me, even just in that last thing.
I'm a raging
You interrupted her
misogynist.
a lot more.
Thank you, Forrest. Thank you for that
It
observation.
wasn't-
I hate Erika.
Wasn't
Just
calling you anything.
that-
Just wanted to point it out.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, very, very nice contribution. Yeah, no, I'm a
So,
misogynist.
Dylan,
I think it is an
we're gonna-
important one. I think it was an
gonna
important
play,
one, and I think the way that you handled that tells me a lot about what I was saying.
No,
We're gonna
actually,
play a charitable
no, the
game
way I
here
handled it is
because
like
I'm
you
gonna
would-
hold
you
on.
would
Come on, just a sec. I'm gonna have to
Ridiculous.
do some. I'm gonna have to be a mean jerk and mute somebody because I hate doing that, but people make me sometimes. Dylan, I'm gonna give you the 10 seconds that you want. I'm gonna be looking at my clock. I want you to tell us what you think, and then we're gonna move on to the next caller because we got a lot of calls to get through, and I genuinely, this is like an impasse that is impassable. Just gonna so I'm gonna tell you when you got the time. Go ahead, Dylan. Take your 10 seconds. Make a final statement, and we're gonna finish this bad boy.
All right. Yeah, Forrest kind of threw me off there. Jesus Christ, calling me a misogynist. Jesus. I don't really have much to say after that. He threw me off. So thank you guys. Thank you for your time. Yeah, fuck you, Forrest, you piece of shit. How dare you? Fuck you, piece of shit. Why would you even say
Thanks,
that?
Dylan.
Bye. See, and that's the thing. If you can't handle criticism, I just pointed out a thing. I didn't call him a misogynist. I just said, hey, you're exhibiting this behavior, which I think is noteworthy because it's been fucking an hour, like, what was that, 40 minutes on that call? And like, it's noteworthy.
30 something. Yeah, and what I'll say to that is that I try to tune that kind of shit out. There were a lot of people in the comments who were saying similar stuff. So, the odds that you guys are, and it's possible that it's not coming from that place. It's possible that he does, maybe it's me personally, and that's where it's coming from. I would love to believe that this is that instead of institutional. I would prefer that, to be perfectly honest. But, it would not be the first time that something like that had happened. So, I mean, I'm sorry. I know for those of you out there, maybe I should have called that earlier. Maybe we should have called that earlier. But, I was hoping we were going to get to a point there.
No, I wasn't gonna. It's just like, this is the second time that I've talked to this guy in as many days. And like yesterday, it was the same thing. It was just presupposition and this bullshit argument that if you just think the way I think, then you'll know that I'm right. And it's like, that's not how thinking works, dude. And what I noticed is that yesterday we were able to get a lot farther when it was me and Aaron talking. And here, literally, like, go back, dude. If you think I'm calling you a misogynist or whatever, go rewatch the call and notice that almost every single time Erika was speaking, you were interrupting her. Almost every time you would get to this point of frustration where you'd have to start talking over her. Even like little things, you were just interjecting little things. And with me, didn't happen nearly as much. Happened a couple of times, but not nearly as much. And so, like, that behavior that you exhibited when I pointed it out, that kind of like immediate irritability about that kind of knee-jerk reaction into name calling and cursing and all that. That's the kind of abusive, shitty behavior that tends to go along with misogyny. Again, not calling you a misogynist, not calling you that, pointing out a bad behavior that you were exhibiting that kind of pissed me off. And the way that you acted about it tells me a lot about where that behavior is coming from. It gives me some evidence that I don't like. But that isn't the point of the call. Just something that I'm frustrated with after 2 fucking days of talking to you.
The point of the call we did, like, that actually pissed me off quite a bit, was when he was like, oh yeah, like, we got sidetracked by the car. Brother, that was not a sidetrack. We continued down this road to its termination, and then we took a back road. Like, I I don't know how many more ways we could talk about the stepwise nature of something like consciousness. How many times you made a flowchart? You had to put gestures broadly to figure A. Like how many times do we have to go through that? I mean, like I just don't. And to the interrupting thing, you know, fortunately, I'm capable of talking over people, but I mean that sucks. Like it does suck, and I certainly hope that, as I said earlier, I hope it was more personal than it was, you know, misogyny, because that shit sucks. And it's, you know, obviously not. It doesn't lead to productive conversations. If you know, if because a woman is there, you feel like you can't hash it out with somebody, you might need to do some reassessments that are more than just are plants conscious, but. You know,
I do want to point out, though, it makes sense that somebody who thinks that consciousness is fundamental would be that emotional. That kind of tracks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If emotions are all you have, then you fly off like that.
And the thing that sucks is that there actually are so many good, interesting conversations to have about like this problem of consciousness, right? I mean, normally when I bust, you know, up with theists on this kind of conversation, it's because they're like, oh, well, humans are special in their consciousness. And it's like that you can really chip away at, because I don't think you can make that case. But this idea of like, okay, well, what is this experience that we're having right now? Like, is it emergent? Is it truly only rooted in you know, mechanistic processes? And it's like I have arguments that we could make on all of that, but we couldn't do that because we're too busy talking about if plants are conscious and not getting an answer for whether or not plants are conscious and how you can tell. It's like the basiest level definition. Can we please agree on what it is that what the hell we're talking about? But then that's
or at least
but what can you do?
Give your evidence at least. Like there's. I think it is important to point out that like the whole idealism versus materialism thing, there's a reason it's a big debate in philosophy departments, right? 100%. There's a reason. Yes. And I don't think that, you know, a bunch of fucking, you know, professional philosophers who sit down and their whole job is to think about shit like this. I don't think that they're all just sitting there with their arms crossed going, no, it's thoughts, no, it's not thoughts, it's atoms, no, it's thoughts, no. I don't think that's the case. I think there's some actual conversation going on there. And I am so unequipped to be a part of that conversation, dude. I am so dumb when it comes to like philosophical arguments. It is not my jam. That guy could have taken us for a fucking walk. He could have really like explained some really interesting stuff that I would have been unequipped to answer, that I would have had a lot of fun talking about, that we could have all learned something, and maybe we would have still disagreed, but we would have had a really interesting discussion. But instead, we had to keep running up against this wall of like, what do you define as consciousness? Everything. How do you make that assessment? Because I do. And well, here's what I think. And then depending on which one of us is speaking, maybe we don't get to say what we think. Maybe we're going to have to talk over something. And it's dude, it had such potential to be really interesting. And instead it was just this guy fucking jerking himself off again because that was the whole time it was yesterday. It was just this dude sitting here talking about how materialism can't explain anything. How do you make that assessment? Well, because it can't. Okay. Where do we go from there?
Like truly, you couldn't have like represented our situation better. Like we are rolling with disadvantage on philosophy talk. That is neither. You just said that's not your strong suit. Same. The level of knucklehead that I am with regard to philosophy, people start throwing out like philosophy 101 like undergrad terms, and I'm like, whoa, slow down there, cowboy. Man. Let's back it up.
Yeah.
Can we define these terms a little bit? Because I don't know what the hell we're talking about. Like, you could run circles around us. Like, somebody can come on here and bust at least my chops in a major way if we're having a philosophy conversation, because I'm a stupid idiot who only knows like empirical stuff about primatology. Like that's where, and that's why I talk about that, because I don't like to talk about stuff that I'm an idiot on most of the time. So it's like,
yes,
we could run circles around, but instead, you're right. We had to go down the same old rabbit hole of the presuppositionalist argument, which is I'm right because I say that I'm right. And we can't go anywhere with that. And I've had it up to here with presuppositionalist conversations lately because it's a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time. It's a waste of the audience's time. And you guys can blame me for that conversation because I was unaware of the history there and was like, a conversation about conscience. This should be what fun we'll have.
I'm glad we took the call. I really am glad we took the call, because the end, like the first thing Dylan said when he was on the call was that he's sorry he had to run yesterday. He had some stuff come up. what actually happened was Aaron and I thoroughly detailed out like why what he was saying made no sense. And if you go back and watch the end of that call, Dylan and everybody else watching should go back and watch the end of that call. What happens is there's about 5 to 10 seconds of Dylan just going, well, you see, the thing is, what you don't, and then I draw a penis on a whiteboard and then he hangs up. And that's actually how that call ended. And so, like,
Well, at least that sounds like
if he
fun.
had to go, yes, if he actually had something that he had to go do, certainly didn't give us the courtesy of saying, I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to table this conversation. I'll call you back tomorrow. Just hung up after stammering for 10 seconds and us making fun of him. So, like, I think what happened is he got more into his feels than into the reels, and he had to call in and take out that frustration on a 40 fucking minute conversation where we can't agree on whether or not plants are conscious. That's what happened.
Like, you're gonna call in with two people who are in fucking academia, and you're gonna say, I'm not here to make an empirical argument. I'm here to make a I'm right because I'm right argument, and I just presume that plants are consciousness or have consciousness, and like all of this random shit also has consciousness, but not rocks. And I wanted to ask, why not rocks? If we can't define what consciousness is, why can't a rock be conscious? Obviously, it's not, because that's stupid. But like, why not? You know, that's the point.
Well, and
of these
also,
conversations.
that also goes against what, like, I understand you didn't see the conversation yesterday, but like yesterday, he was saying that the whole goddamn universe is conscious. And at a certain point, he said several times during this call that what we, like, all physical reality that we see is like an emergent, he hates emergent properties, but he was like saying it's like a representation of consciousness is what physical reality is. And he couldn't answer the question that I asked, which was, if we eradicated all conscious beings from the universe, would the universe still exist? He couldn't cover that. And so, like, I think he did think rocks were conscious, or at least represented some sort of consciousness. But then also, I know from experience that he would not have admitted that rocks were made of atoms either. So, like, fuck, man, I don't know what to tell you.
God.
Like, it's
like,
weird.
no, that honestly, like, we reached the I don't know what to tell you point, like, probably 27 or 28 minutes into that conversation. Like, really.
And then we went,
like,
and then we doubled the time. We went again.
We doubled the time. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, we need a palate cleanser. That was a little too much for me. And God, it's a layup. up. The philosophy topics are a layup with us, and you can't even do whatever. Okay,
It's rough. It's real rough, bro.
Real rough. Okay, let's see. We got a couple of theist callers. Wow, we do. We have 3 theist callers. All right.
Ooh, girl.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Let me just do a quick checkaroo, and make sure that I'm not crossing any other lines here. Okay. We have a caller, my wonderful atheist callers. Thank you. There's 3 of you. You guys have been waiting for a long time. If you stick around, we're going to hopefully
You
circle
will continue
back.
to wait for a long time.
You will continue to wait for a long time because we do have 3 theist callers. I'm really sorry. And I really like a lot of these questions. They're really good. So, stick around if you can stomach it. In the meantime, we're going to go with our next theist caller who's on the line, who's been waiting for about 44 minutes. This is Yaz, pronouns he, him. He's from Ireland. And he has a question I think we can hopefully answer quickly, but in actuality won't. Do atheists believe in objective morality? So Yaz, you're on SkepTalk. Can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Tell us a little bit more about your question.
Okay, great. God, that last call was so tiring. Sorry, my brain is like melted now. Anyway, so I think actually the question, I may have like misspoke, but it's all kind of part of the same conversation. I actually think the question, like, do you believe in objective morality? It's kind of played out. I don't think it's a very accurate question for anybody. I think it's more like, do you believe in morality? And what is the origin of morality? Why does it exist? How do we quantify its existence? I think just morality as a general topic is interesting, as opposed to like objective,
Sure.
like my morality is right, here's wrong. It's too nuanced. So what's your atheistic opinion on morality?
You want to go first? You want me to?
You got this one. You go first.
Sure. So I'm going to give you 2 things. I'm going to talk about I'm just taking notes to make sure I get in my head. So I'm going to give you two things. One is morality in terms of evolution, and two is like my sort of objective standard for morality that I use that I think is useful to me. But again, that is just for me. So even though it's an objective standard for me, it is my subjective opinion on it. The first thing is the evolutionary standpoint. When we look out into the animal kingdom, we see ethical behavior and what we could construe as moral behavior. This is at risk of anthropomorphizing those behaviors and those animals. But like even just putting that caveat aside, we see fairness and equality and group kin selection and group selection. We see in rats and mice, you put them in a cage with another little friend who's trapped in an even smaller cage. They will go out of their way to liberate their little friend, even if it sacrifices a food reward or something like that. We see empathy and like empathetic pain in rats and mice, and like how they feel or at least act like they're feeling the pain of their loved ones and siblings and cage mates and things like that. And the longer they know somebody, the more they exhibit those behaviors. In even dogs, we see they understand fairness. They really only tend to care if it's being unfair to them. There's plenty of experiments with primates where they will have two primates in two cages next to each other, and they have them do the same task, and they get unequal rewards. One of them gets fruit, the other one gets a little cucumber, something like that. And the one who gets cucumber will become angry and be like, "No, I want the good one. I want the good reward." You know what I mean? We have plenty of examples of them understanding fairness and understanding equality. We have plenty of examples of different animals going out of their way to help other animals or to be empathetic to other animals, even at the sacrifice of food rewards. We have plenty of examples of other animals caring for and showing compassion for their hurt friends. If one of them is damaged, they will take care of them, make sure they don't die weirdly by themselves. And we have examples of that in human lineage as well. I want to say it's Shanadar. I don't remember the exact name. Shanadar number 1, I believe, is the name of a Neanderthal specimen that we have, which has it shows that there was a blunt force trauma to the head that caused a lateral loss of function in the other half of the body, because the right half of your brain controls the left half of your body. And so they have one withered arm and withered leg. And they also show a fracture to the foot on that side. So this person would have had one almost completely functionless arm, if not completely functionless, and they would have had a severe limp. They wouldn't have been a very good hunter or a very good gatherer, and yet they lived well into their ripe old age for Neanderthal, and had complete heals on all of those fractures. We have there's a skull from Dmanisi going even further back, 1.8 million year old skull of Homo erectus from Dmanisi, Georgia, which has no teeth, and all of the sockets are healed up, which means this old man, it was a male skull, so this old male lost their teeth and lived for years beyond that point. This was an old man that couldn't go out hunting, that would have needed warm, squishy food, soft, squishy food, and a warm blanket at night, that would not have survived without a caring and compassionate community. We have examples of healed bones, like in the leg. This is a person that would have died on their own, that needed the care of the community. So we see moral and ethical behaviors in lots of other non-human animals. And also we see the development of that kind of behavior in human lineage as well. So it is definitely an evolutionary trait. And we can talk for a long time about the fitness advantage that comes along with that kind of behavior as well, because of group selection. But that's that part. The other part is my morality, which is based in human health and well-being. I can understand certain behaviors and certain things are going to help humanity thrive and be better and be happier, and other things are going to hurt them and hinder them and hold them back and impede progress. And so my morality is really based on that. But it also comes with a big gray area, which is the fact that there's literally there are very, very few things that I can say are always only good or always only bad. Killing somebody can be a good thing for the vast majority of people. It can be self-defense thing. It can be protecting innocent people. And also giving somebody food could potentially be a bad thing if there's a food that they're allergic to or whatever like that. Giving somebody poison is a bad thing, except for the fact that we make a lot of medicine out of poisons. Giving somebody, an apple is a good thing unless they're allergic to apples. And so, like, there's always some fuzzy gray area, but I can use the objective standard of biomedical science and social sciences to understand, what morality basically is, even though it will never, ever, ever be a clear cut and dry system. That was a fuckload of information, but I hope it answers your question. From my perspective, that's where I'm coming from. Erika, do you have something to tack on there?
I do, but I want to hear what Yaz has to say to that first.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that all makes a lot of sense. The examples you gave about animals, I mean, definitely you can witness that, and it's very touching when you see animals behave that way, sometimes better than we see humans treating each other. And then your point about your kind of objective, subjective morality, and how you can't actually have perfect knowledge of what is always right or always wrong, or how in all circumstances we can determine what is right and wrong. Like, there's just a lot of times where we're just making a guess what we think is the right or the wrong choice. So I think, yeah, that's all pretty clear, and I think pretty agreeable. I'd be interested to hear what Erika has to say. And then I think subsequent to that, I'd be curious, like, what we think, why it exists. Like, why does morality exist? Why is it important?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, I'll sort of try to kill two birds with one stone here and get my answer to that and my perspective on morality kind of here at once. So what Forrest said is completely correct. We find all sorts of morality, proto-moralities we like to call them, but that's really only because they're exhibiting moral systems that aren't human moral systems. So we tend to define them as like a proto-morality. But we see, group rules are established, and when they're violated, the violators are punished. And usually these rules are on the basis of the golden rule: don't do unto others what you would want them to do unto you. Don't steal food from me. Don't make fake alarm calls. Don't form a coalition and usurp me from my rank in the hierarchy, and so on and so forth. And we find this in other animals. I'd like to focus on primates because I like primates, but we see true altruism as well in tons of different primates, including the apes, where chimpanzees will risk their life to save non-related kin individuals from peril. They'll throw themselves into the moat, and sometimes they've even drowned trying to save conspecifics. I mean, that's selfless to the highest degree, at least as we would categorize it in human behavior. And as Forrest said, we see this emerge in the fossil record too. There's a fascinating paper recently, I believe it was looking at Neanderthals, but an individual with Down syndrome was raised up to a specific age and lived perfectly, happily up to a certain age, cared for by their relatives and by their group mates. So they looked at the petrosal bone, I believe it was, the petrosal region, rather, to assess that, which is fascinating. And as he said, you've got the Dmanisi gummer with the closed sockets in the mandible, and I believe it was Shannon R1, if memory serves, but I'm not like a Neanderthal expert. And we've got injured individuals across the board in the fossil record. So it's like, this is something that clearly exists in other animals, and it's also something that emerges slowly in its complexity through geologic time within our lineage. And, this is a very primate-centric, human-centric look at it, because we see this type of thing in corvids and proboscideans, like elephants and things like that, and cetaceans and, other organisms that have a propensity towards cognition. Now, myself, I would propose that's the origin of morality, right? Morality is typically, as we understand it, in its proto-morality form, it's almost, I don't feel comfortable saying that it's specific to social species, but I do feel comfortable saying that it's particularly intense in social species. And almost across the board, if you're comparing brain case size and, adjusting for body size, the social animal is going to be more moral, unquote, than the non-social animal. I feel comfortable making that statement and that prediction if it's not been done already. In case in point, we can ask the question, okay, well, if morality results from sociality, what causes sociality and eventually morality? And I think the answer is pretty simple. I'm going to appeal to Kapler's and Sturck's socio-ecological model, which is this idea that animals group together for predator defense. They stick together because more eyes means you're less likely to get killed. But then there's this force that's also trying to push animals apart, because when too many animals are in one area, they're all competing for resources. So you've got these two contradicting selective pressures, one that's telling them to move apart and one that's telling them to stick together. And then there are these other interesting factors that dictate how large these groups are capable of getting. And if an animal is cognitive enough, and if that animal lives in a large enough group, they have to be able to keep track of a ton of different relationships, and they have to be able to manage those relationships to maintain their position in the hierarchy, which is critical for attaining food, getting big, reproducing, having a lot of kids, and then specifically those kids surviving to adulthood. So we immediately see this intensive pressure for cooperation, for schmoozing, for politicking, and morality is another aspect of that. I think there's this interesting spandrel, if you will, with all of this too, though, which is that social animals tend to be cognitively inclined, and cognitively inclined animals have personalities, and they have idiosyncrasies. They have characters of their personalities that are maybe of no immediate fitness benefit, but they exist nonetheless, are a part of that population's natural variety. You know, if I'm an individual that's particularly selfless and I'm a killer schmoozer around all the other chimpanzees in my troop, you know, I'm handing out meat that I've hunted like gangbusters and winning everybody over to my side. The propensity to do that is also the same propensity that's going to lead me to risk my life to save a conspecific. Thanks, Forrest. So as a result, you know, you get the evolution of these moral systems essentially because of sociality, which results because of predation pressure. So that's how I would propose things like morality come about. Now, my morality is rooted in harm reduction. So I'm more or less a utilitarian, and my objective root is harm. So I want to cause the least amount of harm to the most amount of people, right? I want to reduce harm across the board as much as I can because harm is objectively bad. Nobody likes to be harmed. And some people say, oh, some people, you know, they derive like sexual pleasure from harm or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but that's two opposing factors. That's not the harm being absent. That's the pleasure sort of outweighing the harm. So I would say that my whole deal is harm reduction. And I try to root that as such because I think it's an objective way to try to ground my moral system, which I think is the easiest way to do it rather than sort of from an emotional standpoint of like, what do I think is right and wrong just because I feel that it's right and wrong. That's not to say that a lot of people don't do that, because for whatever reason, across human society, across human history, we see similar moral systems pop up, irrespective of religion, irrespective of ethnicity or geographic location or whatever. Don't kill other people, right? Don't steal, don't cheat, right? All of these basic rules seem to pop up over and over and over again, and you don't have to teach them. And coincidentally, those universal, quote unquote, aspects of moral systems, and I'm sure there's exceptions to the rule, but those are also the ones that seem to emerge in more basic proto-moralities that we see in other primates. So that's sort of my case, what I believe and why I believe it. Does that make sense after I've given you my monologue on the subject?
Yeah, no, I understood. I think it sounds very reasonable that it's pro-social, so that's why we have it. I think maybe the question I'm asking is a little bit philosophical or perhaps like metaphysical, and but maybe you would disagree with that because obviously your frame of reference. But why is it that it has even evolved? Like, why is it even there? It seems like we couldn't it? Why has the need to be social evolved? Like, why are we social at all? Like, why aren't we? Not to get back to the question of the universe being conscious, that previous lunatic, but why aren't we just more like not social? Why are we social creatures? Like, how has that come about?
Things were unsocial for like billions of years, right? Like we had life on this planet that wasn't social and didn't appear to like look out for one another in any sort of like pro-socially recognizable way, in the form of like single cellular organism and prokaryotes and stuff like that. And then we had really, you know, quote unquote basic life sort of in the Ediacaran moving into the Cambrian. And once we get into the Cambrian, I don't feel comfortable, you know, assessing the morality of early mollusks because those guys are pretty intelligent. So I'm not going to cast any shade on the like early orthoceras or whatever. Like, I don't know what they were up to. But the reason for morality, and the reason for sociality rather, I think is simple. I kind of alluded to it in my monologue. We group because you're less likely to get eaten when you live in a group. It's predation pressure. That's the argument from the socio-ecological model, is that more eyes means you're less likely to get eaten. And this bears out, right? In socially living species, ones that split off from the group die. They die at an enormously faster rate because they don't have their kin to rely on, whether it's sharing food or keeping a lookout for predators or alloparenting. And this gets even more extreme when you have cognitive organisms that rely on others to help watch their kids so that they can either gather resources collectively or just because they need a break. But babies that have long childhoods, if you will, and this is common in primates. It's like if I'm a Barbary macaque and my kid is driving me crazy, I'm gonna pass the kid off to another female, or in Barbary macaques, even a male, and say, watch this little shit for a minute so that I can go, take a break and forage or whatever. So once you have social living due to predation pressure, you start to get a dependency on that social living. And then from that dependency, you get longevity of social systems. And from the longevity of social systems, you get moral systems. That's what I would propose.
Yeah, I would also just add something you already said this, but I just want to expound on it a little bit and or not even expound on it, just really reiterate that a group that is cohesive and that takes care of each other is going to outcompete groups that don't. So it's not even just saying that you're going to die off because you have fewer eyes looking for predators and things like that. That is true as well. But also there is the positive selection pressure of saying if you're working together, you are going to have better access to resources. You're going to have better access to food. You're going to have people who are able to, for lack of a better word here, I'm not saying only in humans, but you're going to have individuals that can specialize more and get better at one thing rather than having to have everybody be a generalist and have to be able to do everything. In our society, if everybody had to be able to do everything it took to survive, we wouldn't be nearly as awesome as we are now, where you have some people that are just making food and some people who are just making cars and some people who are, you know what I mean? And so that kind of specialization is also a thing that comes along with that kind of pro-social, or what we use social behavior. So there's a tremendous amount of advantages that come to it. And also, one thing that I think is really cool, this is a little bit of an aside, so forgive me for taking a little bit of a weird pathway here. One of my favorite parts of the brain is called the insular cortex. And it's this part of the brain that's kind of tucked in between your temporal and parietal lobes, this little invagination of cerebrum. And in that little area, in that one tucked away cortex, which is why it's called insular, because it's insulated, that's where you handle both visceral and also moral disgust. And so if I talk about, or if you think about eating rotten, nasty food, if you think about poop, if you think about it, all these disgusting things, and you feel a little sick to your stomach, it's you get that disgusted feeling. The exact same part of your brain also reacts whenever you hear about pedophilia, rape, genocide, whatever. There's a reason why we say that behavior is sickening. It's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach, because it's the same part of your brain doing that. And so evolution, rather than creating a new part of the brain, just took some duct tape and slapped this thing on there and allowed for social behavior using this part of the brain that was already there. And I think you can draw a comparison between that and altruistic behavior. There's a reason why we feel good. We get a serotonin and a dopamine boost whenever we give a person who's cold a blanket, whenever we give a hungry person a meal, whenever we take care of our brothers and sisters and non-binary pals all around us. Whenever we make the world a slightly better place, we get a warm, fuzzy feeling inside. And you could then argue that that is a selfish response. But at the end of the day, it is an evolutionary one. We're getting this feedback the same way that we get a feedback for an adverse feedback reaction for disgusting behavior, whether it be socially disgusting or physically disgusting. We get the same kind of pro-social feedback whenever we do something good, see something good. There's a reason why on the internet there's a huge market for serotonin porn, for all these videos of people going out and giving a homeless person a bunch of money, and they go, "Oh my God, you've really changed my life," and they're crying, and you just kind of don't think about the social implications of humiliating this person on the internet. It's fine because you feel really good because you were there with this person in that moment. And so that kind of thing is just a part of our evolutionary story that now we can also draw neuroscientific and psychological links to, and understand why this sort of thing evolved and why it still plays a social utility today.
Yeah, and I think there was maybe I asked the question and it was answered and I missed it or wasn't. But the thing that I'm curious about is, do we have, or is there a consensus on why survival, I guess, is probably a better question than saying why morality exists. And why did it come about? Because at one point, Erika was saying that we weren't concerned about one another, or to even say one another probably isn't really the accurate description of how the species thought about itself. but we weren't social creatures, and we weren't concerned about one another's well-being, and it just wasn't a thing. And then it came about, and then suddenly, we treat each other in certain ways to either help each other or harm one another. That transition from being, pretty agnostic about how we help how we see one another. Even one another isn't right. If we're just like a single cell or something, you were saying, just kind of floating around, like there's no sense of consciousness at that point. This something happened somewhere along the way whereby this became our nature. Why?
Group selection predates mammals by a lot. I mean, like, for example, just if I can briefly, you certainly wouldn't think that bacteria are moral things, right?
No.
Right. They don't really have a morality. They don't have a fucking brain, right? But something I talked about on the last call with Dylan is we were talking about responsive chemical signals and things like that. There are bacteria that will kill themselves in order to protect the population of their same species of bacteria. It's group selection. It is actually there's a fitness advantage to this one bacteria ending its life so that it produces a cytotoxin that kills other bacteria so that its buddies can then move into this space and gain these new resources and have new living space. So, like, you don't have to have sociality to have what you could squint at, twist your head, and call altruism. It just so happens that the two still play together for the exact same reason. So I would advise not thinking about social behavior or altruistic behavior as this like singularity that like suddenly came about for a reason. It's the same reason that it has always been around, even in things that certainly don't have brains and certainly don't have morality. Erika, you look like you have something really interesting to say.
No, you just got me thinking about. You prompted an interesting thought because I was thinking in my head, like what's different between what these bacteria are doing and like the specialized cellular roles that the cells in my body play, right? Like when my white blood cells sacrifice themselves to engulf a pathogen, right? Because that's but sort of by association, right? Like both of those are kind of filling a similar checking a similar box where it's like, okay, well, the needs of the many, the needs of the whole outweigh the needs of the individual cell. And I was sort of thinking to myself, like, that's an interesting way to sort of think about altruism, right? Like eusociality, eusocial insects almost bridge the gap between what we see at a cellular level, and what we see in, mammals or social birds or social fish or social mollusks or whatever. Because it kind of blurs the line, doesn't it? Right? Like I don't know. I was just thinking about that. It was curious to me. I was curious as to how those related to one another. But to your point, Yaz, and what Forrest was saying as well, I would also urge you to not think of natural selection, and this is kind of an error on the part of biology, but like to think of selection as picking something and rather filtering out those that don't do it as well. And it is surviving. We're not picking things that survive better. We're filtering out those that survive worse. So it's more like individuals that are willing to associate with one another. Like picture two ammonites, in the Ordovician Sea or in the Cretaceous Sea, not the Cretaceous, the maybe Triassic Sea. They're bobbing around and they're minding their own business, and you get these two ammonites that are maybe willing to, for whatever reason, just because of a individual idiosyncrasy, proclivity, they're willing to bob around next to each other. And they react when they see predators, or they react when they, see food or something like that. And they sort of benefit from that extra set of eyes and that extra presence. And so they're capable of surviving more than lone ammonites. And so they reproduce more and they leave behind more offspring, all of which have this proclivity. So, you can see this differential reproductive success is driving this individual behavior that is in and of itself social. Now, Forrest is right. That's kind of a different thing than what we're talking about when we're talking about bacteria or immune systems that are willing to sacrifice parts of the whole. But are they really parts of the whole? Like that's just an interesting way of thinking about it, and it kind of throws a wrench into this idea of thinking of altruistic behavior and sociality and sacrifice at this multicellular level, because we might be missing something there. I'm kind of musing because I had not considered that. So
yeah, it seems like probably
it's freaky as hell to think about, dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much we don't know. It's very interesting to talk about. And there's many things we do know, that we learn about, and that's fascinating. So yeah, I think where it probably goes in my mind then is towards the question of consciousness, because that's probably where I think Forrest, you mentioned near the start of or yeah, one of your comments, you mentioned about how you wouldn't consider bacteria to have a conscience, and then Erika, you said, oh, the white blood cells, are they perhaps sacrificing themselves for you? It's kind of interesting. There's something to think about there, and it all comes down to, I guess, when did we become conscious, and what's that all about? Like,
You're not going
when
to
did
get
we
me a
become
second
conscious?
time in one night, Yaz. I'm not going to do the consciousness racket again.
No, don't worry. I don't believe the universe is conscious. I don't believe that. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, like, I do think about that a lot. Like, when did we become conscious? Like, why are we even conscious? Like, might it have been better if we were just, no different than we were just never. Not might have been better, but like this thing of consciousness and the implications of it with how we treat each other socially and how morality has evolved out of that and whatnot. It really kind of it's unusual. I think it's rare in the universe, it would seem, and there's something about that. There's something about like the I and like what am I? That whole question. It's philosophy, so it's probably different than what you typically study, but here at least on the show. But yeah, maybe we'll leave it at that. There's nothing really left to talk about. I'm not really kind
Well,
of
I have a couple
person who
things that I
wants to
want to
get
ask
into
because, like,
conversation.
there's
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
yeah. So I mean, something you just brought up there. You brought up the I, and like that as a theist calling in, it's not lost on me that might be one of those things that you associate with maybe like irreducible complexity. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's what I hear a lot. Is that like this is something so amazing and so borderline miraculous that it seems impossible for this to have an evolutionary history. It's just so amazing the way it is. I don't know if that's what you're saying or not. If you want to clarify.
Mm, No, I don't know if that's what I'm saying. Maybe I don't understand what you're asking me. What do you mean?
So you brought up just a second ago when you were saying you were talking about morality as this reasonably spectacular thing, and you said it's like the eye. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so I think what I was saying was that it seems as though this idea of morality is very much connected to our social behaviors. And
Mhm.
there are plenty of things in the universe that we would not consider to be social. So, and it seems as though that, things that are social are very rare in the universe, incredibly rare. And we can kind of observe that, at
Yeah.
least so far.
Did you mean
And
the I, like I think therefore I am, or do you mean like the
yeah,
eyeball?
no,
Which one?
I think therefore I am. Yeah. I
Oh,
think
okay,
therefore I am.
okay. That's all. All
Yeah.
right. Yes, I thought you meant like an eyeball, and I was
I
like, well, we
I
can go
also
down
thought
that
that for a
path.
second.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, like as in like the
Totally
self.
different.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I
Totally
also thought
different
that,
thing.
Forrest. I was like,
Yes.
wait a second, because how's morality in the eyeball? I was like, how are we going to put two?
Yeah.
I'm with you.
It's
Sorry,
yeah.
yeah, I didn't mean to
yes.
interrupt.
It sounded like
When I
you were
said it,
making an irreducible
yeah.
complexity argument. Yeah. Okay.
Actually,
Cool.
when I
That's
said
totally
that,
fine.
I thought when I said that that wasn't very eloquent. Like it could have been. I could have said that better. Mm.
It's all good. It's all
No,
good.
just the self. Yeah, the self.
In that case, I have a totally different question that I want to ask, and that is like you're calling in as a theist. So like, where are you coming from with the morality question? Because we've spent now 30 minutes explaining the evolutionary history of it and like the social implications of it and the biological implications and all these things, and even our personal ideas of what morality is and where it comes from and like where we derive our moralities from. What about you? I mean, you're coming from a theistic standpoint. Like, how does that? Do you think it's objective, subjective? Do you have a framework that you look to? Is it a commandment thing? Like, where are you coming from with it?
Yeah. So I am a Muslim, and I believe in one God. I believe that it's the best explanation for the most supreme, and it's kind of definitional. So that would be my theistic position. As for morality, I take my morality from scripture and from revelation, and scholarly interpretation of it. And yeah, I think that's the answer to the question. Or unless there was like
Okay,
another
I just want to make sure
aspect.
I'm understanding. Yeah, because but that's the. So my question is, if you're calling it as a Muslim and you're saying you get your morality from Scripture, hopefully not too much. But like the I'm just curious to know, like, that if you're basing your morality on what your God has deemed moral, which is, it sounds like a little bit of what you're saying. You're saying it's from Revelation, it's from Scripture. Isn't that then necessarily a subjective morality? You are living up to your God's subjective definition of what morality is, and their moral framework.
Well, I think that the conversation that we're having about morality, I think I tried to like this sort of eliminate the objective subjective aspect of it. I was just more interested in how we think morality has come about and why is it even there. Just kind of like see, in Islam we have this concept called the fitra, which is it's before you're even a Muslim. It's just this like instinctive knowing of like things that are right and things that are wrong, and that feels wrong and that feels right, or that's unjust, or that's immoral. And I actually, for a long time in my life, I wasn't really very practicing or knowledgeable about Islam because of like the daily life that I was living. And I came to studying it a little bit more, and I came to this principle of the fitra, this innate knowing, and it was really compelling to me. It just kind of made sense before I even really started reading more details about Islam or about the morality or the principles of Islam. It's quite there's quite a lot to get into there, and that remains with me. That principle that I hate this argument that people make where it's like, oh, how can you be moral without religion? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Like, you're born with a moral compass, right? You're born with this sense of morality. So I think that's kind of what I was trying to tap into there when I was bringing up morality. It's just like the general, like, substrate of morality that we feel and that we have. Like, what's that all about? Because if I just come at
Sure,
you with
yeah.
like, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, it sounds an awful lot like what Christians say when they call us and they talk about how God has written the moral code on your heart or something. Like, I forgot the exact phrasing, but it's like, God wrote the law on your heart, and therefore you feel, like you said, you can feel when something is wrong and you can feel when something is right. And if it's that kind of feeling that we're talking about, then yeah, we can relate it back to an evolutionary standpoint, but certainly we can't do that with Scripture. And so, like, that's why I'm trying to just kind of parse out, like, you're calling us and asking these questions, but it does also, it's curious to us because a big part of this show is talking about religion and helping with religious deconstruction. And so, like, I want to know where you're coming from there. If you're comfortable talking about it, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm not going to force your hand, but like, I think it's worth the compare and contrast, in my opinion, especially since if you're calling in as a theist, I want to know why.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'm not like I didn't start with like the theistic approach because I don't want to like misrepresent anything as I'm not a scholar, but
Sure.
I can definitely entertain some things and like try to share what I do know. So yeah, like the Christians, they believe what they believe, and there's things that they believe about morality and about sin and whatnot that are completely, heretical if you were to believe them as a Muslim. They don't actually make any sense. As a Muslim, like I said, we believe, and you don't have to be a Muslim to even believe this, that you're born with this innate feeling of things that are right and wrong, even if you never heard anything about religion. And I think that's easy to accept. Accepting that doesn't automatically then mean you have to accept everything that a religion or that Islam presents. You need to be educated on what Islam presents before you could accept it. But it's interesting that was like, that's the kind of inroad for me into thinking about religion and thinking about Islam. And then as for, the more kind of detailed aspects of morality, I think we can all agree also that morality, it's never just subjective and objective in the sense any one of us can make a determination perfectly on every single thing. It's impossible to do that. So it's kind of difficult as humans to like really get a strong grasp on what objective morality is. So while we might believe or be able to say that it exists somewhere out there, like there is the right answer in this situation, we may not always agree on what it is or even know what it always is, or that one day it might be something and another day it might be something else. What Islam tries to help us do is determine it. And we will do so imperfectly, but to determine it and to guide us on those matters. So Islam is, amongst other things, a way to help us know what to do in life. And
I guess
sometimes
what I don't
sometimes that
understand
affects our moral decisions.
Sure. I guess what I don't understand is you've said that you believe that we're born with a moral compass, that this is something that is inherent in us, this is the way that we were created, is to have this morality, and that's fine. But then you just said at the end of this that Islam also allows you to solve more moral situations. And I agree with what you said. You said that there's things that Christians believe that are heretical in Islam. I think there are things that Christians believe that the Christianity espouses as moral that are wholly immoral. So while I certainly wouldn't use the word heretical, I think you and I would agree that they're not right, morally right. Divine command theory is a huge thing that I hear more from Christians than Muslim callers a lot. I don't know. And I have an issue with that. The slavery in the Bible is a big issue. You know what I mean? That's something that I'm not cool with. But also I have this, not the exact same issues, but as many issues that I find equally repugnant with Islam, if not sometimes more repugnant. There's like, Islam is certainly, you talk about deriving morality from the scripture. I certainly hope you don't. And I hope you rely more on this whole internal fundamental morality that you believe in rather than anything you would pull out of the Quran. Because for the exact same reason that I would say that about the Bible. So like, I'm just trying to understand where you're squaring that circle and saying like, okay, we have this fundamental inherent morality, which aligns with our biological understanding, aligns with our social understanding. And we can all agree on that, and we're all cool with that. It's not always perfect, but it's damn good. And then you also tack on, well, I also have this, system, this holy book, which teaches a lot of horrible, immoral shit and has a lot of horrible, immoral characters. And that is also the guide for morality that goes somehow above and beyond the naturalistic one that we've spent the past 30 minutes talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess what you're wanting to talk about is some more of the details of the morality that Islam offers, and whether I subscribe to those ideas or not. That sounds like where you're going.
That's part of it. I mean, if that's the way that that's a reasonable thing to take away from what I just said. That's not exactly what I'm going for, but that's part of it. Sure. I guess if I can draw a comparison, like if I'm talking to a Christian and because I have much more experience with the Christian Bible because I live in America and it's awful here. And so like, if I'm talking to a Christian, like we could have the same conversation about morality, and they could say something almost identical to what you said and said, well, yeah, also God wrote morality on our heart and blah, blah, blah. And we have this exact same thing. But then if they were to say they derive their morality from scripture, like you said a second ago, we would then have this issue. And I've heard Christians say that they derive their morality from scripture and that they go to the Bible for questions, and that Christianity is this way to make somebody more moral. I've heard everything that you said from a Christian as well. And so what I would assume they're talking about are the parts of the Bible that say love thy neighbor, and the parts of the Bible that say when you're growing crops, leave some of your field unharvested so that hungry people can take free food. And they're talking about the parts of the Bible that talk about feeding the homeless and clothing the naked and caring for the sick. And they're talking about those things. They're not talking about the parts which talk about how to beat your slaves. And they're not talking about the parts that talk about, you have to hate your parents to love God and those types of things, which are also in there. They're not talking about the incest. There's so much incest, dude. And so like, they're not talking about that. They have to cherry pick through that shit to find the good stuff that they didn't need the Bible for in the first place, because that falls back into the social behavior in the first place. So when I'm talking to you now and you're saying the exact same thing with a different book, I'm having the same issue. The good things that the Quran teaches, and again, I'm not as familiar, but I know a bit. The good things that the Quran teaches are the same kind of things that we would talk about with a Christian or with an atheist or with anybody else. And you're picking through all the horrible things. And I'm just wondering why that's necessary. Like, why do you have that as this appendix to your morality that is going to get swollen and rupture as appendixes do?
Okay. Well, I would say that firstly, there are big differences between Islam and Christianity. Very, very big differences, especially when you take time to study it, which takes time. You know, I don't expect everyone to do that. When it comes to the morality that we take as Muslims from the Quran and the narrations of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when it comes to the morality we take from those, it's not dependent on everyone agreeing or liking it. That's important, because the same can be true for even secular rulings that we have in society. We can't expect everyone to be happy with what is decreed in these moral laws. So just someone finding it something horrible, and that's not sufficient. And that comes back to the point about, you know, morality being something that we can't just depend on what we think about something or what we feel about something to guide us. We need something external from ourselves, or rather, we have to accept that ultimately we will bump into one another if we only rely on one another for our decisions as to what is morally right or wrong, especially on more like complex issues, not just the simple kind of fitra issues that I talked about earlier, or the simple like innate issues that we feel. Things that are more nuanced or more complex. That's where we turn to scripture, or in, you know, secular world, they'll turn to the law book. And you can't use the standard that everyone needs to think that that the rules are great to decide whether the rules are correct or not. So if, Forrest, you found something, you know, disagreeable or, you know, repugnant or whatever, you know, when you read about Islam or Christianity, that can't be the standard, because if you agree to you might decide that you like something, and then I'll find that your opinion or your position is repugnant, you know, your moral position. So it will just be a tit for tat then, where we're just constantly finding each other's morality repugnant. So that's kind of
right.
You know, yeah. So
but
how do we square that then?
Well, that just sounds like rational debate about how to be a moral person. Here's my ideas. Here are my ideas. Okay, I do like these. I don't like those. It sounds like you're saying that the Quran is perfect unless it isn't, and then you ignore it. It's like, you go through it for morality, but when it doesn't fit, you use the innate morality. And when that doesn't work, we have rational discussions, and then we have a morality that is, for lack of a better word, intelligently designed by us. It just sounds like this is just something left over. And I agree that there are differences between the Quran and the Bible. I disagree that they're too significant. Like, it is, the religions are largely the same. It's not the exact same story. It's largely the same story. One's got a magical carpenter from Bethlehem. The other one's got a magical pedophile from Mecca. And beyond that, that's a lot of footnotes. And you get the same thing out of it. You look in it and you're like, okay, here's some good stuff that I can agree with, and here's some bad stuff I don't agree with. So I ignore the bad stuff. I keep the good stuff. And I call the good stuff divine, even though I'm really just using my own sensibility and my own cultural surroundings to determine what's actually good. Because I guarantee if you were living 1,000 years ago, you'd have very different opinions on which parts were good and worth keeping and which parts were just poetry and you ignored, and which parts you wanted to have as your heart morality versus scripture morality, and so on and so on. So, like,
if I may, I mean, what you're describing, right? Like, it sounds like what Yas is sort of alluding to here. It sounds like that's just kind of what we're doing, but with extra steps, right? Like, it's like, well, you're debating which things should be considered moral and which shouldn't. We're doing that too, but then you're kind of doing it through the lens of the Quran first. Like, it's like, but also like,
right? It's kind of just that is precisely. Like, I appreciate.
Yeah, outside.
I appreciate you pointing that. That is precisely my point, is that you're just adding on these extra steps, and you're adding on this extra baggage to your morality that really super isn't necessary. And I want to be clear. I have no problem with you, Yaz. You've been a very nice caller. You've been totally polite with me this whole time. I have no issue with you, but I do take big issues with your religion. And so, like, I'm wondering why someone as nice and as clear-headed and as sober and as kind as you have been this entire time would then also carry this baggage. in moral terms. Like, what's the use of that? Why you waste your time parsing through that for something that you and I can already agree on as being good?
Well, I don't think that. Well, firstly, I mean, not to dwell on this, but I think if we're going to have a conversation, let's avoid anything that could be kind of instigating any kind of arguments or anything, like using names which imply that you're even if you're playing to the audience a little bit here. You say magical such and such, even if you're talking about anybody. Like, let's keep it just a topic conversation between you and I, as opposed to these kind of indirect ad hominems.
Well, forgive me, I'm not. That's
that.
not an ad hominem. That's not an ad hominem. That's what I'm not just playing to the audience by saying that. I'm drawing a very clear distinction of what I'm talking about. You have to parse through that evil shit in order to find some good stuff. And why not just abandon the whole thing and just keep the good stuff?
Yeah. Okay, well, but see, this is now where we disagree. I don't think that there's horrible or evil stuff there. I think that this is exactly maybe what you're not understanding. I don't believe that. So where do we go from there?
You don't believe that, like, and again, that is just an example that I brought up. I'm not trying to like get a dig in on you here. That's just one example the same way that I brought up slavery in the Bible and you didn't have an issue with it a minute ago. But now that I bring up pedophilia in the Quran, you do have an issue with it. So, like, I'm just bringing up one specific example.
Yeah. Okay, but you're getting ahead of things here now. There's no pedophilia in the Quran, for sure. Okay.
How old was Aisha when Muhammad married her?
Okay, well, firstly, there's no pedophilia in the Quran. Let's correct that.
How old was Aisha when Muhammad married her?
Okay. Well, I'm trying to have a normal conversation with you. I don't want to do this thing where we kind of like corner each other and force answers.
I would like it if you would answer the question.
Yeah.
Because a second ago,
I have no.
Yaz, a second ago, I talked about slavery and incest in the Bible, and you didn't have a problem with it. I talked about how Christians have to dance around slavery and incest in order to find morality, and you didn't have a problem with it. But now that we're talking about the fact that in your religion, your prophet married a 6-year-old girl and had sex with her at 9, now all of a sudden there's a problem, and I don't understand why that's so big of an issue when you were fine with talking about with Christians a second ago.
Okay, I'm not a Christian, so I won't address all the, kind of biblical. I can't speak to that in that way, so I can't address whether there's slavery in the Bible or not, really. I'm not.
But you can, hopefully you can speak to the fact that having sex with a 9-year-old isn't a cool thing to do, right? We can agree on that?
Well, I think that in our day and age, that would not be appropriate.
Ever.
Nor would it be.
That would never be appropriate.
Nor would it be. Well, I think you have to.
No, that would never. That would never be appropriate.
Then you believe that that's an objective moral position to have, yes?
Do you think that it is ever appropriate for a grown man to have sex with a 9-year-old girl?
I think that in times of the past, it would have been normal, and obviously they did.
I'm not asking if
it was harm in it.
I'm not asking if it's normal. I'm not asking if it's normal. I'm asking if it's a good thing, a moral thing to do.
I think at the time when it happened, it was not only good, it was noble. I think it was noble.
See, and there.
Oh boy.
And yeah, and see, now here's the issue that I have. This is why we do shows like this, because as I said a minute ago,
we can discuss it.
As I said a minute ago, Yaz, you've been incredibly kind and courteous and respectful this entire time. But now you are also saying that there is a certain circumstance in which pedophilia is noble. And like,
I don't think it was pedophilia.
That's the issue that we have.
Because I don't believe it was pedophilia, meaning the underage sex.
It's hard to get more underage than 9, Yaz.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. I mean, it's pretty fucking gross.
Yeah, but you understand that the reason why marriage was done at 6 and then the consummation happened at 9 is because, according to Islam, the age in which someone becomes an adult is when they have had their, in the case of a girl, they have had their menses, exactly, the first menses, and then they become considered women. It's a very simple, natural coming of age event.
And in that time, and back in the Bronze and Iron Age, slavery was also totally normal and totally accepted and considered noble sometimes. And yet, slavery was, is, and will always be wrong. So, not talking about what people thought back then. No, hold on. I'm drawing a comparison. Again, I've been drawing comparisons to different things this whole time. I drew comparison between moral disgust and altruism and things like that a minute ago. You didn't have a problem with it. It's only when it's about your belief that you seem to be having these issues. So
draw the comparison. It's okay.
Slavery was also very common at one time, and it was also considered noble at one time. It was also acceptable at one time. It was also traditional at one time. It is a customary thing that has very recently been done away with. Like, the time period between slavery and now, very, very brief. And even today, there are more people who are currently enslaved than there ever were during the transatlantic slave trade times. It is wrong.
Okay.
It has always been wrong. It will always be wrong to own another human being.
Okay.
And so here we're talking about this. It is wrong. It will always be wrong. And it has always been wrong to have sex with a child. And here we have this situation where you're saying, yeah, but it's just not acceptable. It's not appropriate. And that's the issue that we're having, is that we've had a really great conversation about morality when it was from a scientific, naturalistic perspective. But when we bring religion into it, now all of a sudden we have a completely different concept of morality, completely different idea of what's good and bad. We were talking about human health and well-being a minute ago. And now all of a sudden sex with a 9-year-old girl doesn't fall under a violation of human health and well-being. And I don't get how that's cool. So you see here where the hang up is for us?
Yes, I certainly don't expect you to hear these things and then, agree. Like, obviously not. It's going to be contentious. And I totally understand that perspective. And I'm not saying that we need to be out here advocating for that now. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying we have to be intellectually honest when we look back at history. I'm sure you're familiar with presentism. We can't look at the past through the lens of today and think that, we know better. I mean, people generally are quite rational, especially at a time where you had to be rational because there was less of a safety net, when you were just be it Bedouins or whatever it might be, without a hospital or anything like that. You have to be very careful.
So from your perspective, though, right? Like,
but Erika,
morality from your perspective is supposed to be evergreen, right? Like the morality of God or of Allah, right, is supposed to be evergreen. What they say goes in the past, now, in the future. So you understand my reticence to get on board with this. If there's ever been in the past a justification for something that heinous, then you could potentially say there's justification in the future. It's inconsistent.
Okay, I will address that now. Just if you can let me do that. So in Islam, in order for someone to have a marriage and then it be consummated, the parties in the marriage have to have reached maturity, which is when they have hit puberty and they have come of age. It's it at the time was the best way of measuring whether someone had come of age. But that's only one criteria. It's not sufficient on its own, because someone can come of age, but in other ways they may not be ready for that. And we see that. I mean, we can still observe that today. So it's not that someone's 9, they can just go get married and consummate the marriage and start trying to have a family. No, not at all. There's a certain set of criteria. Physical maturity is just one of them, but there's other things too, like mental maturity and so on and so forth. So that was the criteria at the time, and that's why it played out that way, and why no one had an issue with it. Had it not been the case, then it wouldn't have occurred. And this is also why there's a delay between the marriage and the consummation. And I mean, you can make the argument that people can get married at any age, really. All it is just a bonding of families. It's, what does that imply? Well, if it implies they're going to be living together or they're going to have some sort of sexual relations, then yes, you have to look at the harm factor there. So that standard is the standard that Islam upholds, and that's still true today. So
I mean, it's
today's age,
physiologically speaking, the harm of an adult male having sex with a 6-year-old, a 9-year-old, whatever, that harm is definitive. I don't care what time you go through menses. I mean, I knew young women growing up young women who had their periods early, you know, when they were in their teens. And when I was in, you know, elementary school, I knew girls who had their period quite young. It is a part of natural human variation. But, you know, first of all, if you want to get, like, in my opinion, sick with it, just because you're menstruating doesn't mean that you're ovulating first and foremost. But more importantly, the body physically is not ready for intercourse at that age. I mean, there's a reason why even chimpanzees understand this and don't try to initiate intercourse between adults and babies. Because, I mean, I don't know when the last time you encountered a 6-year-old was, but they're not very big. They're small individuals. There is, in my opinion, there's no way to argue. No, it's okay. It's an intense subject, but there's no way to argue from any standpoint, from a harm perspective, that sex between an adult human man and a 9-year-old girl is going to not cause any harm. And that's across the board. That's emotional, mental, physical. I mean, they cover this in criminology classes because they can tell, you know, when sexual assault has occurred on young kids, right? Like, it's fucked up, but this is pretty well understood.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to add is, like, you mentioned sexual intercourse, but also pregnancy. Pregnancy is it's not a benign condition, and for an adult female, it's pretty intense. For a child, it is more life-threatening than it normally is, which it sometimes is. And so, like, you have this massive moral problem, which is evergreen. And, you know, I really appreciate the way that Erika started her statements there, is that earlier on, you said that there's this morality that's written on our hearts by God, that there's something that we inherently know. And now you're doing a completely different song and dance, saying that, well, no, it was okay then because they had a different standard, they had different this and that and the other. And certainly we wouldn't do that today, but it was okay then.
That's not what I'm saying.
If this is truly an evergreen morality that you have, then either it was never okay or you think it's okay now. And I'm saying that, like,
that's
life,
not what I'm saying.
The objective reality is, for, like, serious. Objective reality is something that is evergreen, is something that the objective morality, pardon me. The objective truth of biomedical science is something that is eternal and long lasting in this way, and that you don't need any kind of historical or cultural context to get around.
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that just one action always has the same judgment in every circumstance. That's not what I'm saying at all. I've never said that. And we know that's not the case. You know, theft, for example, in one situation could be criminal. In another situation, you could understand it. If the person was, whatever, it might be like needing some emergency medicine or something. Okay, so it's not what I'm saying.
I agree, but there is no situation in which pedophilia is something we can understand and agree with.
Yes, I agree that there's no situation where sex taking place between someone who is not of age and someone who is not valid. I agree with that, but you're ignoring the point that it was deemed at the time that Aisha was of age.
Right, like, but it was still wrong, right? I agree with you, but it was still wrong, right?
Why would it be wrong if it was deemed at the time by the people and the community and the family? But it
causes harm.
Immense of harm.
Okay, yes, you might decide, you might think that, but it didn't. No, like,
physiologically, physiologically, it causes harm. Like, there's not a way to get around that.
That's not an opinion. That is a fact.
No. Listen, why is there no account of that at all?
There is. It's the entirety of forensic science. Like forensic science accounts this type of harm.
Erika, I'm not talking about what you might conclude today. I'm talking about at the time that this occurred. Why is there no account of this being, controversial, or this being, causing harm? And why is it that he was married to her till he died after that?
For the exact same reason. Yeah, please go ahead.
If I may, Forrest. So, like, women and kids haven't had, like, a huge say in what's actually bad for them for a very, very long time, like approximately the past 10 to 12,000 years. We're talking about, I didn't hear very many women talking about how bad foot binding was for them, in early Chinese dynasties. And yet we know that that is objectively wrong. We didn't hear very many women talking about how they didn't want to marry their brothers in the aristocracy of Europe, right? We didn't hear about very many women who talked about how, virgin sacrifices wasn't something that should be carried out in certain pagan organizations, either in Europe or in Central and South America. Or we could go over time and time and time again. The fact of the matter
Erica,
is,
I have to interject.
hold on, Yaz. The fact of the matter is,
go ahead.
since the agricultural revolution, women haven't really had much of a say in very many places as to what is bad for them, despite the fact that it's stuff that's happening to their own bodies. I mean, their marital rape wasn't deemed a crime here in the United States, until within the past 50 years. And I would say that is, in fact, something that is very bad. So I'm sorry to be quite crass here. Yes, the fuck it is objectively bad for an adult man to have sex with a 6-year-old, a 9-year-old, whatever. If you didn't hear about it, it's probably because the kid wasn't, the child, the baby wasn't allowed to speak on it, or it wasn't recorded, because oftentimes women's opinions, whether they were girls or adults, weren't.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't find that to be compelling, is my summary.
Okay, but you're saying you haven't heard about all these things in history, yet you're describing them. So they're clearly documented. But this instance,
the
That's not what you
processes
said.
are documented. Yes,
That's not what you said.
processes are documented.
Okay, well then what's that? Sorry.
Like, we know that foot bindings happened because we find the crushed feet of women, right? We know that inbreeding rather happened because we find the deformed skeletons of the offspring, and we hear about women and men talking about these orchestrations that they were organizing between their kids so that they could unionize different kingdoms. But it's interesting how lacking the say of the women is on these matters, and when we do find it, you would be surprised at how negative it is, or I guess you wouldn't be.
Okay. Okay. So
those
other things you're talking about
complicated.
have nothing to do. Those other things you're talking about, foot binding, marrying of brothers and sisters, that doesn't represent me. So you don't have to suggest that I wouldn't have an issue with those things. They're different than what we're talking about.
Female genital mutilation does represent your current state. Like, that's something you could probably grapple with, right?
Female genital mutilation is not part of Islam. It's not something that's encouraged in Islam at all. If you hear that it is, you're listening to propaganda, or you're listening to people who are completely misguided. It's not part of Islam. Just to kind of maybe wrap up the last conversation before we move on to a different one, the standard in Islam is that the person who gets married and then ends up having intercourse with their partner, both parties need to be mature enough and of age. And the physical standard, one of the aspects of physical standard is that they have to have reached menses. That was the simple standard that was used. It's not that ridiculous. Now, if that determines that someone is
that doesn't make
9
it right.
or 14 or
it
15,
is ridiculous.
No,
that doesn't make it
That's
right.
where we disagree.
I mean, the standard in some nations today is to mutilate the genitals of men and women. I mean, we see this across the board in the United States and abroad.
Now we're
that doesn't
talking
make it right.
Now we're okay, but we're talking about different topics.
I refuse. Hold on. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe you don't see the connection here. I'm not saying that you think these are okay. What I'm saying is, much like pedophilia in the Quran here that we were just discussing,
there's no pedophilia in the Quran. Nowhere in the Quran does even
that people
talk
can
about
think
the
are
age of
okay
Aisha.
that are not.
Nowhere.
Things can happen
Nowhere
that
in the
people
Quran
think
does
are
it
okay that
mention
were
the
the
age of
norm at the
Aisha.
time that are not. Do I need to like reach for the mute button here, or did you hear me? Did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said.
Okay. I mean, I don't have much else to say on this, to be perfectly honest, Forrest. But by all means.
Yeah. What's frustrating about it, Yaz, is that like you're talking about, you keep revisiting like this was the idea of the time, and we agree with you. Right. We agree that it was. What we're trying to get across is that doesn't make it right any more than it does with anything else.
Right.
And the reason why
it's completely right, it's still valid. It's still valid for us. It's still valid.
So let me just ask you directly. Is it ever acceptable? Is it ever moral? Is it ever right for a grown man to have sex with a child?
A child? No. We need to define adult and child.
Is it ever right, moral, correct for let's just apply some very arbitrary numbers here. Let's say, is it ever acceptable, moral, right, good for a 30-year-old man to have sex with a 9-year-old girl?
If the child is no longer a child and has become an adult, then they are both
If
adults.
the answer is anything else but absolutely the fuck not, then you are making apologetics for pedophilia at this point. And that I can't.
No,
I'm not going to
because
tolerate.
pedophilia
So, like,
pedophilia is not an adult. Pedophilia is when they're not an adult, correct?
Okay,
that's.
yes,
I'm not going to let.
yes.
I'm not going.
Okay, take the United States.
No, I'm sorry. Yes,
No, we're done.
I'm gonna mute you here for a second. And actually, I probably should just drop the call. I mean, false menses can happen as early as birth, right? Would that mean that it was okay to have sex with an infant, right? Menstruation can happen at 7, at 8, right? This is absurd. And
Have you ever heard of precocious puberty?
Precocious puberty is another classic example. There are people who argue that menstruation is also happening earlier today than it did in the past because of exposure to certain whatever hormones in the food. I don't know whether or not there's any credence to that, but frankly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This would be one thing to me if we were talking about the difference between a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, right? And in the past or whatever, like that would be one thing. Maybe you could spin that as something that wouldn't be so heinous because people were treated as they were adults when they were 16. There's not a country on this planet where someone was treated as an adult at 9. There's not one. And even if they were, it wouldn't make it okay. The harm is, and the damage that can be done is irreparable. I mean, Forrest, I'm going to drop this call. I hope you don't mind.
Yeah, just before you do, don't bring him back. But like, just really quickly while he's listening, this is why this show exists. This is why this conversation exists, and this is why we are so adamantly anti-theist and why we speak out against this, because of what you've just demonstrated. You are a rational thinking person who can sit here and defend pedophilia. And I don't care if you think, oh, well, they're technically, strictly speaking, an adult. We have given you ample examples and ample details and ample evidence as to why this is objectively harmful. I don't care what you define as a person, what you define an adult as. I do not care. We started this conversation talking about objective sources of morality, talking about harm. We spent 20 minutes with Erika and I breaking down details of biomedical science, details of societal health, details of evolution, details of social health and eusocial behavior, talking about how it all comes down to actual real world harm. I don't give a shit about your cultural definitions of anything. When we're talking about having sex with a 9-year-old, we are talking about actual real world harm that you are not only allowing for, but doing apologetics for, because that's how far the termites have spread for you. That's how much this religion is forcing you to be wholly immoral. And it is absolutely no different. You made a point a little while ago to say, well, I don't agree with the Christians who say all these things that I don't like. It is no different at all than when a Christian calls in to make apologetics for slavery, because the Bible is inerrant and all these things. And so technically slavery is sometimes good, which is real shit that we have to deal with every day. I've gotten 3 of those calls this month. It is absolutely no different. It is absolutely as reprehensible. And you should be absolutely as ashamed of yourself for sitting here and saying that there are some occasions where a 30-year-old man having sex with a 9-year-old girl is not only acceptable, but noble. Shame on you. And he dropped the call and he already hung up.
Not just noble, divine, right? Divinely inspired, divinely proposed. I mean, if that's not the most heinous shit you've ever heard in your life, I don't know what is. I mean, that's right up there with, God commanding the Israelites to take the little ones for themselves, right? I mean, and all of this boils back, in my opinion, right, to control. Right? You're going to tell a 9-year-old girl that she's a woman, that's the same rhetoric that you hear from bona fide, legitimate pedophiles here on the internet. If she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Yep.
There's absolutely no excuse for this. This is harm wholesale and the most potent kind, the kind of harm that you commit against a child that can't defend themselves. It's absolutely sickening to me. And as I said earlier, chimpanzees know better. Baboons know better. I mean, the most primitive organisms on the planet know better than to do that shit. Who's the only ones doing it? Humans who think they have a divine justification for it. It's absolutely
I think it's worth noting. It's all just if I want people like Yaz to just do the thought experiment of just taking their religion out of it and imagine a random stranger on the street came up to them and he had no context at all, and a random dude my age came up and said, "Hey, I just got married to this fucking 6-year-old." You would then have to sit here and be like, well, I mean, come on, it's good for you, bro. Like, you would have to take that leap. And if you just take this cultural religious bullshit out of it for a second, maybe the horror of that will hit you in the face just a little bit. That you now have to talk to this guy here and be like, hey, good for you. Hope she's good in bed, that 6-year-old, but wait till she bleeds, that you have to have that discussion now because you bought into it. And then say, well, I mean, technically, back in the 2,000 years ago, a bunch of fucking illiterate goat herders thought it was cool. So fuck it, let's do it. I can't get behind
it. You can use that logic with literally any heinous act that was committed in the past. They didn't know any better. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm so sorry. I do not care at all. They shouldn't have been doing that shit. Again, if this is something that's intuitive to a baboon, then you shouldn't be doing it. Like, I hate to make an argument from like the naturalistic fallacy here, but you've got to be kidding me. And honestly, like from the first half of the conversation, I would not have thought that Yaz would take it that far. I mean, I really, really wouldn't. But people go to such extreme. The dissonance is so powerful that it's like, well, I have to retroactively justify this absolutely vile shit that happened. So there are conditions when it's okay. No, there are no conditions when that's okay. There's no conditions when slavery is okay, right? Like these are if you want to, he made some crack at some point in the middle about how it's like, oh well, where do you get your objective morality from, brother? We started the conversation with that.
That was the whole thing.
There are no situations in which that doesn't cause harm. But slavery, pedophilia, rape, pick whatever you want. That shit you can't. Oh, I've got to defend my family. Guess I better, rape a stranger or take a slave or marry a 6-year-old. Like that shit doesn't happen. Yeah. And that's the kind of stuff that gets my blood boiling. I mean, I was over here getting like pretty fucking. I was broiling a little under the collar over here. That's some.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of person
really
that is walking around. Like, yeah. What do you say to that? What do you say to that?
That really is the issue of it. And like, I love the fact that you noticed that because like literally the whole start of the conversation is about objective morality, about scientific morality, about evolutionary. And then all of a sudden when it's about him, well, you don't have any morality. It's just a pivot. And it's this apologetics, just like the switch, like a defense, a dodge that they have to go to. And it's like, dude, I'm sorry that this is such a problem for you. You couldn't even be on, or you would have been such a better person if you had at least had the decency to say, yeah, they got it wrong there. I love my religion. Yeah. I think God is good. God is love. This part is fucked up and I don't accept it. At least have the decency to do that. At least have the decency to say it's a mistranslation. At least have the decency to say this is clearly somebody made a mistake here. At least have the decency to lie and say that it's not. He tried to say, well, it's not in the Quran, which I don't know whether or not it is, but I do know that is a fact of the history of this religion.
That was about the FGM. That was about the genital mutilation.
Yeah.
I mean, make no mistake. If there was a way to get around the pedophilia here, he would have taken it. I mean, I've seen when you talk about take the little ones for yourselves, the Canaanite, genocide or whatever, and numbered. I think it's in Numbers. It might be in Leviticus with Christians. I've met plenty of people who are like, because they're decent people who, aren't so mired in their cognitive dissonance that they can't see straight, who will be like, that's just awful. Like clearly there are aspects of the Bible that are being that were mistranslated at some point, or the Israelites were trying to justify what they were doing by taking God and twisting his word or whatever. Like they'll have the decency to say stuff like that. And but like you're so right. Like I can't believe he didn't have the fucking shame to just to just lie. I
And
mean, that
even
actually,
with female,
I'm glad I got another White Claw for that one, because that puts a bad taste in my mouth.
right? And we mentioned female genital. By the way, that's another our relic of the insular cortex. The reason you use that particular vocabulary. But the
I was thinking about that while it was happening, actually.
pretty cool, right? Yeah. But like we mentioned, I brought up female genital mutilation because that one is pretty unique to Muslim communities, and that's not to say that genital mutilation is unique. Because in Christian and Jewish communities, we have male genital mutilation, we have circumcision, and here in the United States, yeah. And here in the United States, it is a cultural practice. It's something that doctors generally assume. And when you give birth, they're like, hey, do you want me to go ahead and cut part of this thing's dick off? You want me to get it over with right now while we're here? And it's like, that's just a thing that the fact that that's a question that we just commonly ask and commonly do, and we tie it back, excuse me, and we tie it back to, I think it was Kellogg, if I remember correctly, who the point of doing it was to stop kids from masturbating. It was to stop little boys from to make sex less pleasurable, to make masturbation less pleasurable, and then it goes back further to Jewish tradition. And so this is something thousands of years of cutting little boys' dicks that is now just commonplace in our society. Does that make it acceptable? Does that make it unquestionable? And then you look at Muslim communities who are doing these things to little girls, cutting their clitorises off and sewing their labia closed. Does it make it acceptable? Does it make it unquestionable? Just because it's a cultural tradition. The disgust he felt with that is the disgust you should feel with any other form of genital mutilation. And like, it just throwing it back on this, it's cultural. It's just as fucking gross. And the fact that he got so offended and worked up when we brought up genital mutilation. Well, that's not us. That's not me. That doesn't represent me. Yes, it fucking does. It's a part of your community. Talk about it. The fact that you don't is gross.
I was honestly kind of floored too by the fact that like there was such a violent reaction to that, and then in the same breath continued to defend that Aisha is like she had a period, so like it was fine. I was like, that the dissonance there has to be extreme. I mean, I was getting secondhand whiplash from it. I was like, where are we here, right? Like, and then there was the whole thing where it was like, oh well, don't. I'm not saying foot binding is okay. No shit, we're not talking about foot binding. We're talking about you justifying pedophilia. And what I'm saying is that I don't give a shit if it's a cultural proclivity. I don't care. It doesn't matter. We know better now. We know better. I mean, and that's the long and short of it. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, when he was like done with the conversation and you were kind of like, I was a little bit curious. I was like, oh boy, this could go a number of ways, but never in my wildest dreams did I expect it to go there.
Yeah, no, that's that really, I wanted to poke a little bit and see where his moral lines were, and boy, it was different than what I wanted. It was different than what I expected. It was, girl, I want to go take a shower. That was fucking weird.
There's so many times that I've said sentences in this stream that I'm like, well, that's a clip. That's a clip. That one's a clip. There's a clip there. There's a clip there. You know what I mean? It's just like, but just how about a palate cleanser?
Sure. Society has evolved. Culture has evolved. Morality has evolved. It sucks that Yaz's morality has not evolved.
Yeah. And, I mean, especially so because we know he's got the basics there. Like, I was going to say, I don't think that he would act like, I don't think if you had this situation where you came up to him on the street and were like, oh, I'm in this relationship with a 9-year-old. What do you think? Like, I don't think on that basic interaction with Yaz, he would be like, sick, bro, more power to you. Like, I think he would be like, oh my God, I'm calling the police. And yet the second it's retroactively applied to like the, his religion, all of a sudden, we all of a sudden there's a conversation to be had. All of a sudden there's nuance to marrying a 6-year-old. Like, you've got to be kidding. Anyways, let's see one of our atheist callers. Gabe has been waiting for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Jesus
Gabe
Christ.
Pronunciation from Texas. Yeah, he's an atheist. He wants to ask, how many metaphorical Adam and Eves did we start with? I'm curious to this because I don't know what this means. So, Gabe, please pull us out of the swamp of despair that we're in and elaborate a bit on your question. Welcome to SkepTalk.
Hi.
First question for
Hey,
Dave: is pedophilia cool?
Yes.
No, it's not. Not at all.
All right, you get a pass. Now we can do the conversation.
Yeah, there we go.
Anyways, yes. Well, I wanted to know how many metaphorical atoms sneeze, and basically my explanation would be like how many were the first Homo sapiens? Like, did we have like 10 atoms and 18 Eves? Because I have not been able to find much information about it when I look online.
Oh man, so you're asking for an effective population size for anatomically archaic, like the first members of Homo sapiens.
Yes.
I actually don't have an answer to that off the top of my head.
I don't
I can
even
tell
know
you
how.
Like, I really usually what they do is they work backwards off of genetic diversity. Like, I know there was a statement made in a paper a couple of years ago on like the Neanderthal population size, like how it never crested, 10 to 18,000 individuals on the planet at the same time contemporaneously, which is like super small, obviously, even for an ape, that's pretty small. But I do know maybe this will be helpful. I do know that Homo sapiens underwent a bottleneck. We've actually undergone a couple of bottlenecks, but there was one a little older than 70,000 years ago, and that was proposed or has been proposed somewhat recently to have narrowed down the population size of humans, like the breeding population size, to like roughly, if memory serves, like 1,000 couples, which is super, super small. Obviously, that doesn't include kids, that doesn't include the elderly, and that might be an undersampling, but that's going to be about as small as you can feasibly get. And it is true that humans today have pretty low genetic diversity. So maybe it was that low. I bet there's going to be people who come out swinging on that one and say, it's not going to get that low. Not roughly 1,000 couples.
Okay. Would you be able to post information about that on the chat, maybe?
Yeah, let me find it. Forrest, while I'm looking for this, wax poetic about something.
Yeah, so what I thought you were asking about is things like when we talk about mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal atom, because like that's something that we talk about a lot. Your mitochondria have their own DNA. Sperm do have mitochondria in them, but they're almost always all in the tail, and the tail breaks off during fertilization. Meanwhile, an egg cell has mitochondria, and so you, generally speaking, get your mitochondria from your mother, and very rarely get any from your father. And so we have this concept of mitochondrial Eve, where we all have our mitochondria from our mother, and then from their mother, and then from their mother, on and on and on and on. And at a certain point, we have this one theoretical individual from which all modern humanity derives their mitochondria. And that's not a new concept. You can go at any point in our evolutionary history, and you will find an animal that is either the ancestor of all humanity or none. And that like every single animal is either the ancestor of all humanity or none of it, or something. It's kind of like this theoretical model. And so that's mitochondrial Eve. Same exact thing with Y chromosomal atom. Generally speaking, you get your Y chromosome from your father. There are instances, like for example with Sawyer syndrome, where you could get it from your mother as well. And I am using the terms mother and father as sex terms right now, which they're not necessarily. That's just an aside. Those are really kind of gendered terms. I just don't want to say male parent and female parent right now, but that is the accurate way to say that. But you would generally get a Y chromosome from a father, and then from their father, on and on. And so there's this theoretical guy, theoretical male, a little while ago, who we all get our Y chromosomes from. The issue with that is that those people probably lived about 100,000 years apart. So they weren't certainly an actual group of exactly two humans from which we all derive these genes, and not literal Adam and Eve. But you can also apply that to just about anything else. And we look back at human evolution, you're going to pick a trait, and you'll find the place where we get it from a quote quote Adam and Eve of that caliber. Is that long enough for you, Erika, or do you need me to talk about more shit?
That's perfect. Yeah, I'm sending I'm putting a paper in chat right now.
Hell yeah.
This paper, Gabe, is titled. Just a second. This paper is titled Genomic Inference of a Severe Human Bottleneck During the Early to Middle Pleistocene Transition. And this bottleneck is actually not the 70,000-year-old one. This is one that was between roughly 800,000 and 900,000 years ago. So roughly around the time of the last common ancestor. of humans, Neanderthals, and Denisovans, and maybe like the East Asian Archaics, depending, and wherever we want to end up putting Homo naledi. So I'm putting that in the chat now. And this paper's summary says, this is the one that I was thinking of. So at least I found the one that was in my head. But after sequencing, looking at the present day human genomic sequences from 3,154 individuals, they propose that human ancestors went through a severe population bottleneck with about 1,280 breeding individuals between the last 930,000 years ago and roughly 813,000 years ago. And that the bottleneck lasted for around 117,000 years ago and brought human ancestors close to extinction. Now, like I said, this is from late 2023. My suspicion is that there's going to be pushback on that. That's a pretty precise number to put on the breeding individuals, and that's not pairs. That's individuals, so that's like roughly 600 couples or whatever. That's pretty low. I don't think that's going to hold, but there it is for you to look at if you would like.
I also want to just say justice for Homo heidelbergensis, who Erika failed to mention. Shame on you. They were cool.
I don't believe in Homo heidelbergensis, Forrest. I believe that they are simply pre-Neanderthalensis and pre-sapiens and pre-Denisovans. So I'm a hater.
Oh, snap. Damn.
Wasn't it like the colonialist roots of the name heidelbergensis? It's like Homo rhodesiensis, but less bad, slightly. So we'll see. Gabe, I know that doesn't answer your question, but that's mostly because I don't have the answer to your question, and I don't think anybody does right now.
Okay, could I maybe ask another question then? Maybe, because I'm trying to argue with like a creationist.
Yes, by all means.
What facts would disprove the myth of Adam and Eve? Because basically that's where I was going to.
Oh, what disproves Adam and Eve?
Yes.
The genetic diversity of modern humans. We are laughably inbred, but we're not that inbred.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to argue, if you're talking to a creationist who wants to argue that all humans descend from a single pair of individuals, that we're the only ones living on the earth, as Forrest said, we've never reached a point where there's only two individuals living on the earth. Now, there are some like more progressive creationists, more progressive like theistic evolutionists and stuff they'll say that like Adam and Eve were members of a population of heidelbergensis, quote unquote, or even Homo erectus, and they're like, oh, they were a member of a population and they're just the ones that we can all trace back like our soul to, or something along those lines, like being made in the image of God. I'm friendly towards theistic evolutionists because I love that we agree on the science of it all. So I tend to just, when I hear that, I say, okay, like that sounds very just so to me. If you want to take that perspective, that's fine. So if that's what they're arguing for, you can't really disprove that because you're talking about the lineage that humans derive their souls from, which I don't think is an empirical thing. But if they're the standard run-of-the-mill creationists, you can very easily debunk the idea that Adam and Eve were the only two individuals living on the face of the earth. 1, by looking at genetic diversity. 2, by pointing at out of Africa. 3, by pointing at the hominid fossil record. 4, by pointing at the nesting pattern that we see not just with modern Homo sapiens to archaic Homo sapiens, but also Homo sapiens as a species compared to the genomes of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other like sort of archaic lineages that we're starting to sort of maybe pull bits and pieces from, like the proteomics that we have from Paranthropus, which is going to completely negate the idea that all humans descend from a single pair of Homo sapiens that lived roughly 6,000 years ago. Now, they might make other arguments that it's like there are some more progressive creationists who will be like, oh, maybe you've got like an erectus-looking thing in Adam and Eve, but all humans still derive their common ancestry from that individual. It just happened in like 6,000 years or whatever. That's too little time. You can't get that kind of diversity in that amount of time.
Okay.
Was that helpful?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
How do you get like ethnic groups like Negroid, Mongoloid, and what is it? There's one more, the Asian one. I keep forgetting what it is. Like how did that happen?
So races
Super
are not a
outdated terms.
biological. Yeah, races are not a biological construct in the sense that we have ever derived them. You can point to population-specific generalizations, but the fact of the matter is all humans like basically nest within sub-Saharan African genomes. So phylogenetically, we form a nested hierarchy within them. Our linkage disequilibrium patterns trace us back to roughly sub-Saharan East Africa. Same with our homozygosity patterns. Same with our relative levels of genetic diversity. what you conceive of, or what people have in the past conceived of as these distinct races, have been created by suites of morphologic characteristics that are generalizable, but not actually, they don't actually form suites that match against any specific group with a real identity. Right? So like you can get dark skin, for example, all across the equator. It's not specific to, this African race that someone might want to point to. Same with characteristics that we tend to associate with Asian populations or Caucasian populations or, whatever, right? Like humans adapt to the environments in which they are in, which means convergence isn't just likely, it's basically inevitable. So any of the characteristics that you tend to find and associate with given races, they don't map onto racial characteristics in any shape, form, or or racial groups in any shape, form, or fashion in any kind of consistent way.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that and just point out, just in very plain language, like race is a social construct, not a biological one, and the phrase, the categories that you just gave, Gabe, are very outdated terms from the roots of what we called physical anthropology at the time, and some people still call it physical anthropology. That was the phrase that we used for biological anthropology before it was a real science. But physical anthropology had a big problem with racism, and they used those categories, which aren't real, to try to classify humans into a hierarchy. And it just doesn't work. So I'm not calling you out. I'm not accusing you of anything. I think you were probably reading that from something else. But just so you know, moving forward, those terms have a deeply racist history and are not real terms at all. And you will offend some people if you use them in today. So just so you know, that shit's not real. That's
more stuff away.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to let you know that's all outdated shit, and it's not real at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, I asked, wasn't ethnic group the right question? I didn't ask race. I asked for ethnic group.
Ethnic group, yes, because ethnicity is a thing. Culture is a thing. Like where you come from and how that affects your physical characteristics. That's fine. That's what Erika was talking about. So, like, she alluded to dark skin. We do see that a lot in African populations, and also we see that in Australian populations, and also we see that in Inuit populations, and South American populations, and Himalayan populations. We see this in places where there's a higher saturation of ultraviolet light on the surface, which is going to say high altitudes and low latitudes. Those are where we're going to see that a lot. And so that's not an actually like, that's not a characteristic that we use to actually group humans into so-called races, but it does tell us a bit about the ethnicity. It tells us about the sunburns that your ancestors got 100,000 years ago. That's really it.
Destruction too.
Exactly. And so that has more to do with folic acid or folate, which is two words of the same thing. It's super important for prenatal development. If you lack folic acid while you're pregnant, you're going to have a lot of cranial and spinal birth defects where you get spina bifida and shit like that. And so humans living in these areas with a lot of, and also it's point, UV light destroys folic acid in your skin. It breaks it down. And so if you're living in an area with high degree of UV saturation, darker skin allows you to have healthy babies. It's a very good adaptation. Meanwhile, people who look like Erika and I, our ancestors went way up into the north where there wasn't a lot of vitamin D, not a lot of UV light saturation, not a lot of vitamin D in the food that we're eating. UV light does photodegradation in terms of folic acid. It also has photochemical reactions with certain types of cholesterol in your skin that causes you to produce vitamin D. Vitamin D is a hormone that, among other things, helps with metabolism, sleep, circadian rhythms, and also bone development. If you are a child and you don't have enough vitamin D, you're going to get rickets. Your bones are going to be really rubbery. They're not going to form properly. They're not going to fuse properly. And you're not going to be running and chasing food very well. And so for people like us living in that area, lighter skin tones was actually the adaptation that we needed. And you look at any other racial characteristic, quote, quote, you'll find an evolutionary history like that. But as she said earlier, that means that convergence in race is going to happen, or these characteristics is going to happen all the time. Racial characteristics vary independently of one another. Racial characteristics exist on a gradient. There is no point where you are tanned enough to be called black. That doesn't make any sense. And also, most importantly, there is more genetic diversity within so-called racial groups than there is between them. So, African populations have the greatest genetic diversity out of any other humans. You can pick the most what you would consider racially diverse humans outside of Africa. Somebody from, pick your favorite, from China, and a person from North England or whatever. They are more genetically similar than any two random black people from Africa. And so if you want to try to make a physical definition for race from a genetic standpoint, you need about a dozen categories just for black people. It doesn't really work. And there have been experiences that have tried that and failed miserably. So just know there is no actual racial category system, and ethnicity has a lot more to do with just like where your families live for a while. It's not really a good way to categorize things in that way. It's just a historical thing. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Gabe. Glad to hear it. And take care.
Thank you.
I appreciate your
Have a
call.
good day.
Later.
I love
Thanks for listening to us ramble about race and stuff.
Yeah, but like a good old fashioned like educational call where it's just like, oh, okay, this is like a person who's a good faith actor. They want to know more about a subject. They want to argue with the creationists. They want to argue with the racists, and it's like happily, I will sit here and just vomit about this topic. And I know you will as well. It's like
those were good questions.
They were good questions. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and clearly he wanted to know more about it. So it's like, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
We left to
Gabe's a good dude. We need more Gabes.
Yeah. You want to hit another theist caller? How would you feel about that?
I'm down with it. I got nothing going on.
All right, cool. Yeah, let me just clear my schedule. Next up, we have Jax, pronouns he, they, from LA, or Louisiana, rather. I see the LA, and I'm like, yeah, Los Angeles.
You don't know. It could be either one.
Yeah, it could be either one, right. They want to know if it's rational to hope for supernatural things to be true, so long as they can be separated from scientific understanding. So this sounds to me like a case for sort of like hopeful deism. So Jax, I'm fixing to let you in. You're on SkepTalk. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Tell us a little more about your question.
All right. I think you summarized it better than I did with the call screener, which I apologize to the call screener for. I was very nervous.
No, please don't be nervous. We don't bite. We don't bite unless you're trying to defend an adult man marrying a 9-year-old. So then we bite a little.
Yeah, I've been following both of you for a very long time, and I know back that
wonderful.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, Jax, you're cutting out a little bit. We can't hear you. We can't hear the compliments that I know are coming. that I need to hear.
Fix it quickly, please.
What happened?
Okay, Jax, we can hear you again. I'm so sorry. You were saying.
Fucking hell, what's going on? No, I can't hear
We can
anything.
hear you. You're loud and clear. Maybe not.
Oh, is Jax having phone problems now?
I think
the man has been waiting for 2 hours and 47 minutes to talk to us.
He's having phone issues.
His phone probably went to sleep.
Oh, yeah, Jax, if you can hear us, if you're on the web caller, it says if you're on the web call, make sure your phone isn't on sleep. Tap it, wake it up. Otherwise, it won't let you talk to us.
I'm going to give it another minute, and then we can either talk about the topic while we wait on Jax, or we can send Jax back to the queue and take someone else while they work on their phone stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Jax, are you there? Jax, buddy?
Morgan, would we be able to put him back into the screening room to fix it, to make sure he can talk before we bring him back? Would that be possible, or is that not a thing?
Done.
Okay, cool.
All right. Jax, we'll come back to you. In the meantime,
somebody's going to help you, Jax.
You know what? We're going to actually, this might be a quick one. All right, we're going to go to Brian, pronounce he, him, Pennsylvania. He's an atheist. He wants to know the difference between an argumentum ad populum and an argument from consensus in science. I think we can do this one quick. So, Brian, thank you for waiting for 2.5 flippin' hours. Are you there and can you hear us?
Dear God, yes. Oh my
Wonderful.
God, this has been a roller coaster of a night.
You're here though.
What a show.
I'm glad to hear you.
This is my first time actually listening into the show and not just listening to a clip, and my God.
Yeah, this kind of thing is not uncommon, unfortunately.
We have a weird job. We have a weird job, Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh my God, and I just want first off I want to say love what you guys are doing. Forrest, I'm actually a big fan of yours. I actually found your stuff through Reacteria before I actually found this place. So I'm very happy to be talking to you.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm working on a new Reacteria right now. I was going to film it today, but I did this instead. So there will be a new.
What a wonderful choice.
Tell us a little bit about your question, Brian.
Sure thing. So basically, like I said, I've been listening to a lot of this kind of stuff for actually a few months now, just because I recently found out about it, and like I've been watching a lot of all the EXP clips, a lot of the stuff from the line, stuff from Talk Heathen, and one of the things that I tend to do is when I'm listening to this kind of stuff, my mind generally kind of goes to a devil's advocate kind of position a lot of the time. Even if it's something I really don't agree with, I'll just tend to do it. I don't know if it's just because I like arguing with myself or something. I don't know, but one of the big things that I keep going back, that keeps popping up in my mind, and I'm not sure I've heard a very cogent difference between the two exactly. Like I have a vague idea, but it's not too clear. Like I hear a lot of the time, like people will go to a lot of theist callers I hear, and some I've actually met, will go to like that whole thing where like so many people can't be wrong, or it's common sense, or something like that. Mm-hmm. And then I'll hear talking about more scientific discussion, and people like doing stuff with like weird flat Earth stuff, or the whole thing, talking about weird stuff like genetic problems with Adam and Eve and stuff like that. And I mean by that I mean like people ignoring that kind of stuff, and people trying to. I'm sorry if I'm stuttering a bit.
No, you're doing just fine.
But yeah,
you are doing just fine.
One of the things that we brought up then is the argument, like a bunch of the people who know this kind of stuff have formed a consensus, and that this is what is currently the standard for what the explanation is here. And I'm wondering exactly. Well, hold on. I might just be missing something a little bit, because in both scenarios, I'm hearing, here's a group of people who think a thing, they're wrong. Here's a group of people who think a thing, they're right. What's the yeah.
I think the biggest thing that's most important when we talk, so like the bandwagon fallacy you're talking about, just like, oh, well, a lot of people think this. It's the same as like I get accused all the time of the argument from authority fallacy. Well, somebody important said it, therefore it's true. Whenever I like pull out like, here's the World Health Organization that's saying the same thing I'm saying, something like that. The difference would be, it would be different if I were to say, like, you know, Robert Sapolsky, I mentioned him earlier on, one of my favorite scientists, a really, really cool dude. If I were to say, he said this, therefore it is right, that would be an argument from authority. If I were to say, everybody knows this is just a thing that we all talk about, that would be an argument from the bandwagon. The difference between that and science and citing like a scientific body or something like that is the evidence. It is the process of peer review. It's the fact that we're not just saying this because this one scientist said it. It's because this scientist found evidence that was new, showed it to a bunch of other scientists that were also experts in this field that knew a thing or two and knew how to parse that evidence. They all accepted it as well. They put it out to everybody to look at, and everybody has now learned a new thing together. And so, yes, everybody knows a thing. This is the scientific consensus. We all have this idea based on our collective understanding, not based on our collective opinion. And it's not just this one scientist said the thing. Or this one, if I'm talking about the World Health Organization, it's not pointing to an authority. It's pointing to a group of individuals, a group of the best scientists and doctors in the whole damn world, who are all set looking at the data at hand and with better knowledge than I'll ever have, parsing through this and coming up with new conclusions about stuff. So, like, the difference between bandwagon fallacy, argument from authority fallacy, and trusting the scientific consensus is the evidence that they are bringing into the table, is the peer review process, and is also the knowledge that science has and will always be changing. That the knowledge we have now is just a little bit, and we're getting more, and that might change our outlook in the future, and we're ready to do that. We're not saying this is the final ultimate truth. We're saying this is what we know about the world based on the best evidence that we have right now. And if we get new evidence that contradicts this, we're going to change our minds. That's what my answer would be.
I think that's a great answer. I'm going to try to kind of, because I know that I tend to be long-winded, so I'm going to try to focus on the cogent and concise sort of part of your request here, Brian. I think the biggest difference is that in science, you have a bunch of people trying to prove their idea wrong. And in argument ad populum, right, you've got a bunch of people trying to say that they're all right. A core part of science is the just absolute nose to the grindstone attempt to kill your hypothesis. That's what makes it so robust, is that not that you have a bunch of people trying to support an idea, but that you have a ton of people trying to prove the idea wrong. And if that idea still stands after all that time, after all that scrutiny, I think you might just be onto something. That's going to be my answer. In addition to Forrest.
I thought it was something. Yeah, I figured it was something along those lines. Like it's more like it's just I haven't heard like a direct response to that. Might be reason why I asked that question. And I think honestly, a lot of Forrest would say kind of just answered the other thing I had in mind as well, just because one of the other things that came like moving with that is this. If you do not mind me asking another question, only if you don't mind.
No, go for it. Sure, go for it.
All right. So one of the things that I hear a lot in these calls is one of the things, and sorry, 1 second, just here are the thoughts. Let me phrase this. Darn it. Breaking in, I think, let me try and word it this way. Hear me out. There's a lot of the different accusations of the fields of science having some weird conspiracy about them. And I know that's all bunk. I do. I really do. The thing that comes to my mind immediately when I hear a lot of the stuff like that is one of the things you actually one of the things that come up is like something like particularly with germ theory. Back in the day, I am going to admit I'm a bit of a layman when it comes to this topic. I'm more of an engineering guy myself, so this kind of biological stuff is a little bit with me. But back as far as I understand, back in the day, germ theory was a very unpopular thing, very unpopular. And the main thing, why I bring that up, I'm sorry if my thoughts are a little bit scattered. Again, I'm not used to this kind of thing, especially online.
No big deal.
Right. So basically, hopefully you can understand what I'm saying here. Trying to push into that consensus was an idea that was extremely unpopular back then, like germ theory. Like I believe at the time when that was being explored, like the whole miasma theory was still very much in vogue at the time. So And the reason I bring that up is I keep coming back to that whenever I hear about theists trying to posit some kind of evidence, pushing in and try and push into that kind of thing, and push that kind of thing forward.
Right, Brian.
And
I think I'm getting what you're putting down, right? So I think you're coming from a perspective of like, okay, there have been underdogs in the past whose ideas have actually turned out to be right. There have been people who, have been scoffed at and laughed at and whatever, and then it turns out.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do want to just make sure that, especially for anybody watching, I am not arguing that they do have good points. Like I've seen the debate with James Tour. I get that.
Right, but the idea is like, how do we know that?
Yeah.
I think that's a super fair question to ask. My answer might be a little bit different than yours, Forrest, but we're probably going to converge on roughly the same thing. So first and foremost, right, like since the Enlightenment or the Renaissance or like however far back you want to go, thinkers wise, we have way more people alive today and we have way more scientists alive today. And we've had way more scientists alive over the past 150 years than perhaps there were in some before that, as far as people who have been building off previous people's work. We live in a time that has given us an unprecedented ability to double check people on our own. And we live in an unprecedented time of expertise where people have pushed so far into their specific regions that it's like you'll have one guy and he's like the resident expert on worms from the Ordovician. And it's like, you don't want to go up against that guy on worms from the Ordovician. He knows it better than absolutely anybody. He's dedicated his entire life to it. So I'll sort of point to that as my first pillar here, is that we've got more people on it, and our ideas, mostly over the past 150 years, have not done these full 180s. We don't tend to see full 180s in science. What we tend to see is a narrowing of scope and an increase in precision with regard to ideas. So, the example that's the classic go-to is that it's like when Einstein discovered relativity, that didn't undo Newtonian physics, right? This was a huge revolution. It was a huge revelation. But just because he found physics that explains phenomena that Newtonian physics couldn't explain, that doesn't make Newtonian physics untrue. And that has been the fact for virtually every large scientific discovery that I can think of over the past 150 years. I can think of ideas like miasma theory that have been overturned by germ theory, but that's moving way further back into time, like into the 1600s and 1700s. You rarely, if ever, see these full, oh my God, I had no idea. It turns out the Earth was flat all along. And the primary reason for that is that we have a nice body of evidence that serves as preclusionary data to a lot of these ideas. So, for example, I don't think that it's even possible at this point to prove a flat Earth, to support a flat Earth over our current model of the Earth, unless you've had people engaged in conspiracy for the past, 6,000 years of time that they've just been passing it through. And then this also permeates to individuals who have telescopes and individual people who work for GPS companies and so on and so forth. There's just too much data that we rely on day to day to ever come back around to supporting this idea that the Earth is flat. The same goes for something like the age of the Earth, right? We rely on radiometric dating for every type of fossil fuel discovery out there. We use it to base and model. Without radiometric dating, we don't find coal, we don't find oil, we don't find gas. Further, the ancient age of the Earth and the state of radioactive decay in the rocks of the Earth right now is foundational to our understanding of nuclear decay and to some degree quantum physics. So that's probably not going to change. The idea of evolution, right? We predicate so many of our ideas and advancements in agriculture and in medicine on the foundational mechanisms of evolution. The odds that we're going to find something new that completely undoes all of that, because remember, these new ideas don't just have to be better than the old ideas, or don't just have to show that the old ideas are wrong. They have to be better than the old ideas. They have to completely overturn the paradigm and explain the previous data better. So for all of those reasons, while you can point to certain small areas of science that it's okay, the underdog might be right on this one. It has happened before, Wegener and continental drift is a classic example, or plate tectonics, is a classic example. But as far as these ideas that are long held and foundational for society at large, I just don't see a way for that to work. And, I think that's the way that you want to phrase it when you're talking to these kinds of people. It's like, okay, you think that maybe the flat earthers are right. Well, what kind of data would they have to find? What kind of data could they find at this point that would overturn our concept of a oblate spheroid Earth? What kind of data could we find that would overturn radiometric dating? What kind of data could we find that would overturn evolution? The answer is I struggle to think of any. And if that's the answer that you come to with whatever phenomena or scientific norm that you're discussing, I think you're sitting on pretty solid foundation that idea is not going to radically change as we move forward. Hopefully that was helpful. Forrest?
Very.
Yeah, I would just say that like I'm actually pulling up a paper right now that I think is helpful. I think it's important to point out that science isn't perfect. Science is done by people. And there are a variety of social and political and economic reasons why someone might fudge their data, why someone might falsify something, why someone might plagiarize something. Whether there is, there's social reasons. They don't want to get in trouble for saying this. They don't want to be the weirdo that's advocating for something strange. They don't want to be, chastised in their community for being the guy who came against some weird thing. There could be political reasons. They live in a country that is telling them what the results are going to be of their study. You know what I mean? Maybe there's some sort of reason why coming up with this could land them in hot water, send them to a gulag somewhere. Maybe an economic reason. Maybe they need this funding for their livelihood. Maybe they need this grant. Maybe they work for a company that has a vested interest in them finding a particular thing and they need that money. Like shit like that does absolutely happen. Behaving. There's a paper called Scientists Behaving Badly by Martinson et al. And here I have it right here, published in Nature back in 2005, and this one is in Chinese. I'm trying to find a version that I can put into the chat. I have a paper one right next to me, but that doesn't help fucking anybody. Here it is. Okay, so this is one where they did a survey of scientists, and it was a anonymous survey where people were self-reporting on like what their behaviors were, and they found that some people fucked up earlier in their career and either falsified their numbers, cooked their data, unauthorized information being used in their thing that they weren't supposed to put in there, change in design or methodology halfway through the thing to make their paper look a little bit better when that actually wasn't what they set out to do. And they found that actually spiked most mid-career. People who had already been scientists for a while were the people who are doing that later on, because when they're early on, they're really idealistic and they're doing it right. But then later on, they're kind of stuck in this job and they got to keep going. You know what I mean? And they did find a cultural difference as well between like scientists in the US versus scientists in China and other places. So all that's important to say. And it's important when you talk about this to not glorify and idealize science too much and not to think about it as this like perfect crystalline thing that just elucidates and illuminates all the secrets of the universe perfectly at all times. Scientists are people and scientists fuck up, sometimes on purpose, sometimes not on purpose. However, the results of science speak for themselves. The fact that you were able to call us on the internet right now and we have this conversation is the results of science working, no matter how many scientists blew it in the past. The fact that, Erika pointed out so much of our fossil fuel industry, everything to do with medicine, everything to do with agriculture, all hinges on science. The math and engineering knowledge that is required to build the house that you are currently standing in to talk to me right now is predicated and built upon science working. So yeah, sometimes scientists get it wrong, and sometimes whole organizations get it wrong. You know what fixes that? Better science. Science gets better every single day, and science corrects science every single day. And so that's what I would say to those sort of things.
All right.
How do you feel about all that, Brian?
Good. Very good. I think, that pretty much answers it. That pretty much hits it right there. So So,
Right on.
yeah, thank you.
Perfect. We love those
Thank you,
kinds
Brian.
of calls, Brian. I love those kinds of calls.
I appreciate that. I just honestly, yeah, that's just like I said. It's just something that keeps popping into my head whenever I listen to this kind of stuff. Like I will always play devil's advocate just because it's interesting to think about. And
you know what?
I just
that makes for good science. Playing devil's
Yeah, I think
advocate and
that's
thinking
healthy.
always, but what if this is wrong? That's a good thing for a skeptic to do.
Kill your darlings.
Right.
Kill your hypotheses. That's how we advance.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Brian,
thank you very
so much for calling. We appreciate you so much.
No problem. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and
Take care.
I'll let you get back to the nuts.
Take care, man. Thanks so much for waiting for 4 fucking hours.
Yeah, you really were
Oh,
patient.
God. All right. Have a good evening.
Take care, Brian. Ah, piece of cake call. Love that kind of thing. So, regrettably, as I'm sure you've seen, we didn't get our pal Jax back. So we've only got one call left, and then we can start to wade through the deluge of super chats. And also, Forrest, I saw in the chat that a Morgan has been up for like 18 hours, and then he came to host this. So
yeah, and now he rudely won't reopen the lines for us to take more theists. The son of a bitch, because he said he has to be up at 4 a.m.
It's all fun and games when we're suffering, but I will not put a Morgan through when he has not slept in that long. Right. So I'm gonna have to take his side on this one. As much as I would love to get our other callers back and to get more theist callers in here,
right.
Let's take this call. This next one might keep us occupied for a minute too. I think we're gonna like this one. We have Dylan, pronouns they, them, from Canada. They're an atheist. And they say, they want to know, rather, how do I talk to my creationist mother about human evolution? Also, a friend was in Discord voice chat where someone said human races are like different breeds of dogs. How is that wrong and why? So I feel like we got a little something for everyone here for us, almost a tailor-made question for us if I ever saw one. Dylan, welcome to SkepTalk. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Better now. Better with this kind. Looking down the barrel at this kind of question. This is my favorite
clarify that the question about the Discord, I do not believe that. I just want to know your opinions on it.
Oh yeah,
we figured. Yeah. We did. Okay, shoot. So we covered a little bit of the second half of the question in our previous call, but I certainly think that we could do like an abbreviated version, sort of to really hammer this home. But we'll just start with the first half of the question. So first, do you want to start with this? You want to give your best pitch for proving human evolution to a creationist mom, or do you want me to start?
Yeah. So it just so happens that I'm doing a talk at SciCon this October on how to teach evolution to a creationist. And
no
so
kidding.
like and so like just to take a snippet from that of what I'm already writing for that and give it to you, I would offer 2 bits of advice. Actually, I'll give you 3 very briefly. Number 1 is look out for common misconceptions about evolution. When people talk about genes being selected for rather than phenotype being selected for, when people talk about random chance being the guiding force rather than the non-random selection for random mutations, and that again, and also even that, talking only about neo-Darwinian evolution, which is just mutation selection, and not talking about all the other guiding and creative forces like epigenetics and development that go into it, things like that. Talking about it in a real way, which you may not be equipped to do, but at least letting them know that there's a whole fuck of a lot more than just random chances and sometimes you get eyeballs and shit. Like making sure to have that conversation is really important. Number 2, establishing axioms, logical axioms that you can agree with. My favorite way to do that is this. We can agree that genes exist and that they are heritable from parent to offspring. Number 2, we can agree that different flavors of those genes exist and we call them alleles. Shout out to that person who takes a bong hit every time I say the word allele on this show. So there's no one gene for hair color, for eye color, for height, for body fat retention, for arm length, for number of fingers, for blah blah blah. There's different versions of those genes. And you don't even have to then get into the fact that there are some traits that are polygenic and some genes that are pleiotropic, having different effects. You don't have to get into any of that. Just from the most basic fundamental, there's genes are passed down from parent to offspring, and there's different types of each one of those genes. And then the third thing is that different alleles, different types of these genes, are better suited for life in different environments. You can have all the best alleles for being an amazing fucking anaconda, and you are going to die in the middle of the Pacific Ocean because you don't have the right alleles for being a shark. And so, depending on where you live and where you are, where your species is growing up in and where you're from, different alleles are going to have different benefits and different problems. And so when you adapt into one environment, you are necessarily losing fitness in every other possible environment. You're worse at living in other environments because you are now better at living in this one. And if you can apply those, that's just those three basic concepts, which everybody can agree on if they know anything at all about biology, evolution necessarily logically follows those things. Natural selection is going to be the result of that. And so if you can get those things across, we can now apply that to humans and say, okay, so now looking at humans, we've adapted in the exact same way, and we've had these exact same changes. And you might run up into the issue of kinds and things at that point, but that's all of the discussion. At least we can get across the fact that like humans have changed.
And I clarified that she does believe in evolution like animals, but she doesn't believe specifically in human evolution. So she understands the whole natural selection and all that. But it's specifically, she's like, oh, we were intelligently designed. And I'm like, I went through the whole rundown of like, we're animals, we're mammals, we lactate. I went through, we're apes because we have 5 fingers and we have special teeth and whatever. And then I was like, we don't have tails. We're old world apes. And I went through the whole thing, and she was like, no. And I was like, how much more do I need to give you?
Right.
So Dylan,
well, I think the third thing, if I can, very quick, I'm sorry.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, so I haven't spoken at all. Pardon me. Just the third thing, very succinctly, very briefly. The third thing that I think is really useful that I find is also give it some meaning, because a lot of the times when people are coming from a creationist standpoint, a big hang up is that humans are so special and so beautiful and we're chosen to do blah, 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 blah. Putting some feeling into science and giving some art to it and letting them know how amazingly beautiful the story of evolution is and how horrific it is and how painful it is and how wonderful it is and all of these things that you can now attach some sort of philosophy to, whether or not that's a cool thing to do scientifically is a totally other thing. It'll let them feel a little bit less like you're pulling the rug out from under them. And it'll give them something new to latch on to where, no, actually, we weren't chosen. We aren't special, but we are fucking cool. And here's why. That might be helpful a lot. And now I think Erika has some really specific things that'll help you break the barrier of are we animals and are we apes and shit like that. But maybe she doesn't. I don't know.
So no, actually, I have nothing to say on this subject at all. End the show. Dylan, this is my bread and butter. This is my favorite topic. I know
this is why I asked about it. I was like,
this is perfect. Yeah, this is perfect. I teach honors biological anthropology, intro to biological anthropology here in a southern state. So I have a lot of people, and I do a poll at the beginning of every class to find out, where everybody's coming from as far as this goes. And then I tailor my class to like, okay, how many creationists are in the audience? And you'll be pleased to know that number is going down more and more every year, especially as access to the internet and channels, on YouTube become more and more accessible. So my approach to this is going to be sort of two-pronged. And I'm around these parts, I'm quite friendly to theistic evolution. So, maintaining a sort of religious tether while you accept evolution. And then, what happens after that is sort of up to the individual and up to the relationship there. So I prioritize, accepting evolution above all else. And so what I would emphasize first and foremost to your mom is you can 100% accept all of evolution, including human evolution, and still keep a faith. People all across this earth are doing that right now. People in my department are Buddhist and Jewish and Muslim and Christian, and they study human evolution all day long. This is something that can absolutely be copacetic. I maintain that. From my personal perspective, I have other hangups with religion that are not tied to evolution, but I would start with that this doesn't have to be a deal breaker for your faith. Then I would move on to part 2, which is that evolution, with regard to human evolution, makes a singular prediction. If humans evolved from a more basal ape, then we should find the slow morphologic transition from that state to our current state over geologic time. That's it. And what that means is that we should still carry characteristics that make us, as you so aptly and appropriately mentioned earlier, Dylan, that make us apes, that make us old world monkeys or catarrhines, that make us anthropoids, that make us haplorhine primates, that make us primates generally, or mammals, or chordates, or vertebrates, or animals in general, or eukaryotes. And so you can find a million resources, including videos on my channel or on Forrest's channel or online that will walk you through the characteristics that define each of those groups. So after you've established that you can accept evolution and still be religious, then you can move on to here's what makes us all of these characters now. And not only do these characteristics define us, but they nest within one another. So all humans are apes. All apes are old world monkeys. All old world monkeys are anthropoids. All anthropoids are haplorhines. All haplorhines are primates. All primates are mammals. All mammals are chordates. All chordates are vertebrates, or reverse those two, chordates first, then vertebrates. And then all of our chordates are animals, and all our animals are eukaryotes. So once you can establish that relationship exists, and I'm sure that after you list all of this stuff at her, she's going to be like, okay, but that still doesn't mean we evolved from apes, even if we have these characteristics. Those are just characteristics that we can arbitrarily use to define things. You should point out to her that no, they're not arbitrary. When we assess all of the characteristics of all of the animals on planet Earth and remove humans, you will end up with a group called apes, the hominids, and they will nest within a group called catarrhines, which will nest it, and so on and so forth. And then when you take humans and ask, where do humans fall amongst all of these different categories, we will land as apes, as catarrhines, as anthropoids, and so on and so forth. You can back that up by pointing to genetics. We are 98.8% similar to chimpanzees and bonobos, and they are likewise we're their closest relative, and vice versa. They are our closest living relative. We're closer to each other than either is to a gorilla. That's important information. We're about 95% similar on the whole genome, which is more genetically similar than rats are to mice, which is an important little fact that I like to bring to creationists' attention, that if genetics necessitates relatedness, and it does, the best way to tell how closely related two people are is sequence their genome. Necessarily this relationship exists. Then why is it that they can accept that rats and mice are related? Clearly they're both rodents, but humans and chimpanzees, which are even more genomically similar, aren't. Like it doesn't follow. It's a complete, bastardization of science and standardization. Once you've pointed all that out, you can point to things like our human chromosome 2 is literally a fusion of chimpanzee chromosome, or rather ancestral Miocene ape chromosome 12 and 13, or 2A and 2B, down to the telomeres in the center of our chromosome, down to the second centromere, down to the synteny along the entirety of the chromosome to their A and B. And once you've established that genomically this is relatively inescapable, you can move back to the more basest question. Okay, she might say, humans are apes, but we were created apes and we're not related to any other apes, and we didn't evolve from a more primitive ape. And that's when you pull the red curtain down and you show her the wonderful slow morphologic change over geologic time of the hominin fossil record, which is one of the best lineages out there when it comes to showing evolution through time. Because, and this is very specific, it's wonderful, the predictions were made beforehand, right? When we came up with this idea that, okay, humans must evolve from this more basal ape, we were like, okay, well, big brains or bipedality had to come first. And we had scenarios for each of those predictions. And lo and behold, what do we find? We find every single characteristic that defines anatomically modern Homo sapiens emerge slowly through geologic time, moving all the way back to 7 million years ago, which coincidentally is the same date that we get for the molecular clock moving backwards in time, looking at the genomes of humans and chimps. Those two things should not match if we aren't actually apes who descend from other apes. That is like a coincidence on a cosmic scale. In fact, there was a paper that was released as one of my favorite papers. It's a statistical support for common ancestry that shows that the odds of getting the signal that we have from morphologic similarity of humans to other apes, geographic location of current apes and other primates and fossils, And the genomic similarity, the odds of getting this signal and not having a common ancestry amongst all the primates is less likely than picking two atoms, like one after the other, and have them be the same atom with replacement of all the atoms in the entire universe. I mean, like, it is that astronomically small. And you can point to the slow emergence of bipedality and how Australopithecus afarensis has this bowl-shaped pelvis and an anterior foramen magnum and an S-shaped spine and relatively lordotic lower portion of the lumbar spine. You can point to the valgus knee. You can point to the inline big toe. You can point to 3 arches in the foot. You can point to the minute freaking little microscopic cusping evolution of each molar in the mouths of these things as we move from Australopithecus in through genus Homo and upwards. You can look at the biocultural evolution, how Australopiths or Kenyanthropus, depending on which one you want to ascribe it to, use tools at Lamecwi and how these tools slowly got more advanced over time. And that happened in tandem with the evolution of a better precision grip and the loss of these, arms for swinging through the trees and instead for exaptation for an overhand throw. You can see the emergence of fire in Homo erectus and the emergence of altruism, as we saw earlier, as we start to take care of our conspecifics. It is so wonderfully orchestrated. It is one of the best supported ideas in science, in my opinion, because, again, this was laid out before Darwin, around Darwin and before him, and has shown up in stunning detail, discovery after discovery, experiment after experiment. There is no excuse at this point. And once you're done with all that, if she still says she doesn't think that humans evolved from other apes, then, my friend, I don't know what to tell you. She's being intransigent. You can't do anything at that point. But that's what I would do. That would be my game plan.
All right.
Yeah, just do that.
So what's that?
Just repeat
do
that.
all of
That's
that.
it.
Yeah, that'll be so easy.
Show lots of pictures. People love pictures.
I love pictures. Pictures are great.
In all seriousness, my strategy is always bury people with data, which is unfortunately not the best strategy out there. Burying people with data is one of those things where it can end up just being really overwhelming. And so in reality, you should parcel out all of that information piecemeal. And when she asks good questions, tell her she's asking good questions. Look stuff up together, right? Engage in this journey and act like, even if you aren't, act like you're willing to have your mind changed on this one. It's if you are in fact willing to have your mind changed. So I hope that was helpful, Dylan.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Thank you for calling. Let us know how it goes.
I will. I did actually have a different question though.
Yeah, of course.
It's completely unrelated to anything that we were talking about just now. But
okay with me?
I've called in a couple times to AXP and to the line, trying to sort of ask this question, and I think the best way that I can put it is how does being a scientist or being a biologist make the idea of death easier, or does it not have any sort of grasp on that? Because the idea of there just suddenly being nothing afterwards is very scary for a lot of people. And I want to know if sort of your scientific perspective sort of changes that.
What was it like before you were born? What was it like before you were born?
I was born. It was nothing.
It'll be the same. It'll be the same. You didn't exist for billions of years, and you won't exist for billions of years afterwards, and that's cool. It'll be the exact same. And yeah, that's hard to think about because you have nothing to compare it to, because all we do is compare experiences to other experiences, and that is by definition the lack of experience, and that's fucking strange. But at the end of the day, that's all it really is, and that's not as scary as you think. When I think about scary parts of death, I'm scared of how that's going to affect my family and how it's going to affect my loved ones. I'm scared of the grief that they're going through. I myself am freaked out by the concept of not existing, but at the end of the day, like I said, it's exactly the same thing that I was doing for 13 billion years. So I'll do that again. It wasn't that bad. The second I close my eyes for the last time, that instant, that moment is to me the exact same thing as eternity. There will be no difference in my perception between that instant and the rest of time. It just is there and it's done and I feel nothing, and that's cool. And I like to think, if you're talking, especially to someone who's either recovering from religion or somebody who is still religious, I like to say that, like, I bring up what Socrates said in the Apology by Plato, when Socrates is about to die, when he's accepting his death sentence. They ask if he's afraid, and he says there are two options. Either there is an afterlife, in which case I am about to spend the rest of eternity grilling and questioning and learning from the greatest heroes in history, and that's pretty fucking cool, and I have nothing to be afraid of. Or there isn't an afterlife, which means I won't know any difference, and quite frankly, I could use the rest. So there's nothing to be afraid of. So yeah, I, as a biologist, as a scientist, as just a thinking person, I don't have any issue with any of that. I just hope that I've made the world a little bit better before I go. That's my goal. And if I don't do it, I won't know anyway. That's all right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think that's a phenomenal answer. I mean, I'm our resident optimist here when it comes to this. I'm the beloved and much maligned and hated fence-sitting agnostic from the perspective, atheistic agnostic, I guess, agnostic atheist, whatever label you want to ascribe to me. I think it's quite possible that there's nothing that happens after we die. It's just like before we were born, right? Or it may be, as Forrest alluded to with Plato there may be something. Do I think it has absolutely anything to do with any of the organized religions that exist? Probably not. I think if there's something that happens that's so ethereal, it has to be so ethereal that we can't measure it with any kind of instruments that we have or investigate it with the scientific method. I mean, and for me, that makes me treat my life as if it's not there. But if it is, then as Forrest says, either it's going to be nothing, it's going to be like before you were born and it's going to be fine, or it's going to be something new, which I think is just really exciting, to be perfectly honest. I find that thrilling. It may be a Penrose cosmology. It may be that we live this recurrence over and over and over again, in the annals of eternity, or it may be, a brain cosmology where it's like we live different iterations of the lives that we lead. Or maybe that's all bullshit and it's nothing. I mean, I have no idea. But I find that an open question, the ability to say that I don't know, because I truly don't, is honest. It lets me sleep at night. I'm content with that as an answer. And, I find curiosity to be one of the most phenomenal aspects of being human, of being alive. I love wondering about, what will be and trying to solve the problems of the world. And this is one of those things where it's like, when I'm dead one way or another, I'm going to find out, right? Like we'll know what happens, which is, kind of the discovery of a lifetime when you think about it. So you can look at it from an optimistic perspective. You can look at it from a pessimistic perspective. But I think the truth of the matter is we don't know what happens, but whatever happens, it's going to be okay.
As Bilbo Baggins once said, I think I'm quite ready for another adventure.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. We might have this conversation again in some far-flung, eternity, or we might not. But either way, it's fine.
Who knows?
I find it very romantic. Dylan, did we solve the question of the fear of death for you? Did we fix that issue?
I think you made me think about it in a different way, which I appreciate.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we gotta talk about the race thing. Forrest, do you want to give the race summary real quick?
Oh yeah. So similar but different in a very important way, and especially considering historical context. Don't fucking say that. So I would say that it is similar, and when you compare it to dog breeds, because dog breeds look very different, but they can still interbreed because they are still the same species. Similar with humans, we've spread across the planet. We've changed morphologically and phenotypically because of the environments that we lived in. You can see this with skin coloration, with different facial features, even sometimes a little bit of difference in features of the skull and things like that. You can see some of that, and that's totally fine. It is nowhere near as extreme as dog breeds because we did not experience actual artificial selection for the purpose of bringing out new phenotypes, except for the times when we did, and those times were slavery. So there is actually historical context to that, and I would not draw that comparison because it would be extremely harmful to some, or painful to some people to bring up that historical trauma. And also, I would say that it is a gross, like a stretch of the reality of natural selection. It's a bad comparison to make for a lot of reasons. It's an acceptable analogy to kind of wrap your head around it a little bit, but don't say it out loud is what I would say. That's how I would do it.
Because when I heard that, I was like, someone actually said that?
It's rough. I get where they're coming from, and I don't think they're shitty for saying it, but it's rough. Like,
no, it's rough, Forrest. No dog puns in the slavery conversation.
Rough.
So,
Nice.
I'm gonna add, the go-to, right? It's like it would be, you could draw it would be a more apt comparison if it weren't for like the genomics are like all over the place, right? Like as we mentioned earlier, you can point to the genetic diversity, which is highest in Africa. Everybody else nests within that. You could point to the phylogeny. Everybody else nests within this group that comes out of Africa. You point to the linkage disequilibrium or the homozygosity levels. Like, again, it all points to an African origin. And what that means is that there's just gene flow out the wazoo going on throughout human history. And as Forrest said earlier, the differences that are within individual, populations tend to be larger than the differences between them, which serves to support this notion that it's like, we're just ridiculously similar, 99.9% similar. I would even wager, I don't know this for a fact, but I would wager that if you were to sequence the genomes of like, archetypal, whatever people that are supposed to represent these proposed races that people think exist, and then you were to do it with a bunch of dog breeds, I think you would find that the humans are like way more genomically similar than the dog breeds are. Again, supporting this notion that this is just like not a legitimate biological reality.
Yeah, right.
Was that helpful?
Yeah, this was great. This was one of the best days of my entire life. I had bangers all day today. I had
bangers all day.
I like to think that she means bangers. I like to think that they mean bangers in like the British term, and they're talking about sausages, and like, fuck yeah, all day sausages, and then you call the line.
Hell yeah.
Nah, dude, that would give you such a stomach ache, dude. Like, sausages all day, like that, they're so
all
oily.
day.
I could not do that. Mm-mm. But I am glad to hear about this win after a W after W, if that's still one of the things that we say. Thank you, Dylan.
Yeah, no,
I hope the bangers continue.
Thank you. I mean, Forrest posted my art on Instagram earlier today, so that was awesome.
That was yours?
Forrest?
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah, no, they made the fucking best. So, there's this thing that you might have heard me talking about. It's called Roll for Initiative. And in case you aren't familiar, Roll for Initiative is this fucking awesome thing where this gorgeous man named Jesse Jerdak and I played Octavian Tales of the Valiant for like 35 goddamn hours over the course of 1 week in Denver, Colorado, and filmed that shit and then edited it and put it on the internet for a 14-episode tabletop gaming series where we addressed some really heavy moral questions and dealt with a lot of big emotions and also had some laughs. And we raised over $25,000 motherfucking dollars for Doctors Without Borders, who are saving lives right now in Gaza and in Ukraine and in Sudan and in Yemen and in Congo and in Chad and in other crisis zones all around the world. And Dylan, this motherfucker right here, made some awesome character artwork of our fucking intrepid party of vagabond, mismatched, weirdo heroes as they're about to fight the big bad evil guy or big bad evil lady, I guess.
Yeah,
it's so fucking cool.
That's cool.
And it's fucking amazing artwork. And I had to frame it with some black lines so you could fit it into a 1x1 Instagram square so people could see it because it's so fucking cool, dude. Thank you so much for making that. That genuinely warms my heart and makes me happy. And because you made that and I was able to publish it, more people are going to see it and more people are going to donate. So you are helping us save lives all around the world. And I appreciate you for that.
I feel like you need to link it in the chat so that people can see it.
I feel like I do. Let me see if I can find the actual post. Actually, I can probably just pull it up. Hold on a second. Let me do this thing really quick.
Show us this art. Bring the art to me.
I will actually put it. But I appreciate this a lot.
I'm fucking gonna.
Sorry, Dylan. We're gonna have to show your art live to how many people are watching? To 1,300 people.
Yes, it's happening. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull this up.
Oh no!
All right, give me the full screen, please. And there's my display capture.
Version.
And can you see that?
Oh my god, that's awesome!
How fucking tight is that?
Dylan.
So this is just showing you on Discord. Let me see if I can I zoom in on this? I cannot. This is what it looks like. And so
you can't.
Open in browser. And then let me pull it
us.
out here, plop it up there. Like that. How's that look? And so this is Retha. This is Retha Giannis, our mechanist. This is Kirka Counterfire and her dog Ember, the dragon sworn Theurge. This is my character, Dr. Victor Vindica, who is just a doctor and not a vampire. And then this is Gwen Copperplate, our librarian, and also sometimes Angel Wizard. And then this is Azad, our totally alive and totally normal and totally not a mushroom man, cleric, rogue, stab priest. And this is our party as they're about to go fight. What's that?
What in the My Chemical Romance is your main guy here? What's going on here? Are you living out a long are you living out an old RP here or what?
He was dressed as so this is set in like a kind of sort of Victorian era, early Victorian. So he was dressed in a suit and like a nice red cravat tie. And what you're seeing here is that outfit was done away with, and Retha bought him a nice tweed professor clothing, and that's what you're seeing here. Yeah. Nice tweed jacket.
Okay, gotcha.
So that's what that's all about. Let me see if I can get this thing pulled back up and I can switch this back over. There we go. Hey, it's me again. Dylan, you're fucking awesome. And thank you for making that.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
You should check out the live chat where people are loving it. They are loving it.
I'm gonna have to go back and read it.
Oh my god, they're so sweet. Yeah, go back and read it. There's banger after banger in the live chat right now. It's about to make the day even better.
My day this is the best day of my life. What can I say?
Happy to be here for it. Dylan, thank you so much for calling.
You both. I love binging just both of your guys' videos just constantly. Like such bingeable content. I love it.
I also want to say our DM. I see over here our DM Jesse Jerdak is in the chat and is also saying that you're fucking awesome, Dylan, and is very grateful for you being here. So check that out as well.
Yeah, and then Jesse followed me on Instagram, and I was like, banger after banger, W after W, like best day ever.
Hell yeah!
Straight up nonstop wins today.
Literally, I've had the best day of my life.
Hell yeah, I'm so glad that just makes me so happy to hear.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan.
The show now.
We're moving into super chat, so this was a perfect cherry on top.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
Take
care. Bye-bye. All right, we got to see what the damage is on super chats.
I still have also my bigature from the last episode where we had giant minis for this my little boy. Yeah, this is we use Hero Forge for our guys. We use Hero Forge for our miniatures, and Hero Forge matched $1,000 in donations on the last episode. So Hero Forge donated $1,000 to Doctors Without Borders through our links. So like this little guy, they got us from 24,000 to 25,000. Yeah, dude, it was an amazing fucking series, and I think more people should go check it out. Unless you don't like TTRPG stuff, in which case, don't check it out. Just go donate. Use our links to donate, because if you use our links to donate, we can then see that, and we can then use those numbers to get like more sponsors later. That would be really cool.
Oh, this is perfectly apt right here for us. This one's yours to read.
Storm Elf sent $5. The Theist told me they don't believe in data, because it's just numbers and numbers aren't real. Like, what the fuck? I'm so glad Roll for Initiative is over. I don't,
sad,
you know what?
Not glad, sad.
Yeah,
You
I
said
had
glad.
Fuck, sorry. They are sad that Roll for Initiative is over. Pardon me. Fuck, man. I had somebody say that they were trying to argue a flat Earth with me, and they told me that I was talking about gravity and the speed of light and everything, and they said, "Well, you're just believing that. You've never proven gravity. You've never proven the speed of light." I was like, "Yes, I fucking have. That's part of getting a science degree, is doing that shit in a laboratory. I have done those experiments." And they said, "Well, you can't prove that the same physics in those laboratories exists out here. Physics could be different." And it's like, I'm sorry.
At that point,
what are we doing?
That's when I throw in the towel. But if we can't agree on the physics, be it like physics being consistent, then I'm like, okay, well, so then what I'm talking about is science, and what you're talking about is what you believe, which is fine, but just, let's not pretend it's something it's not.
Right. Exactly. It's fucking rough.
We got $5 from Leroy. Recommendations for teaching a 10-year-old evolution. You are both fantastic. Oh, teaching a 10-year-old. Oh man. Do they like video games? That's kind of a question that I have, because there are a lot of really good like video games out there that like sort of broach the topic. Even though none of them are like super accurate. It's kind of actually who could forget the days of playing Spore and getting interested in the concepts behind evolution? Like maxing out my guy and going the carnivore route, but keeping the little proboscis from the cellular stage so that I could still exploit plant resources. It's, a phenomenal game. Book-wise, a really good intro for like getting interested in evolution. I'd honestly go with like Your Inner Fish. I think that's a really fun one for people of all ages, just because it's basically like, hey, look at all these weird quirks about your body that are actually have like a super ancient ancestry. So that would be my recommendation for 10-year-old. There are also wonderful like basic videos here on YouTube that can go through it. And who could forget? Gosh, I can't believe I forgot like the GOAT, like Walking with Monsters or Walking with Dinosaurs, like documentaries that are really sick. Prehistoric Planet, like 10-year-olds love that stuff. Sorry, everybody loves that stuff, but 10-year-olds especially enjoy that stuff.
And Your Inner Fish had a documentary as well that had like a bunch of weird like graphics of like people turning into fish and stuff, if I remember correctly. It's like, yeah. There's some cool stuff there.
Who doesn't love a good transformation animation?
Yeah, I would stick with the 3 axioms that I gave the other person if I was explaining it, but I think Erika's, a lot more accurate here. Like, get a video game or a video to watch, something like that would be a lot more fun.
Yeah, for like a 10-year-old, like, you're trying to get them interested in like this concept of evolution. It's like, hey, isn't it so epic that like populations change over time? This is so sick, and they do it in accordance to their environment. You get like huge or like scary or like multiple colors and get cool weapons. I mean, 10-year-olds love that. I loved that.
So cool.
All right, your turn.
$20 from Nick Davies. Love talking to Erika at Free Flow 2023. Can't wait to see Forrest there in 2025. Science Nerds Unite. That's right. I'm going to be at Free Flow in Florida talking about sciencey stuff. I think that's March. I don't remember, but I'll be there. So come see me. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm doing the Secular Hub of Denver's Darwin Day thing as well. I'm going back to Baja Con in Canada next year. I'm probably doing Dragon Con again. I'm almost certainly. And there's a good chance I'll be doing VidCon again, although they haven't sent out the packets for it yet. So like we'll see. But so I'm not announcing that one yet, but I'm gonna gonna try to keep doing that one because that one's cool as shit. So come see me at all the conventions. Baja Con and Dragon Con are almost surefire things.
Nick, I remember our chat now. I was racking my brain. Based on your profile picture, I was trying to be like, okay, because like I do not remember names. So I was like, okay. And I do remember meeting. Free Flow was a blast. I really enjoyed it. As for like conventions, I'm shit at going to those. So go see Forrest at all of his. Live vicariously. I'm living vicariously through him. $10 from Shivers. Are there any good science YouTube channels for preteens? Oh my God. Very similar question to the previous one. I'm going to kind of copy
stated clearly
my answer for that one.
Yeah,
stated clearly is phenomenal. he doesn't put out enough content. I need to bully more about that. And that's because his content is so good. Like, he has these wonderful animations. Honestly, I'm going to plug Kurzgesagt here too, because those videos are really fun and the animation is really great and it's really interesting, asks fun questions that really gets kids into the concept of science while also doing their best to be like, here's how we're supporting this theoretically. So I would recommend that as well. And I think a lot of like the crash course stuff is pretty good.
Yeah, I put in both their stuff in the chat. Stated clearly, back when I had a Twitter, we were mutuals and we were talking about doing stuff together. And then I deleted my Twitter somewhere in between Elon Musk declaring cis a slur and starting to retweet Nazi propaganda. Somewhere in there.
Wow, you got off really early because I'm still on Twitter because I have a problem. And most recently what he did is he asks the very thought-provoking question, why aren't more people taking aim at the current vice president in her pursuit of
why aren't there more assassination attempts for the Democrats?
And
super
and
cool
I was
thing
like,
to do.
It was immediately like, this post has been deleted, and it's like, yeah, because the feds probably broke down his door and were like, you can't actually be like pushing this. This is gonna get someone killed. And I am sure that wouldn't be the first time someone had died because of some dumb shit on Twitter. So
yeah, seriously. That's the whole point of fucking like a Shia Reichik shit. Just to say obnoxious, dangerous things and get some bomb threats made. And I just posted on Twitter. Who cares? Go to Threads. Everybody cool's on Threads now.
Ooh. Over Blue Sky? I have both, but I'm not really active on either.
I also have both, and Blue Sky has a better user interface, but there's nobody there as far as I can tell. It's just Threads is just Instagram, and the cool thing is you can set it up to everything you post to Instagram automatically post to Threads, and if you post something cool on Threads, you can click a button and have it shared to Instagram as a picture. That's pretty cool. So just Threads is just a thing, and it sucks. It fucking sucks. It's a meta platform, so it's got all the same problems as every other meta platform, and it's got all the same problems of racism and sexism and misogyny and terrible things. Blue Sky is just kind of there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the last thing I posted on Blue Sky is what I'm saying now, that it's very weird being a professional content creator because I have to try these platforms, and if they're growing, I need to be able to grow with them. But that also requires me putting serious thought into where to put my most meaningless fucking posts about anything. Like that's just, I don't know.
Yeah. You know, why go to something that's more fun and also more appropriate when I can stay living in the absolute shit pile that is twitter.com. These questions I ask myself every day. 10 pounds from Joe Clark. Given how advantageous an adaptation intelligence is it possible for it to be selected against? And what type of pressure might that take if so? Thanks, guys. Yeah, 100%. In fact, intelligence is actually selected against in a lot of different organisms because brains are wicked expensive. You can only grow a big brain if you have the resources to feed it. And when you see brain growth in an organism, they're effectively breaking their own gray ceiling. And usually this only happens because they've suddenly managed to incorporate a new resource into their niche that gives them more energy to put towards something like a brain, so that they can actually grow it larger. And then that tends to create, when it happens, a feedback loop where it's like bigger brains allow more innovation, which allows more resources, which allows bigger brains, which allows more innovation, which allows, and so on and so forth. So yes, that's my sense.
That whole thing, talking about the expensive tissue hypothesis, is one of the reasons why, if I remember correctly, it's hypothesized, not for sure, but like that's why our gut is a lot more rudimentary than a lot of other mammals. We have a reduced gut, and it's also sort of the metamorphosis that we go through because most vertebrates do metamorphosis, and humans are no exception. When we are weaned, our guts get a little bit more complicated. At that point, we kind of go through this internal metamorphosis phase that's a leftover from us losing a lot of gut length in order to use that expensive those resources to grow super brains. Cool shit, dude.
we also drop the larynx. Like we do a lot of reorganization with the trachea and with the larynx, where it's like that's what allows speech. And actually, babies' sort of respiratory setup looks a lot more like a chimp's than it does look like an adult human's, which is, wow, why might that be? That's so, what a weird thing to have happen if we were created 6,000 years ago in the Garden of Eden, but I digress. $9.99 from LA Silver Surfers. Thank you for your
Thank you
kind
for the money.
donation.
I appreciate that.
Okay, let's see. $20 from Mr.
Oh, you're going.
Borikua. No, you do this for us. I've been hogging them.
I don't care. I just didn't know what the structure was. I asked last week with Natalia and Aaron, or Aron, that would be Aron in this case, are a hard link. What? Is there a hard link betwixt evolution and neurodivergent traits and the hominins as means for survival, or did it just happen as a side benefit? More research needed, as she thought, ? So, like, I'm guessing, is there an evolutionary advantage to being neurodivergent, or is that just a thing that we do? I guess is what they're asking.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. People have been trying to answer this by looking at Neanderthal genomes, and there have been a couple of people who have softly pitched the idea that there are some neurodivergent characteristics that can be linked to Neanderthals, which would imply that it was the fact that it's still here would imply that to some degree that this is beneficial in, you know, certain social situations or certain ecological situations or whatever. So it's possible. It's also possible that it's drift. It's also possible that it's a spandrel, right? Like who is to say? I think that we run into dangerous territory sometimes when we try to link distinct neurological traits to like, oh, this was definitely good or this was definitely bad. More research is needed. Yes, as she thought. Is what
I have heard. I have heard some people say that things like ADHD are really beneficial in hunter-gatherer societies because it allows you to bounce around all over the place and handle a bunch of stuff. And things like autism are really handy in you know, like early agricultural civilizations because you are able to like super specialize and focus on stuff. I have yet to hear any actual serious argument for any of those things. It's just kind of like conjecture, kind of like stoned ape and these things where it's like, yeah, that sounds pretty neat. Do you have any way of coming close to testing that? Doesn't sound like it. Well, it just sounds like you're, you know.
It's very evo-psych, right? Like, it's like, could we propose that concealed ovulation in women evolved so they could cuck their husbands? Yeah. Is there anything that supports that? Not really. Like,
but
I mean, maybe for some people, but it's a fun idea, right? Like, it's interesting as an idea. $10 from Empress Lizard, 6-hour live stream. Let's go. Hashtag octopodes. True.
Octopodes. $5 from DC Deshane. I think that's right. Who'd win in a fight? Roland the Closet Goblin or Hank the Penis Stabber? Hank the Penis Stabber would have to catch Roland the Closet Goblin first, and he is an interdimensional goblin which teleports between closets. Hank would become exhausted and die of old age before he ever got a chance to catch up to Roland. Roland wins.
Also, I feel like Hank would be satisfied after he had stabbed the penis, and then he would effectively, give up chase.
That's true.
Meaning
That's true.
that
Roland could just offer.
Would be free to finish the job. Yeah.
Does it have to be Roland's penis? Could Roland find a different penis to offer on Hank? You know what I mean?
like a decoy penis.
A decoy penis, a sacrificial penis. Wow, you know what I mean? We've all been there. We've all been there. Yours to read. Oh, wait, is this mine to read? I think it's mine to read. $5 from Eliashana Silverbow. I just found out Einstein was a real person. I used to think he was just a theoretical physicist. Let's find a way to get this person's money back to them. I don't want money from people who make jokes like this. So thank you and show yourself out. Have I told you my favorite dumbass biology joke recently is why are monotremes the most pure of all the mammals?
Why?
Because they are untainted.
Oh, because they have a cloaca? That's so dumb.
Yeah, because they don't have a taint. Get it? They don't have a taint. Dumb. It's so good.
That is so dumb. But right? Okay. All right. This one's yours. I feel like I need a breather after that joke.
5 pounds from Yin Wolf. I think sexuality develops the same way right and left-handedness develops. Only difference, you notice one, not the other. Yeah, so like the last I heard of it, and this is outdated information. There might be new data on this. The last I heard of it is that our current understanding is that sexuality develops somewhere between like the last trimester and like the first 2 months of life or something like that. And like, I don't know where the fuck they're getting that from. I just heard that's like the thing. And like, so like, I don't know, man. I think that's a good comparison to draw, especially considering the current political discourse of people saying that like homosexuality and being trans and all these things are on the rise because of social acceptance. It's exactly the same as left-handedness. It plateaus out, and because it's always been there, we're just now allowing it. I don't know, man.
Yeah. And the biggest proof against that is just like look at other cultures. Look at cultures where, you know, you're actually allowed to be gay or trans, and it's like that shit is way higher than in places that you're not. Obviously, because the penalty for coming out in a lot of these places is you get killed or shunned or exiled or whatever. So it's like, yeah, no shit. This isn't difficult.
Meteor Monk,
$20 from
the
Erika
person in the comments who is the person in the chat right now who's trying to fucking push Jesus on everybody. We have been live since 6 p.m. Dude,
you could have called
we have been
in.
live for we're coming up on 5 hours. If you wanted to talk about this dumb shit about genetic entropy, you had so much of an opportunity to talk to 2 biologists who could have actually fucking dealt with what you were saying. And instead, you're just here harassing people in the chat. Fucking, when you grow a spine, the number's on the bottom of the screen. Call us.
Oh, dude. Also, genetic entropy is, I'll just debunk it right now. Genetic entropy doesn't work because you have to redefine fitness to make it work. You know, fitness, one of the fundamental foundational concepts within evolutionary biology. If you change what evolution is, then yeah, you can make evolution impossible. It's crazy how that works. $20 from Erika.
It also means that Adam and Eve would have had to have had a fuckload more genes than we don't have. What's going on with that? Like, Adam and Eve just packed to the brim with DNA.
Also, the chiropteran genome, to explain how many chiropterans and bats we have today, it literally passes the size of a genome that you can actually have, like stability-wise. There are a million reasons why genetic entropy is dumb. Oh, you should check out my buddy Creation Myths or Zach B. Hancock. Zach B. Hancock. The former is a evolutionary biologist at Rutgers. The latter is a population geneticist, and they both have videos on their respective channels that go through mathematically why genetic entropy, doesn't work. And they published an actual paper in a real journal as to why genetic entropy doesn't work, right? So like they're actually doing the real legwork here, unlike, you know, bozos like me, where I sit and just complain online instead of typing up well-written manuscripts about it. I do videos, funny videos. So check those out if you believe genetic entropy is a thing. $20 from Ericapedia. Can't give a whole lot to the line this week because I spent it all on Doctors Without Borders. All y'all effers better step up and keep these 2 here all night. Yeah, they've done that, and also help get those doctors get some borders. Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah. Ericapedia has donated hundreds of dollars to Roll for Initiative to help us raise money for Doctors Without Borders. So like, fucking thank you. All the money that is donated through our links goes straight to Doctors Without Borders. We are a 501, but we only take sponsorships from corporations and stuff in order to run the charity game. All the donations for that go through just go straight to Doctors Without Borders. We don't touch them. And that guy has donated a lot of money to Doctors Without Borders. And so has Me and My Human, who I saw is in the chat as well. That guy's donated also hundreds and thousands of dollars at this point. Cool people in the chat today.
That is phenomenal. All right, this one is $5 from Stomp10. I understand that carbon dating proves that native people have been here for 25,000 years, but how does carbon dating work? And how do we know that it's reliable? So carbon dating works like a lot of radiometric dating. It basically relies on the law of radioactive decay, which is that, you know, when things form, right, rocks is usually what we do when we're doing radiometric dating. It is all parent material, and all that parent material at a known rate will spontaneously decay into daughter material. So what you can do is, since you have the known rate and you know it's all parent at the beginning and all daughter at the end, is when you sample a rock, and the same works for carbon dating, it's just carbon depletes a lot faster. you can look at the ratio of parent to daughter and get a time of formation for a rock. Now, carbon dating is a little bit more difficult because it decays faster, generally speaking. And carbon dating works with, it's the nature of how we as organisms utilize carbon in our systems. And that carbon begins to leach out of our bodies after we die, after we stop replenishing it with resources. So the way that we know that this works is simply because it matches like historical records that we have, and it also matches, like, you can corroborate it with things like tree rings and ice cores. So when you've got this dating method that matches historical records, the rate at which trees grow, the rate at which coral grows and accumulates actually, and the rate at which ice lays down, and the radiometric dating of the ash within like certain ice layers from volcanic eruptions in places like Iceland, as well as varves too, you've got a really solid dating method. You just can only go back so far. Now, some people will point to things like, oh, well, then why do we find carbon-14 in coal or carbon-14 in dinosaur bones? Like, these are supposed to be really ancient, and yet we find carbon-14 in it. You will find carbon-14 in some extremely small amount in just about everything because cosmogenic radiation reintroduces carbon into systems. So if it's like really, really close to zero, it's going to spit out like a really anomalous number, which is why you have to corroborate it with other methods.
I also want to throw out there that the Atheist Experience, I will be hosting that show probably with Dr. Ben on October 6th, Sunday, October 6th. And they're letting me take the show as a fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders. They're actually just putting that show as part of my fundraiser to help raise even more money. The people here on the line should donate more to Doctors Without Borders now than we do then. If you want to like fight between the line and the ACA, who can raise more money for Doctors Without Borders through me?
Ooh, that's great.
$10 from Donkey Butt. Forrest, can you please wax poetically about cosmic nihilism? Did you go through a phase of anxiety when you realized nothing matters? Any good book recommendations on this topic? Thank you, love you. So yeah, cosmic nihilism.
I'm getting more water. Go nuts.
Okay, I will link. Well, actually, no, I won't link a thing. Cosmic nihilism is basically just the understanding that the universe is very fucking big and that we are very fucking small, and the grand scale and grand scheme of things and the story of evolution and all this stuff, when you take it all together in context, you kind of realize that nothing actually has any meaning whatsoever, certainly not you. And that's an incredibly sad thing at first for some people, but it's also an incredibly freeing thing for a lot of people as well. There's nobody keeping score. There's nobody tallying your deeds. You get to do whatever you want to do. And the best thing you can do is try to be just a good guy. Just be a good person and just try to make the world a better place. Like Jesse Jurdak, who's in the chat right now saying that he's taking off. Good night to you, Jesse Jurdak, making the world a better place with me. And also on your own and also in so many other ways. So that's it frees you, and it also gives you a totally new level of responsibility if you care to look for it and if you care to find it. As far as like books and everything, I don't really have anything on the top of my head, but besides just science books, because I think they help a lot. But what I would recommend you do is check out Seneca the Younger, Marcus Aurelius, Epicurus, Epictetus, pardon me. All of these great Stoic philosophers who talk a lot about how like out of control you are and how the only things you can control is your attitude and your effort and what you let affect you and things like that. Stoicism has a lot that it can be criticized for, being very privileged. But like, I think that it gives a really good framework for kind of understanding the universe in this way. When you take all that responsibility and all of that onus off of you for having anything close to a meaning, you can then very easily kind of decide what you fucking want to be and work really hard to get there. I think that's a pretty cool thing to do. I can go on about that for a long time, but Margan is going to die. $5 from what do you got? What are you saying?
No. I was going to recommend a book, but look at this super chat.
Right. Erika Forrest, is there some books that you recommend for us to check out? Erika, what do you recommend?
Yes, actually. I have 3 phenomenal books that I want to recommend. The first is by Michael Taylor. It's called Impossible Monsters. It is a phenomenal book that has really reshaped my understanding of Enlightenment thinkers and how the discovery of the dinosaurs completely shook everything up with regards to what people thought immediately, like before, during, and after the Enlightenment. The influence on Darwin was just extreme. It talks a lot about Mary Anning's contributions to paleontology, and I think that gets overlooked a lot. So Impossible Monsters is phenomenal. Second book is got to be Bone Wars. I read Bone Wars recently by Rhea, which I'd never actually read before. That's a really fun one. It's the history of the discovery of the dinosaurs here in the United States. The bone wars between the guys, between Cope and Marsh. These guys really beat the shit out of each other, sometimes physically. And then the last book that I want to recommend is here, because I'm using it for a video that I'm writing right now. It's called Jesus and John Wayne. This book is phenomenal. It's by Dumez? Yeah, Kirsten Dumez. It is about the evolution of evangelicalism, whatever you want to call it, in the United States, and how it as an idea has pretty much from the beginning had very little to do with Christianity or religion, and almost everything to do with advancing a very particular version of Christian nationalism and masculinity and typical gender roles. And they really, really make their case well. So if you're out there and you're like, that sounds like the woke mob, I sure don't like it, that's going to be a tough shit from me, folks, because they cite what these people were saying in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s and the 2010s, all the way up to now. And indeed, it is quite telling. So those are my 3 book recommendations.
Right on. I'm going to recommend Race, Monogamy, and Other Lies They Told You by Agustin Fuentes. Agustin Fuentes is a bioanthropologist out of Princeton University. Super fucking cool guy. Has written a lot of great articles on why sex isn't binary and gets a lot of heat for that, but I love him for it. This one's pretty cool. Just talks about neat stuff about life and about science that you should know. I think there's something about binary sex in here too. Billions and Billions by Carl Sagan. Just musings on life and on science and on society and all sorts of stuff from a scientific perspective. This guy was doing the Neil deGrasse Tyson cosmic perspective, like what does being a super scientist tell you about life in the real world before it was cool. And then this is a brief history of feminism. It's a very, very brief history, but it's presented in a dope little fucking like manga about feminism, and it's just super cute and super cool. And you'll learn a lot of stuff. It's great. So those are my 3 book recommendations.
Sweet.
I'm going as fast as possible
from
through these.
Confused Ape. Forrest is a pineapple. Forrest's hair proves God exists. Thank you for turning me into a godless heathen, Kyle from Illinois.
Hey, Kyle from Illinois. What a nice guy. Yep. Kyle from Illinois is the guy I was talking about a little while ago. Super fucking nice guy.
Confused Ape, aren't we all?
$10 from Darren McAuliffe. In the old days, fire made writing more durable. Fire made writing it more durable? What? Now it's on paper, so fire destroys it. But it's worse. It's all digital now. Today's knowledge won't survive a dark age. Does concern you. Fire made writing it more durable? What are we talking about?
Like
now
on
it's on paper,
stone,
so fire
like firing clay.
They were writing
firing
on
clay
stone.
tablets, probably.
Oh, they're writing on stone tablets. Got it.
Yeah.
Today's knowledge won't survive another dark age. Yeah, I mean, loss of knowledge always concerns me. But, not any more right now than at any other time. Things are always just going to be about the way they are. Remember, anti-intellectualism is a fire in which fascism is forged. And the first thing the fascists like to do is kill intellectuals and destroy knowledge, because knowledge is power. So protect your knowledge, guard it with your life, because it literally might be your life and death situation someday.
There's a reason why the Scientific American endorsed a presidential candidate this year for the second time in their 100 plus years of operation. And it's because the writing is on the wall for those of us who, like to pursue knowledge. People are concerned. Yeah. So, make sure you're registered to vote.
Wasn't it? I forgot which. I think it was in the Philippines. I can't remember. It was some dictator. The first thing they did is they killed everybody with glasses or good teeth, because that meant that they were.
Yeah, Pol Pot in Cambodia.
Pol
Pot in Cambodia.
Yep. That's the one. Yep. Killed anybody with glasses and good teeth, because that meant that they were educated enough to get a good job to afford that kind of care. And they wanted.
I'm doomed. my perfect teeth and my glasses.
I got LASIK to protect myself. Check out this book. It's called On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. And it's a great little read. It's very quick little pocket book. And it talks about protecting knowledge, protecting institutions. Don't give up consent early. Like, it's really, really good read.
Since you brought it up, Forrest, you should also, those of you out there should read The War on Science. It's a really good one as far as like where we're at and where we're potentially going. $20 from Brandon Fetter, two of my favorite science presenters. Both of you are amazing. Got to give in. Hope you had fun on the fieldwork. Forrest, you're a dude. That's so true.
I am a dude. I appreciate it. Thank you for
really
noticing.
Profound words. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fetter.
How can two speakers compare bonobo sexual behaviors with human sexual behavior with the possibility of STDs that can kill you, make you infertile, or send you literally insane? Other animals have STDs. The STDs are just the thing that exists. It's not like we're special or distinct in that realm. So it's just a thing. Bonobos definitely, I don't know if they have, I have no data on whether they have less or more than us, but I'm sure they have them. Especially considering the fact that like our pubic lice comes from, I believe, that lineage. Let me double check here.
The pubic comes from gorillas, but the head lice comes from chimps and bonobos. But yeah, I mean, everything is going to have some kind of sexually transmitted disease, to my understanding. And then not only that, but so the alternative is have no sex, your fitness is 0, or have sex sometimes, in which case you risk pregnancy, which is also a massive risk to your health. Like the case in point is that it's like pick whichever lifestyle you want, there's going to be some risk to it.
For sure. Also, even if that wasn't the case, because I'm not going to sit here and dig for the data. I'm looking for it, but I'm not going to have time. But like, even if it wasn't the case, even if there was only STDs in humans, why does that mean that we can't compare sexual behaviors, which evolved way before STDs did? Like before STDs came along and started infecting humans, these are just behaviors. Like that's it's a very new one.
So also, that just brought something to mind, right? Like, why are we bragging on bonobos? Because their sex is gayer? Because chimpanzees are also super promiscuous. They're less homosexual in their behavior than bonobos are. But what's the idea here? You can't compare humans to bonobos because they do gay stuff, and that would mean that doing gay stuff is kind of natural. That's crazy. You can't just do that.
Be sciencey. Be gay.
$10. From Shannon Powell, here's $10 for Erika and Forrest to nerd out about the beautiful improbability of New World monkeys crossing the Atlantic millions of years ago. Do you know that crossing would have taken only 11 days due to the positioning of the continents around the Eocene, Oligocene, like right at that boundary, and that we have managed to trace the New World monkey ancestry asterisk, this is probably the case, on the basis of molar morphology to a very specific group of very cute, plucky, early anthropoids, let's call them, called the Proteopithecidae of the Fayum, and they were little guys, which means these little voyagers who took this incredibly dangerous journey across the Atlantic to colonize like all of South America was like a little guy, a little tyke, a little go-getter, which is absolutely adorable, absolutely phenomenal, and should be inspiring to all of you little guys out there.
I also want to throw out there that they might not have rafted. They might have just walked across Antarctica to get there, but we won't know that because that part of Antarctica is covered in ice. So someday, but like in between the time when global warming melts Antarctica and it kills us all, there will be a little window in there where we could go scour the now stone bottom of Antarctica, and if we find monkey bones, it would tell us a lot of shit. It would clear up a lot of things. There could be fossils down there that we can't find. They're currently covered in permafrost.
That paleontology golden age of about 15 years is going to be so good.
Yes. In between melting Antarctica and dying horribly, we will learn a bunch of shit about monkeys.
We're going to find out so much stuff. Thank God. $5 from Mark Fernkopf. We need more Tooth Bunny lore. Sir Sick mentioned the Tooth Goblin. Rumor has it that this is the offspring of the Tooth Bunny and Roland. Is this true? I don't know any of this lore, so this one's on you, Forrest.
Roland the Closet Goblin is my thing. The Tooth Bunny is something that happened when I was on with Eric, and he was talking about the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny, and he got his tongue tied, and he said the Tooth Bunny, and that's now become a thing. The Tooth Bunny is coming for your fucking teeth. Brush your goddamn teeth, because he wants them, and you can protect them. That's because somebody sent it to me, a fan watching the show at that time. I found this mask and put it in the chat, and someone bought it and sent it to my P.O. box. So the tooth bunny is coming for your fucking teeth. Do you know the lore behind me dissecting children as well? It's been a long time since we did a show together.
I know the Masters, though, is you were doing a lot of cadaver work, yes?
A lot of cadaver work. But like what happened was there was this, somebody asked me on a Discord thing, the special Patreon show about something to do with raising kids. And my advice apparently was to dissect the boy. And I don't remember saying that, but it sounds like something I would say. And so now
that sounds like something you say.
Yeah, me dissecting children has become this running joke as well on a lot of my shows. And this woman came on the trips with me to the Galapagos. She came to the Galapagos with me, and she brought me this as a birthday gift because my birthday was also there in the Galapagos. It's a little boy, and he's got this gown on, and he's got a zipper on his whole abdomen, and you can dissect the boy.
Pull out his organs. Wow.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Fans send me memes all the time, and it's fucking awesome. Another person made me this.
That's so funny.
Another person made me this crochet goat because I'm the goat.
Oh, that's
Isn't
so
that sweet?
Cute. Most of my P.O. box, I don't have a P.O. box because I'm scared to because I don't want to get weird stuff in the mail. But I have had the offer to get a lot of animal remains. People offer to send me animal remains very frequently. And sometimes I've gotten the odd offer for human remains. And I was like, I do not know what the legality of sending human remains through the mail is. And so I unfortunately had to politely decline, even though that would have been amazing. It would have looked wonderful on my shelf.
Somebody sent me somebody sent me this brick of sterilized grain spawn to grow my own mushrooms.
Are you gonna do it?
I don't know. I don't know. People send me shit all the time. P.O. Box 1810, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma 74013. Send your memes.
You should do it. Send Forrest all of the animal carcasses that you were planning on sending me. He wants them. Trust me.
I mean, as long as they're sterilized and shit, like I'm not gonna. Don't do it, but do it a little bit. You know what I mean?
They might be. They might be sterilized. $10 from Sword Chaser Noah. What determines how, say, a wing or a fin should be used? Penguins have wings, but use them to swim for X. For sex? For fish? Which I could call, but I have work. Absolutely love you guys. Your Noah video helped me tremendously.
Nice.
Did you have a Noah video?
Yeah, I did a React theory about the global flood. I would say when you're trying to do science, don't should all over yourself. If you're trying to talk about should, it's not about should. There is no should. It's just however it's functioning at the time. So yes, wings evolve first in birds, and then penguins use them for a totally new thing. That's called exaptation, and it happens all the fucking time when something is used for a new way that it didn't originally evolve for. So yeah, that's that. As far as like how it should be used, don't worry about it. How it develops, that's coming into homeobox genes. That's a whole other situation.
It's good for character polarity to sometimes know like what a thing started as, but at the same time, like as Forrest said, there is no necessity like, oh, this thing must be used as XYZ. Like that, if that were the case, biology in general is going to be like violating that rule. I mean, every taxa, like specifically, this would be great. Every taxon, rather. $5 from Darren Stees. Forrest, I was on the fence about sending you a super chat. The way you and Erika handled that caller was beautiful. I can only assume this was the Yaz caller. I think that must be the case. Thank you, Darren.
Yeah, that was a deep one.
Yeah.
$5 from the legendary Ginger Brad man. Very nice. Where we're at with genetics in the next 10 to 20 years is the idea of bringing back extinct animals due to man feasible. Animals extinct due to man feasible. Always great seeing you both. This is something we talk about all the time. It depends on whether or not we have the DNA and whether or not the DNA is complete and how much we're going to have to fill it in with. So like when people talk about like, oh, we're going to resurrect the mammoth. We're going to bring mammoths back. Well, you don't have a complete set of DNA. So you're going to have to plug in other random proboscidean genes to try to fill in the gaps. and that's not a one-to-one perfect system. It doesn't work that way all the time. So like it's not as easy as people like to pretend. But geneticists are cooler than me, and so I'm bet if anyone's going to figure out, it's them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like mammoths are really going to be your best bet too, because a lot of that stuff is like pretty flash frozen in the Siberian permafrost. So you might get something approximating a full genome, and their closest living relatives are Asian elephants. So like it's not that far cry to like do some of that plug and chug, but it's not going to be the original thing. Odds are. Now there are some that are going to be a little bit easier, like Tasmanian tigers. You know, we've got those guys in formalin. You can get the full genome from that bad boy and a couple of other like more recently extinct species. I think the bigger question is not whether we could, but whether we should, right? Because it's like we got to put these guys somewhere. They need an ecosystem, and we're not doing a super swell job of keeping the critters that we still have, which have not gone extinct already, alive. So my concern is more like we need to have the infrastructure for them, and not bring them into a world that's like still kind of teetering, if you will.
Somebody also sent me this backwards clock once, and somebody sent me this Secrets of the Octopus like box set with a DVD and a book about octopuses and a plush octopus in there. This is all made by Cy Montgomerie. Cool. Yeah, this is Cy Montgomerie is the guy who made. Oh no, it's very cool. This was made by the I guess I don't know if he was a research assistant. I forgot what exactly he was, but he worked with Cy Montgomerie to make that series. And sent me this shit. And somebody in Germany sent me this box of rocks, which were taken from the quarry where they found Neanderthals. It's the Neander Valley quarry situation. Yeah, they went there and got some rocks from that area and sent me a box of fucking rocks, and it's really cool. P.O. Box 1810, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, 74013. Send me some shit, dude.
Let us know. Let us know if you find any like Neanderthal molars, because they found like a hominin molar in someone's like limestone floor like earlier this year. It's just like a partial damage. It was really weird.
They were like doing their bathroom or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, anyways, $5 for monkey to typewriter. So you're saying if someone points out a mildly problematic fit behavior, I shouldn't fly off the handle with denials? Huh. Now my YMCA band tracks. Yeah. Weird how that works.
$5 from Aliashana Silverbow. I have a new theory on inertia, but it doesn't seem to be gaining any momentum. What do you say? What do you say to a sad lizard? What squamata you? Squamata
that's
is the
so
taxonomic
bad.
group of all lizards and snakes. That's really good. That's really good.
That is awful, Forrest. That is dog shit. It's just that does
you
not
liked
go
it.
off the top.
You're just fucking jealous that you didn't think of it first, is what it is. You're just a hater.
No, that is, I promise that's not. No, you know what? That probably is. That's definitely it. $5 from RC Desheen. For Erika, for being awesome. You're intelligent, your voice matters, and you're definitely honest, regardless of what some confused knob says. Daff. Hashtag Daff. Thank you so much, RCD. You know, honestly, I do my best to give you guys the straight talk on what I think, and sometimes people don't like that, and that is what it is. So I appreciate it. My honesty matters the most when it's like shutting Forrest's shitty jokes down, if we're all being honest here.
I don't know what dath means, but I do know
don't apologize
why.
To him.
Oh, don't apologize to him.
Don't apologize
nice.
to him. Thank you, Margaret.
But I do know why a chicken coop only has 2 doors. Do you know why, Erika? Why a chicken coop only has 2 doors?
And I don't want to know why. I don't want to know why.
It's because if it had 4 doors, it would be a chicken sedan.
That is so dumb. That's such a waste of air.
Really good.
Why are you?
It's really
why
good,
do
right?
you know all these? Why do you know
really
these
good,
off the top
right?
of your head? How much brain
dude.
space is that taking up? Is my question.
Too much.
Give us
I was
the next
supposed to have.
then.
I'm supposed to give a presentation on endogenous retroviruses and placental evolution on Wednesday, and I am not prepared. We got 50 whole goddamn dollars. That's why, and yeah, life may be very prevalent in the universe, but unless there's that's why, and yeah, life may be very prevalent in the universe, but unless there's that specific kind of selection pressure, they're not going to be communicating with us anytime soon.
I think this reminds me of that one. Did you ever read the short story Forrest? When it's something like, but it's meat. It's something like that. It's about a bunch of aliens and they're having this conversation about humanity, and they're like, "Should we contact humanity?" Like they seem like they're ready, and the first alien is like, "Nah, dude. They communicate by meat." And the other one's like, "What do you mean they communicate by meat?" And it's like, "Well, they're made of meat, and they slap their meat together to communicate." And they're like, "Well, what do you mean? Like some kind of electrostatic signal?" And it's like, no, like the meat itself is making the sound. Like they're pushing air through their meat sacks and then slapping their meat to make the sound. And they're like, "Oh God, that's disgusting. Now we'll just leave them out of it." So it's like, you know, if you want to, it's a fun thought experiment, but it's like, you know, our sample size right now is 1. And intelligent critters on this planet are tool-using social mammals usually, but there are a couple of pretty intelligent birds, and then there's mollusks and stuff like that too. So, $5 from Project
Smart
Night
meat.
Shift. Please be sure that you're all registered to vote and encourage your friends to do the same. You dudes are the best dork team ever. Go fuck yourself for all. I co-sign all of this. Make sure you're registered to vote. Take your friends to the voting booth. This is an important election, so let's all make sure we're voting.
Seriously, no, the voter rolls get purged all the time, so double fucking check. You can look it up online. You can go to vote.org, I'm pretty sure, and you can double check. Make sure you're registered. Make sure you know where your precinct is. Make sure you know when election day is. Make sure you have a plan to get to the polls. And if you don't have a plan or you can't get to the polls, make sure you get an absentee ballot. Make sure you vote by mail. This is the time to step up and vote. This is when you do it. Because this country ain't going to save itself.
Like, I know it's exhausting because it feels like every election for the past, 10 years has felt like the big one. But it's like, you know, we live in the time that we live in. We don't ask to live in the time that we live in. And we are obligated to do what we can to maintain, you know, the integrity of our system here. So, you know, I like to think of it as it's the least we can do, right? Like, it is the least. Standing in line and voting, it's the least we can do.
Yep. And one of the people running literally said that if he wins, there won't have to be any more elections anymore. He literally said, Christians, if you vote for me and get me elected, you won't ever need to vote again. He actually said those words to a big group of Christian voters. It's like, I know we like to make the joke about how, like, it always seems that democracy's on the line. He actually literally said that. So, like, just consider for a second that this is a time to maybe step up and make sure that the person who said that Haitian immigrants are eating people's pets and his actual source on that, he actually said, but I saw it on television. That guy doesn't get to have the fucking nuke codes again. Just make sure that doesn't happen.
If you're regularly someone who's like, I'm not normally a Democrat, or I don't like to vote, I don't want to vote for, you know, Kamala for one reason or another. I'm asking you to consider the potential implications, like for climate policy, for the Department of Education, which only one candidate has said they want to abolish. Right? That's pretty important for those of us who like education for all and want education to be accessible. There are a lot of important issues surrounding things that, you know, you might not be considering that I think you should maybe consider if you're just like but she's a Democrat, right? You know, you don't have to love the candidate you vote for. I'll just say that.
Yeah, it's
$10.
That's an old analogy. If you have 2 buses, one of them is going towards your house and the other one's going into a volcano. It doesn't have to get all the way to your house. It doesn't have to get all the way there. Just in the right direction.
It doesn't have to get all the way there. Or it's like, you know, the options are you go to like a nice, you know, steak bistro and you order, you know, the wonderful ribeye, medium rare, as you should, and then they bring out a burger. It's like, dang, I really wanted that steak. It's like, that's still better than if the cook took a shit on the plate and gave it to you. I'm going to prefer one of those over the other. $10 from Nikki D. Love this collaboration. I sent my 84-year-old father to Erika's channel when he brought up Australopithecus. I had to spell out G-U-T-S-I-C-K on the phone for him, and now he's a fan. Thank you, Nikki. That's wonderful to hear. You know, Kent Hovind thinks that I should change my name to Bellyache Baboon, which I'm actually floored that he could come up with another type of primate, and that he also recognized that a gibbon was a primate. So I feel like that's a big step for him.
Man's got jokes somewhere in between beating his wife. He got jokes. $4.99 from Fairy Cookies 33. Y'all inspired me at 34 and as a single mom to go back to school as an environmental science major, taking Bio 101 with a bunch of children and loving it. Fuck
That's
yes,
awesome.
dude. That is
Congratulations.
awesome.
That is phenomenal. That's what
Hell
it's all
yeah.
about. $9.99 from Enoch Cyber. You guys are the best. Love when you tour the hosts. What do you think of the antinatalist argument that a child cannot consent to being born and is guaranteed to suffer and cannot regret being unborn? Do you have any antinatalist opinions, Forrest?
I certainly don't. I don't plan on reproducing, and I don't like the idea, but I'm not gonna like begrudge anybody else who wants to do that. But me personally, I don't want any pets, and so I'm just not into that. But I'm not gonna sit here and make a whole moralistic argument about having kids. I don't think that's really reasonable to do. I can understand the logical blah blah blah, but like just me.
I mean, I don't know if I want kids or not. I don't know if I'm going to have kids or not. I'll say like it's a tough sell for me just because I love life. I love being alive. I'm glad that I was born. But at the same time, it's like there are a lot of people on this planet who have really shitty lives. And it would be completely obtuse of me to sit here and say that it's better for them to be alive and suffering the way that they are than if they had never been born. So I think it's an interesting argument to make. I think that it's in some ways it's context specific, but it's also like it's one of those hindsight is 2020 things. Like you never know when you choose to procreate if the kid is going to have a good life or if they're going to have a shit life. It's kind of a crapshoot. So I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. Our producer has said that he's only going to be doing this shit for 30 more minutes, so crank through as fast as we can.
We're gonna get through this. $5 from Chris. When do you guys go home, relax? When you guys go home to relax, what TV shows do you put on? What are you watching right now, Forrest?
I just put on the Game Grumps so I can zone out for a minute and then I get back to work. I really don't relax very often, and I kind of realized that. I was on a stream with Seth Anders and he asked me what I did for fun, and I genuinely couldn't come up with an answer. So like, it's really difficult for me to answer this question, but I'm a fan of the Game Grumps. That's all I can say.
Wow. Okay, I can give you some of my most recent recommendations. So this year,
I've watched
a lot of TV shows. I have my I have my allotted time where it's like, this is the time that I don't work, because if I don't have that time, then I will work. So I do all sorts of things. Like I do have hobbies. I like to garden. I like to walk my dogs. I like to sculpt things. Actually, I play the ukulele. Those are things that I find that are really fun. But I'm watching TV. What I'm watching on TV right now is actually True Detective Season 1, which I had never seen and actually rocks. It's really good. Although it does not pass the Bechdel test, and it's nowhere close. Like, this thing is a sausage fest, and it is insane to me how few women are, one, in the show, and two, have any lines. So, it's great. I really do enjoy it. Before that, what did I watch? I watched I'm watching the new Interview with a Vampire show. It's like super gay, much like the original Interview with a Vampire with Tom Cruise and Antonio Banderas, which is like maybe the most homoerotic movie I've ever seen. It's all subtext,
it's
but
hot.
It's quite good.
It's hot.
And I'm watching that Vince Vaughn Bad Monkey show because it had a monkey in it. Even though I don't support monkeys in acting, my parents recommended it so many times that I was like, okay, I guess I'll watch it. It's okay. I don't know if it's good enough to be like, you should watch it. Okay, $9.99 from Kim Gaston. Likely a dumb question, but why do so many animals, mammals, birds, fish, even bugs have exactly 2 eyes, as an example? Why do we all share a common ancestor that had 2 eyes? Love you both.
Kim Gaston also went to the Galapagos with me, and yes, that is a very, very ancestral trait that goes way back, probably before we had pentadactyly, if I had to think about it. Yeah,
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because like there are arthropods that maintain the 2-eye condition, and there are arthropods that have like developed more eyes. Like they're not decapods, arachnids, namely, that have like a shit ton of eyes. Scorpions and spiders. But then there's also like we find the 2-eye condition in mollusks, but then scallops have like 200 eyes or something like that.
They're just lined with eyes. Yeah,
a lot of them.
Bilateral symmetry and shit is what I would say to that.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. 10 euros from God is an Atheist. Hi, do you know about the study with mice in the Emory School of Medicine that shows that fears can be passed on to the next generation? Love from Portugal. I've actually not heard of this. Is it an epigenetics thing?
Yes, I don't know about this exact study, but I do know about that phenomenon. And yeah, transgenerational epigenetic changes. So you can have intergenerational changes, which is just between like F1 to F3, like it gets passed on to child and grandchild, which makes sense considering how eggs work and how babies develop.
Yeah.
But
Right.
transgenerational means it goes on, it persists, in perpetuity, ostensible perpetuity. And so transgenerational epigenetic change in response to fear conditions and shit like that, that is something that has been like repeatedly observed. And yes, generational trauma is a thing and can have evolutionary side effects.
Oh, that's crazy. I need to look into that. 5 Canadian dollars from Alyssa Krawchuk, the Dream Team. You're my favorite duo to see on YouTube. That makes me so glad to hear. We're like nerd cop and geek cop, so we're doing our best out here.
Hell yeah.
This one is you, Forrest. You're the singer.
$5 from Monkey at Typewriter to the tune of Puff the Magic Dragon. Mo the magic pedo married too early and caused the people to excuse a disgusting behaving. I love that. That's great.
I bet.
Too much. Not too much at all.
The syllables, I feel like it was on the nose, but in a good way. Very much in line with the conversation that we had, unfortunately. $5
it's
from
not
Trey
too
Trey.
much because that shit deserves to be mocked.
It does. Yeah, it does. It was necessary, a necessary evil. My religious mom was trying to connect the dragon legends and snake fossils with legs to the Genesis Eden story. What are y'all's opinions on that? I'm so sick of the dragon argument. I hate that argument, and I hate the flood argument for the same reason. Where it's like, look at all these cultures that have these, flood stories and these dragons that are clearly dinosaurs. First of all, none of those dragons look like any of the dinosaurs that we have. Second of all, none of the dinosaurs that we have breathe fire. And third of all, if we're going to use that as our basis, like if it exists in a bunch of different ancient mythologies that it must have been real, then trickster gods are real, like, anthropomorphic, furry-headed demons are real. Like I just you're gonna have a hard sell for me with that.
I would also point
animals
out that,
are real.
The same reason that people believed in dragons because of like dinosaur fossils and shit is the same reason why the ancient Greeks believed in Cyclops because of elephant skulls. So like, are you going to just to build off what you're saying, are you then also going to say that there might have been some credence there, maybe elephants or fucking cyclopses or whatever? I don't know. 10 colorful dollars from sorry.
No, last thing. With the snake thing, if you're going to use transitional, like, squamates to make the case that the snake used to have legs, that's like a Garden of Eden thing, bro, you can't just put the blinders on and look at a single transitional fossil. Like, you don't get to do that. If you're going to look at the snakes with legs, you're going to have to look at the hundreds of thousands of other transitional fossil specimens that we have.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. You're going to talk about the Dorito
10 colorful... Yeah, 10 colorful dollars from Static Mass, the Gutsick Gibbon and Forrest Valkai. Oh, sorry, the Gutsick Gibbon and Forrest Valkai. Gotta ask a science-ish question. What are your thoughts on Dorito dye making mice translucent? I think it's a phenomenal innovation, and I can see how it could be beneficial for a long time. I don't see how it's going to be beneficial right now for us because we are much thicker than mice. But for minor subcutaneous things, maybe it'd be cool for us, but also different skin colors exist, and so maybe it won't.
You're telling me, Forrest, that I went out and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on like 20 bags of Doritos for no reason, since those things are like $20 a pop now? That's insane.
Right. You know what they're talking about, right? With the translucent mice dye thing.
Crazy. Yeah, I saw that and thought it was clickbait. Yeah, it is really cool. And it's definitely cool.
And when I think it blew my mind, and then I remembered like you can put like Pyrex in oil, and the refraction is the exact same, and it disappears. It's the same fucking principle as that, and that's so fucking
same
cool.
Concept. Yeah, the Pyrex thing blew me away when I saw it on like a TikTok a couple of months ago, and I was like, "What is going on here?" $10 from
$10.
SJL. These discussions oh damn it. We got the delay. I'm gonna keep going. But Aisha always make me think about Lena Medina in 1939 Peru. She was 5 years, 7 months, and 21 days when she gave birth. Always disgusting. Always disgusting. That you can end it there.
It is the official position of the Line Network that pedophilia is bad. Thank you for coming to our show. $5 from Aliashana. Silver Bow. Yaz is a perfect example of how religion can make a good person accept bad things. I'm embarrassed by some of the things I said when I was a Christian. You know what? You're not the first Christian or former Christian that I've heard say exactly that. Some people who are very important to me are mortified to think back of what they said and believed at a certain time in their lives, and that is just part of growing up. It's part of growing up. You gotta move past it. You gotta forgive it. $10 from Mariah
Bonnie. Go to hell, Yaz. I got you, Forrest. I beat you to it.
You son of a
This
bitch.
next one's yours, though.
$4.99 from Coffin Mom. Humans are only unique in one specific way. Bigotry. That's not true. We have one unique trait. It's ability to find new ways to hate and abuse each other. Now, like tribalism and shit exists in other animals. I think we're just I would agree that we're really good at articulating it, but is it fair to say that we're unique in that? I don't know.
We're unique in specific types of bigotry, but that's a difference in degree, not a categorical one. Like we see extreme xenophobia in our closest relatives, right? Like chimpanzees will, I mean, again, for lack of a better term, I think it's appropriate. They'll genocide entire neighboring groups, wipe them out for no other reason other than you're a little too close for comfort, so we're going to go ahead and preemptively strike them. Yeah,
right.
We're going to go ahead and just finger on the button. $6.66 from Chameleon. Thank you for everything you do. Love you both. Fuck yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes to all of those things. $5 from Mariah Bonnie. Hashtag biologist coin. Are humans the only animals that can see each other of our kind and pretend we didn't see each other? I don't think so.
I don't know the answer to that, but I also think that's not true. Like I feel like my dogs every now and again, I don't know what's going on between their ears, but like sometimes, I see them and they like look up, and when they know they're in trouble, they'll like, try to stop making eye contact and like, make themselves look very small. And if dogs were capable of a degree of that, I would imagine that other, more cognitive animals even more so.
$5 from Monkey at Typewriter. When my son was born, the doc tried to push circumcision. I told him anyone who takes part of my kid's dick was losing the same amount of theirs. Hell yes. Love that. $5 colorful dollars from Aaron. I just spent an 11-hour workday doing some field work, coming home to Erika and Forrest still alive is a great delight to unwind to. Hell yes. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here.
11-hour field work day. I love to see it. $5 from Ericapedia. Favorite primate go. Mine's Darwinius massillate because it was the very last one mentioned in that Futurama episode that you definitely know about. Yeah, with Dr. Banjo. I love that episode, actually. And Darwinius massillate was discovered like right around there, so that was sort of the most recent guy to put in there. Favorite extant primate? It's a tie between Hylobates lar and Symphalangus syndactylus, both hylobatids, of course, because gibbons are the best of the primates. If we're including extinct primates, I love Ardipithecus ramidus for hominins and for primates generally, because obviously my favorite fossil animals are mostly primates. I'm going to go with Afropithecus turkinensis because I love its weird laterally splayed canine teeth, which are really unique and like huge. They're like these gigantic honking teeth. And then I'm going to include Astraspis and Sacabambaspis, my beloved agnathan fish, in there because I love them. I love Cotylorhynchus because it's got a really small little stupid ass looking head. And I love Opabinia because it's weird. So those are my faves.
Gelada baboons are fucking crazy. You should look them up if you haven't already. They're also called bleeding heart monkeys. They have this big red hourglass on their chest of exposed skin that like changes color based on their social status. And they're fucking awesome looking. And they also curl up their upper lip up over their nose for display. And they're totally herbivorous. They eat grass like a cow. They're just neat. And also Homo erectus, who is the focus of my first masters, and they're the first to leave Africa. They're the first, except for maybe Floresiensis, who knows? But they're the first to make fire. They're the first to build boats. They're the first to sharpen both sides of a motherfucking rock. And they were the longest lived species of our entire genus. unless you care about splitting them into a dozen different species, with a lot of anthropologists.
Asterisk. Yeah,
Yeah,
asterisk
big
there.
one.
I just realized that in my last one, I started listing, after I was talking about my favorite primates that were extinct, I just started listing other extinct animals that I like. Astratus, Sacamimbaspis, Coccolorhynchus, and Opavinia are not primates. They're just other extinct animals that I like, that I got off on a tangent
You're
for.
just excited.
$4.99 for Skeptic Day. If Bigfoot is real, what if it's a surviving Neanderthal or Denisovan that evolved thicker hair and a more solitary lifestyle? No, Skeptic Dank. There's only one correct answer for what Bigfoot is, and the answer is it's Paranthropus. I cannot believe these people cannot, glom onto this. Paranthropus is perfect. It already has the bipedal locomotion style. It's already quite big. It's got a sagittal crest. It's got the human, flatter, more orthognathic face. It's got everything you could want out of Bigfoot, and instead, they turn and they point to freaking Gigantopithecus. It doesn't make any sense. If Bigfoot is real, it's Paranthropus, and also it's not real.
I love.
But I wish
no
it
notes.
was.
$4.99 from Pequeño. Love you two science talking peeps. I'd love to know your thoughts on evolutionary mechanisms underlying depression. Not everything that exists needs an evolutionary background. Depression, as far as we know, is a disorder, not actually something that's been selected for. It's chemical imbalance in your brain of things that aren't working right. And so evolutionary mechanism underlying depression is the evolutionary mechanism that gave you a brain to begin with. And depression is a possible condition of having that brain. 5 euros from okay, well, fine.
I get it.
Then.
No, Forrest. I'm steamrolling over you. I get it. How we can determine if we are seeing the same color, but what about a smell? Is a smell a social construct? Love you both. I don't know. I don't think so.
No, it's not. Because
Exactly.
Smells are molecules. They are physical things that are physically interacting with your physical nerve cells. When you smell a fart, that is not a vague ethereal thing. That fart is actually physically altering your brain chemistry. And so that's, you got to remember this. It's actually the shape of the molecule that is doing the job of telling you what that smell is. So for the exact same reason that the precise wavelength of light is telling you what that color is, smells are physical things too.
So you're getting doo-doo in your nose when you smell a fart. Doo-doo particles in the nose.
Doo-doo molecules.
$10 from Emily Cleldulf. My favorite yappers. True. Fair assessment. Good idea. I saw in a comment section. Presenting data as equivalent to some baseless assertions is propaganda presented as neutrality. Teach science regardless of controversy. Thoughts, Forrest?
Down with that.
$20
I love
from Adam.
Teach science regardless of controversy is the whole reason why I coined the term renegade science teacher for my shit. I love that.
$20 from Adam. Great show. I love this duo. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
And thank you for your $20 donation. Very kind of you. Now it's your turn.
Thanks for hanging out. The $10 from Nathan. My two favorite YouTubers together. What a great way to start the week. Hell yeah.
I should say so. Oh, yeah. $50 from GB. Thank you very much for such a generous donation. We absolutely appreciate it more than you know. Hey, Forrest, it's Charles from last year. I just wanted to apologize for the is-ought gap I did not track during our descriptive discussion. There's no morally relevant difference between human beings with different identities, biophysicalities, humanism. So that one's for you, buddy.
I don't remember who this is or who's talking, but whatever you apologize for, I forgive you. And I agree as far as no morally relevant difference between different identities and nothing. I agree with that as well. So I don't know who this is, but I appreciate the apology on whatever the hell it is. $10 Canadian from Katy Montgomerie. I tuned in right at Amazing Effing Anaconda, and I am here for it. I don't remember what we were talking about with amazing fucking anacondas.
I don't know, because you were saying it's great at being an anaconda, but it's not good at being a shark.
Oh, yeah. That's probably right.
$20 Australian dollar reviews from Adam D. You had 2 in a row.
I don't remember.
Well, I'm going. I could listen to you both all day, so thanks for making that possible. Instead of adding anything of value, I just want you to know you're fucking awesome humans. I appreciate you. Sorry for the fake dollary dues. I called them dollary dues. He called them ass dollars. So you should take your money back. for that slight to the great nation of Australia.
The problem, an Australian bought a new boomerang. The problem was he fucking couldn't get rid of the old one.
No. Didgeridoo, don't be giving me any more of those, Forrest. God damn you. I hate you. Why am I doing this? $5 from Monkey the Typewriter. Listen to Erika's entire breakdown of human evolution evidence, or follow me here. It was a magic guy who hates PP touches. I think you make a compelling point. I hadn't even considered that, honestly.
$5 from Squidward Q Sagan. Beauty, the Feynman series, a YouTube video with a very good monologue on nature and beauty and science, and I would recommend. I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty good. We got $20 from Chris LL. Have you guys read On Human Nature by Edward O. Wilson and how it relates to genetic determinism? That's E.O. Wilson, yeah? I think I read this years ago. I think.
It sounds really fucking familiar,
remember.
but I don't know.
That's why I'm saying I think I read it, because this also sounds really familiar to me. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, this might have been some required understanding shit from like intro bioanthro from a long time ago. $5 more from Maria Bani. We need to bang sausages all day. Forrest Valkai 2024. I don't remember saying those words, but I'll say them now. We need to bang sausages all day.
It is by E.O. Wilson, and it is on the potential origins of homosexuality. So I feel like that might be where both of us read it. $10 from Aaliyah Shauna Silverbow. This is the show that never ends. Yes, it goes on, my friends. Some people started making it not knowing what it was and will continue making it forever just because this is the
show that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends. Some people started calling in not knowing what it was, and now they just keep calling in forever just because this is the show that never... We should do that. We should do that sometime when a Margan is slept in a day.
Was that an on-the-spot, like, little
No, that's a
customization
song.
there?
Song, it's the song that never ends. That is actually a thing. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and now they keep on singing it forever. If you ever watched Lamb Chop with Sherry Lewis, that's what it's from, I believe.
Okay, gotcha. I remember this is the song that gets on everybody's nerves, whatever, and then that it goes on, and it's also very irritating. $5 for Monkey the Typewriter. I told Erika, my son, 4 years old, why monkeys look like people. I told him it's because people are monkeys, and she did it without threat of dissection. What a civilized primate you have there in your house, Monkey the Typewriter.
Dissection shouldn't be a threat. It should be looked at as a reward. $5 from Empress Lizard. New favorite biofact. There's a species of marine worm that reproduces via a process called rapid disintegration. Like the whole thing just poof. Neat.
I love when biology just gets like silly. Like it's just like a shitpost animal. I love that. I love that so much.
It's really good. $10 from Alyssa Ljub Silverboat. Just for Erika, what do you call a rude hydrocarbon? Crude oil. Never talk to pi. It will go on forever. Oxygen and potassium went on a date. It went okay. The rotation of the earth makes my day. I don't know what YW stands for. I hope that money
was worth it, you sick fuck. I hope it was worth it for you.
Oh, you're welcome. That's what it stands for. While we're here on the topic, what do you call a skeleton that just wants to kiss and hug you all the time? An exoskeleton.
I don't know. Oh.
Really good.
$5 for Monkey the Typewriter. Erika, the monitoring taint joke was mine. Oh, wonderful. So we've just got a chat full of absolute degenerates telling these dog shit jokes. And hearing you sign and call it stupid. I've never been prouder. I love a joke that causes psychic damage. This isn't just causing psychic damage. This is a critical hit. If this was a Pokemon move, it would be like Fisher. It's a OKO.
What do you call an immune system that only that only allows you to get sick during weekdays? A weekend immune system.
Oh my god. That's not creative. That's just a word.
Yes, it is.
The word.
Yes, it is.
That's not
yes,
creative.
It is.
$10 from Wikipedia. I mean, these science people are cool and all, but you don't need science. The Bible completely ignores the Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and the big chunk of the Bronze Age. No, this is true, and they just ignore that every time as well. In fact, you should see their takes on Egyptian chronology. It's like the one thing that they'll try, and it's very egregious. Okay, sweet. $5 from Wikipedia, keeping y'all here for 30 more seconds. Yeah, $5 more. Okay, thanks. Bye, good show. Thank you, Ericapedia. This is the kind of super chat that I like to see. Look how cordial it is. Look how there's no puns. Look how there's no jokes. $5 from Seer and Sound Studios. What's each of your favorite film depiction of science? Oh man, film depiction of science.
I don't know, because I don't watch a lot of movies because I don't have time.
I'm going to make two types of people happy here. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I just think it's fun, sciencey concepts in there. And I also really enjoy Interstellar. And if you want to take me out back and put a bullet in my head for that, then that's your prerogative. I think it's fun. I think the wave scene is fun. I think the scene where they try to dock the ship is fun. I think the whole thing is a good time, and I'm tired of saying I'm sorry for it.
There was
also
a cute little mini.
And I won't say I'm sorry for that either.
There was a cute little mini series about the voyage of Darwin on the Beagle and the discovery of and I had to watch that shit in grad school once for a thing, and that was fun. That's the first thing that came to my mind. I don't know, man.
Forrest, the last fun science film you saw was years ago.
I don't like. The thing is, man, like I watch movies with my wife sometimes, but like I don't. Look, dude, I have a really hard time relaxing. I have a really, really, really hard time relaxing, and it's an actual problem, and I'm not here to be judged for it, all right? $5 from Cedar and Sound Studios.
All right.
What's each of your favorite film depiction? Fuck, we just read this. Move on from this. It makes me feel bad about myself. $9 from me and my human. Thank you, Erika and Forrest. You're welcome. Thank you for all the money that you have donated to Doctors Without Borders.
Thank you. $10 from Darren White. 2 other Darrens gave super chat, so I have to. It's the night of Darrens. Big fan of both of you. Always a great time.
Hell yeah.
It's what is it? Third is the Darren with the treasure chest. $10 from Nathan Biffy. Curiosity, humanity's best and worst frenemy, explains a lot with saying so little. Love you guys. Love the show. Keep up the good work. I concur. I love curiosity, and I hate it.
$5 monkey at typewriter. The KT Impactor is the undistributed record breaker for most birds killed with 1 stone.
This one's
very
fun.
Nice.
This one's funny because it's not presented like a joke. It's just like a silly wordplay statement. Okay, monkey at a typewriter. This one is okay. This passes the sniff test.
Amargan long since has cut off super chats from being read because the man needs to sleep. But somebody did send in. What does a biologist do when you give them documents? They file them.
No. Mm-mm.
49.99 from Greenie. Favorite creationist argument to debunk.
Oh, that's good. What's yours?
Flip, dude. It's gotta be why are there still monkeys? It's because it allows for an actual intellectual conversation on how evolution actually works, and it just shows the person's entire fucking hand that they don't know literally the first thing about evolution, and it's just it ends the debate right there for that person.
So mine is different for almost the opposite reason. I love Lucy was just a chimp. She wasn't bipedal because usually they have some absolute nonsense citations for it that I then get to go and peel apart because almost inevitably they cite Stern and Sussman from Stern and Sussman's seminal paper for, I believe it was the late 1980s, where they're like, yeah, Lucy was probably not an obligate terrestrial biped. And then the very next sentence is, all the time, because she still did some arboreal behaviors, but she was definitely a terrestrial biped when she was on the ground, and it was probably for a significant period of time. It's the next sentence, so I love that one.
They never found her feet. Therefore, how do you know? It couldn't possibly be the other 300 specimens of her species.
It couldn't possibly be STW 573, which has an inarticulation set of tarsals with some of the metatarsals and a phalange for the proximal phalanx attached. It couldn't be that.
With arches and shit. $5 from Dead Sight SX. or Dead Sites X, I don't know, working nights and catching any portion of the live show because of the amazing duo, Erika and Forrest. Thank you for the awesome work. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you. $5 from Mark Fernkopf. You never answered the question, Forrest. Is the Tooth Goblin the offspring of the Tooth Bunny and Roland the Closet Goblin conspiracy cover-up? ? This is
yes,
your lore,
and
dude.
also they're all yes, because both of those characters are real and they're both bi, and so it works.
I think that works.
Yeah, it works. Hey, it's the end.
Cha-ching! Guys,
hey,
thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we had a good time.
I appreciate
I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna make sure before we left this show that I let everyone know what does DNA ligase do to make a living? Whatever it has to do to make ends meet.
Shut it down, Amargan. Thanks for being here. This has been SkepTalk.
Joins
you won't
DNA
see Forrest
ends.
again. You won't survive to the next show. Yeah, he's getting